Howdy, y'all. This is Dejan Sneed, founder of SUBSUME Media here in Atlanta, Georgia. Hoping this message finds you well. And this is day 3 of Black Futures 2023. I'm very excited from 2 days of fantastic programming, speaking, and engagement now to culminate to a fantastic day number 3. And so we've got so much content here. I'm not going to stand on ceremony and really say any much more than we have just got a great panel and service and series of things that not only are going to keep you engaged and appreciative of our speculative space and all the black futures and possibilities ahead of us, but today is really about empowering you, our creative class, to really be able to showcase and be a part of your dreams and make sure that we're all in a space that we can stay included in the places that we want to be. So without further ado, we're going to take a quick review of what we have on deck, and then we're going to get right to it. We have a couple of panels that will come right on. I'm going to jump right into them. And so as soon as I put them in front of me, I will go back by. So we're going to start off a program here with the House of Artists, which is the Black Future of Autism. Where we're going to speak with the founder as well as one of the resident artists in the way that the intersection of blackness, autism, as well as creative futures can intersect in the brilliance that's to come. Then right after that, when our Stay Included panel, we'll speak with Brian J. Lambert, who is the president of Wingless Entertainment, and look at this fantastic legacy world that they're building and how we can support and share with that right immediately. And then at high noon, we get a chance to start with our future of the HBCUs with President Elaine Walsh, with Bennett College in Greensboro, North Carolina. And so to see some of the innovation that's happening at one of our historically black colleges is truly astounding, and want to bring President Walsh to you so that you can be firsthand to understand and appreciate some of the innovation that's going on there. And then for the next 3 hours thereafter, we're going to have office hours where we're going to be active in showcasing how you and the experts that we'll bring in will be able to build your own creative futures. So with that, so much more, but I want to go ahead and get started on time and move. So please stay tuned and stay included, and we'll be right back. Thank you so very much, and welcome back to SUBSUME Summit Black Futures 2023. Thank you all so very much for being a part. My name is Dejan Sneed, founder of SUBSUME here in Atlanta, Georgia. Where SUBSUME is the intersection of creativity, technology, and community, where we look forward to making sure that everyone has a space in our shared futures of tomorrow. And so for this particular segment, I'm very excited to bring in a couple of new guests to speak about a subject that is near and dear to my heart, but also to a space that we see as a brand new and brilliant way to speak to the creative futures of all of us. And we want to speak about the Black future of autism. And so, with that, we want to bring in not only a fantastic program that is working to make a new platform for people and all of us to enjoy the talents and also the brilliance and creativity of some fantastic folks, but also fellow practitioner, fellow creative that we love to find out more about how we can all share our stories together in this future together. So, with that, I want to call to the stage uh, the House of Artists Foundation with Ashley Drayton and our very special guest, Mr. Chris Saunders. So, hopefully, y'all are doing well. Thank you so very much.
Thank you for having us, Edwin. We're so grateful for your kind support today.
And thank you.
Thank you so very much. So, pleasure to meet you, Chris, and again, talk to you, Ms. Drayton, and to really just show and share the fantastic story of you both. So we'll take it from the top and I want to ask about the House of Artists as well as the space where we're talking about neurodiversity and creativity in the most empowering and fantastic ways possible to make sure that not only that we see the people, but the processes and the talents and the technologies understand and appreciate these narratives that we're all trying to build. And so, with that, I'd love to just take one moment and learn a little bit more about the House of Artists Foundation and yourself and what's put you on this passion and this purpose.
Yes, so when I was in middle school and high school, I started working with a public recreation department in South Carolina. And we had summer camps there and they were open to everyone. However, there was a specific group that needed a little bit more time and attention. And we would always de escalate meltdowns with arts and craft and a snack. And it was very unique because we had so many, at that time, they're called students, right? But in our program at House of Artists Foundation, we call them artists. And there wasn't really a lot of catering done for those who needed special attention. And I would always do that until I was told I was hired to work with the majority. And we had about 95 students there every day, plus the staff. And I said that when I get older, I wanted to do something very special for the neurodiverse community. And I mean, I know that we use that term loosely, but in a way, all of our minds are very diverse, right? And I know that music and art is a very diverse, I say language, because we all are able to be inspired and moved by it in a very specific way. And for autistic artists, I think that having the relational experience with moving things that move your spirit, that speak to the wellness of you, is healthy in any form. And to be able to champion that at House of Artists Foundation creatively is a great way that we have been able to connect with our artists because we champion what they're doing well. And that's in voiceover, that's in animation, that's in comic book creations, that is underwater photography, it's video editing, it's so much that champions independent living as well. So CPR training, driver training, culinary arts, you name it. We cover it because again, we want people to thrive. And thriving beyond the spectrum is very important. And I think Chris can also champion that. He's been a part of our program now for 4 to 5 years now, and he's a graduate at Georgia State University, and he's just doing so many phenomenal things. And I'm grateful to know that we have served as the catalyst at House of Arts Foundation. He is on our advisory council as well. So he's able to advise us from his lens because he lives with autism every day. And it's incredible to see how he is thriving beyond the spectrum.
Fantastic. And again, having a chance to partner and see this work and the artist and the artistry firsthand has been not only amazing, but likewise a space that we want to continue to support and surely will. So, with that, Chris, we'd love to learn more about your journey as far as your graduation from Georgia State and what is your current mediums that you like to create in and tell your stories and your narrative.
Well, I do be famous artist. I still do like making pictures. I'm pretty good making things, make like animation pictures, all the cartoon pictures to showcase how to draw and paint them and show them on the picture. And I put my all my pictures on the on the onto my phone, just like Instagram, so I can show everyone what I did. And I make all those pictures on the paint on my laptop and making all the films just like background for the movie and all the films. I'm pretty good making a claymation stuff to make characters, even kinds of stuff to be created with clay and make them just like the animations onto animation with claymation stuff with studios. And I create this and also put onto YouTube on my YouTube channel to make all the videos onto you can create it because 5757. These are what I did. And also I created my own YouTube channel. It's called like Creator Chris uh it was just a professional. And I'm pretty good to making things for the arts and films and everything what I did.
Hmm.
I'm pretty good at anything what I want. And I did I had to do grateful for all my life. And pretty good to show everyone around. To show what the Bible says. I be learning about everything is what I want. So that's what I did. I did do best.
Thank you so very much, Chris. So I heard a lot of fantastic talents and skills that you've amassed along the way. And as a fellow creative, I know that we're going to find a special space and a place to try to showcase that as a follow up to some of these items. So I've got a couple of questions I'd love to ask you, and of course, Ms. Ashley, feel to join in. So if you look at all the things that you kind of cited, because you gave a long list of great skills and talents, and such as animation, claymation, and modeling, also art and film. Is there any particular medium or thing that you feel like is most representative of how you like to express yourself?
Yes, I do. All kinds of picture, all kind of place where I draw it and color and paint them for the arts. I just recovered to see all the pictures. And you see, when I was young age, my my old art teacher at Edwards Music, it was Mr. Domingo. He always showed me about the art stuff, what I did for this school. And also, my second old art teacher at Heritage High School, Miss Rojas, and she told me about making clay stuff. He wasn't making all the model clay, but not too much model. And, and she showed us and me, but when it's on my project for the clay is finished, I put it into the cure room when it's ready. And sometimes when it's ready for everything, ready to be fired, when it's ready, I go to paint my own projects. When it's ready to dry for any minute, I have to put them back to cure, ready to be fired again. When it's ready, it will be beautiful colors. So I can take it home to she told us at this school for this time. And I did graduate from artist just like Heritage High School. Uh, everything is best.
So I'm hearing that you had a lot of support from your earlier teachers in middle school and high school that saw your artistic talent and put and made a bridge for you to express yourself and learn how to create all these fantastic creative creations. Does that sound right?
Yes, you sound right all the time.
Thank you so very much. And it seems like that natural bridge, of course, was going to Georgia State. So, how was your experience at Georgia State as a creative and now also as a student been an impact for you to now continue your creative career?
Well, yes. You see, I'm pretty good with drawing things. For this, with this, the dark or light, to make a picture. into the shadow place. It's easier like the deep out is dark with black, and high is a light is white, and what is the dark because shadow is gray. So I just draw it. I draw anything. And I can always you can use an oil painted to make them picture with oil paint stuff. And I use my watery colors to paint is all the colors of water and let them dry them out to see everyone see all my pictures
Mm.
for the Georgia State University. And then this is what I did at Georgia State University. And, and I did my best with art stuff to make them be beautiful in pictures. It, I know all about a perspective. It was near and far. It was easy. And this is one of my best for artists.
Mm.
And that's what I did.
Well, congratulations again. I know that that was a long journey, like all of us going through that collegiate experience and now into the real world where we've seen you continue your artistic talent, but also now coming in as an advisor as well as an artist within the House of Artists Foundation. So I'd love to ask you both, how has that relationship been as far as now where you've done a lot of this work, Chris, and of course, actually where you set up a great space for the continuation for artists to thrive? Where have you seen the relationship of Chris's talent, not only as an artist but now as a fellow collaborator in building the works of the foundation forward?
Yes, Chris has been a phenomenal team member and advisor. Uh, he knows what it means to commit. So that is something that is a part of independent living is understanding schedules and arrival times and just the importance of all of that. So entrusting your decisions, having a voice, being on the advisory council amplifies their voice. And Chris specifically, he's very aware of his thoughts. He's very aware of what's happening, and to be able to have a safe space to vocalize that and his opinion be valued is amazing. I have seen Chris learn how to budget because they're paid when they come on the road with us for Camp Artism. So he has to manage his per diem and understand that that's what you receive when you're traveling and all those new things that are new to him and being able to do something that is centered around him thriving and being a leader. He's done that several times, which is why we had invited him to be an advisory council member because it's incredibly important that we provide a safe space for their voice to be heard and for them to be validated in a very specific way and to champion executive decision making. They have voting power at House of Artists Foundation as well. So they're able to vote on matters that concern the autistic community that we serve. And that is validating in such a phenomenal way. So it's a step above just canceling away, allowing them to have the opportunity to place their name next to a vote is really important because it also translates to voting just in general elections that happen across the state, and we just never know where that can lead them. Just mentally, just to feel like my voice matters, my thoughts are profound, and we're just so grateful to have and the rest of our advisory members who are looking for a space to be heard. And we're grateful that the calling has been answered in a very specific way.
That's so fantastic. And so, of course, where we're all looking as creatives to have our voice and our works, and I think our humanity best reflected in these works and spaces. Of course, when we look at the creative opportunities of the future, a lot of conversations go to things such as machine learning and AI, and where we see like an intersection of technology taking more and more of a role in how it perceives art and artists. I want to ask you both, is there a question as far as the technology and tools that you're introducing to artists or that artists are bringing into themselves? for the foundation, or the way that the basically the way that technology is playing a role in identifying and making things accessible, or is it more of an opportunity when working with neurodiverse creatives?
Chris, you want to answer that question? I think that Chris has a lot of experience when it comes to utilizing platforms and software. At House of Artists Foundation, they're able to design T-shirts. They're able to understand video editing softwares, and claymation was new to me. Even when we started our program, I was like, "Oh, that's so wonderful!" Because we, be a creative cloud, and there's certain things that you may have on Afro products, etc. That you're video editing wise. So for Chris to be able to introduce claymation to me was just amazing, and to see what he was able to complete with it. He has performed in Autism's Got Talent and showcased his creative ability there. So technology just allows them so much flexibility when it comes to their art, because you don't have to stay with a specific medium. You can save your content in one, and then download it, and then upload it in another medium, and now you have the best of both worlds, because even some of the fonts may be different, the intros and outros. You can be flexible with that when it comes to the editing element. And I think Chris does a wonderful job putting together voiceovers on top of his 3D animations that he's created. It's beautiful. So Chris, I would love for you to share, how technology has really supported your art.
That's right, Miss Ashley. And besides, I, I like all the vegetable stuff and also animations. And I know about a fruit of the spirits. You see, I like this so much. You see, I just create a logo. It's really cool. Like the fruits and veggie show, and that's why I created and put it on the YouTube. And to tell the kids about lessons and the Bible lessons. Also, I did also create like a preschool learning to teach kids for get ready for school, and then to teach them to learn and the Bible lessons at the church. It's really nice to teach kids all the time. You see, I just created my own just like I create my own website. I just created on my own, and I just created a long time.
So what I'm hearing is that this was absolutely a space that empowered you as a creator to not only make your own website, but and bring your own works out to YouTube, but that it is encouraging that you now have a way to build your portfolio and your experience across a lot of different spaces where time and distance doesn't seem to be in the way. Does that sound right?
Well, yes, I like I like everything is great to show everyone. It's why I created.
And I think that's such a key component, of course, of being a creative is that we want to share our stories and that we want to see ourselves represented in those stories. So I think what I'd love to say is to ask, what is next, Chris? What is next for you in the creative space? Like, what is your big idea that you're looking to create? And then I'd love to kind of complement that as a close with the House of Artists. And how do you see the future of this program really encompassing what is next to come for the artists of the future? So, Chris, may I ask, what is the next big project or idea that you'll be creating?
You see, I go to create like a new video to everyone about fruit of the spirits and vegetables. It was all about the love and to teach kids about having love and what Jesus says about. Sometimes I can create a new video to show everyone. I can make a new video, but by myself. I can also create it for the arts and you could claim it and stuff and design.
So it sounds like you got a lot on your plate that we can't wait to show and share, not only here with Subsume, but I'm sure within the vast network of all of our creatives here in Atlanta and beyond. So I'm just excited to hear about all the new things that are to come for you, Chris. Thank you so very much. I want to make sure that we also give a moment to close with you as well. So Ashley, how's the House of Artists Foundation able to continue forward, and what can we do as a creative community to support your endeavors?
I think that where we are right now is we're ready to employ artists and who are on the spectrum. That is a very significant goal of ours because they are an underserved community employment wise, especially in the artistic space. So we are looking to bring on 7 additional team members this year. So I'm really excited to be able to support that side of our mission. So we have been in operation for 6 years program wise, 7 years since our official establishment. So we are in a position where I am just looking forward to seeing how we're able to provide vital employment to artists on the autism spectrum. It's necessary to champion independent living in a very specific way and to also receive the baton because they are our future, right? The youth are our future. At any age, it's important to understand that, or any time in our life, it doesn't have to be age, it can be experience, right? That it's necessary that we have people who are around us that are reflections of assignments that we have, right? And so to be able to adequately pass the baton for optimal performance is necessary. So being able to say that we have mentors that are pouring into those who are around us. We don't always have to look forward to, and although it's aspirational, right, to partner with the Oprah Winfrey of the world and Tyler Perry's and everyone else. You are already that, Dedra. Chris is already that. I am already that. And so understanding that we are in a space where we have the intelligent capacity to be able to have sustainable dreams and desires that are actually being obtained in a very specific way. So we look forward to championing the livelihood of those who are on the autism spectrum and their circles of support. So that includes you, Dutch, and that includes those who are their neighbors, their colleagues, because when I wholeheartedly believe in the 6 degrees of separation kind of thing, where we're all connected to a certain realm, right? And so it's like when, regardless, seeing how we're able to be reflections of the belief, the hope, the faith in ourselves that inspires others. Because if we're able to share our stories based on what we do, then they're able to be motivated in their own walk, right? And say, you know what? I see what Dedra is doing. I see what Subsume is doing. I am the future as well. And I see how they're being empowered. And let me, step into all of who I am and champion all of my creative abilities. And I think that that is the ultimate future, is the understanding of our gifts and having safe spaces to pursue them.
Fantastic. And again, I know firsthand that the work of the work of yourself and Chris, has had not only a great impact on our space here in Atlanta, but likewise is imperative to what we're trying to build here for the future. I think it's well said earlier, that we're passing the baton not only just from a creative sense, but from humanity sense to all of our young people, and how we pour into them and how we build them up really is the foundations of our future. And so I'm excited for that. I'm excited as a parent who has an oldest child on the spectrum, that likewise that optimism and that hope and that this space like this exists, that again there's a thriving future for all of us. And again, that's where it's just such a privilege to serve in this space, and again to see that there is so many good things to come. And so, with that, Chris, I'd love to ask if you'll close with us. I know as many of us that we're always looking as creators for that that sense of I think that sense of promise of what is to come. So, as a fellow creative, for other creators who maybe feel like they don't have their voice heard, or maybe right now don't feel like they can do some of the things that you can do as a creator and as a talent, what would you say to someone who is still looking to find their voice as a creator?
Well, yes. Well, for this movie, all people can do the a voiceover. They can speak clear and do the voice for the movie and animations. And also they can do the character voice.
So what I'm hearing is use your voice, right? So the idea is that your voice is important and it can be heard and can be used in a lot of ways to still be expressing and still be included. Does that sound right?
Well, yes. Well, they can use a smooth voice and clear voice.
Clear. I think that's it. I think we want to be clear that we're excited for your voice and the voice of the rest of the artists within the House of Artists Foundation and our spaces here that we all share as creators that we'll all be able to raise our voices together in support. So thank you all so very much. I appreciate you. I appreciate you, Chris. I appreciate you, Ashley. And again, with the House of Artists Foundation here, we'll go ahead and say thank you all so very much to our space here as we conclude a fantastic and a promising portion of Black Future 2023, where we're looking at the future of Black autism, at the Black future of autism, and where we want to look at how we're all able to stay included in the shared futures of tomorrow. So, with that, we thank you so very much for being a part of this part of the program. So, make sure to stay tuned and stay included with us as there's much more to come. Thank you so very much. And thank you all so very much. We appreciate you continuing to be a part of our transition to the great future of all of us in the space of tomorrow. And again, my name is Daniel Steve. So thank you all so very much for being a part of Black Futures 2023, and where we're looking at the intersection of creativity, technology, and community, and how we can all be a part of our shared future in the space of tomorrow. And with that, I want to bring to stage into a space where we want to talk about Black owned business, but the idea of Black innovation being built as we see it. So the idea of imagination without boundaries. I want to bring together a space where we can speak to Wingless Entertainment. And to that, I want to call to the stage Mr. Brian J. Lambert. Pleasure, sir, and thank you
How's it
so
going,
very much.
Benjamin?
Absolutely. So we want to get the inside scoop as far as what's going on with Wingless Comics and Wingless Entertainment, and how you and your creative team have been able to create a fantastic series of not only comics, but really building the Wingverse in the space where we see an eclectic but impressive set of stories poised to take our shared spaces by storm. So thanks again for being a part of Black Futures 2023.
Thank you for inviting me and ostensibly Wingless Entertainment and Wingless Comics. It's been a very, very rewarding journey this far, and it's just in the beginning of it. Myself, I'm Brian J. Lambert, creator, owner of Wingless Entertainment and Wingless Comics, obviously, creator of Justice, of Caliburn, of Luck, of Nightfall, some series that we've been very fortunate to be able to launch successfully, and it's gotten a great crowd and fan response and supportive response. Wingless Comics is obviously an idea that was born out of Wingless Entertainment. Wingless Entertainment is a multimedia group wherein we desire to tackle the comic field, the video game field, uh, long form animation, so at some point feature length films, and run the gamut in a way that we control the narrative and we control the IP, which as we move into the future, right, and as we continue to network and build Hollywood our own way, IP, intellectual property, is key. So, Wingless Entertainment is and has been a way for me to control and understand IP generation and control, and it's been a way for me to empower other creators such as Malachi Bailey and Brett Hillisham and Lawrence King to be able to do the same, to have their IP and have it grow into a form where they are in control of what the next step is, where the next version is, or how it evolves, as opposed to waiting for someone to call it viable. We get to say that our IP and our ideas and our storytelling is viable from the ground up. In the next 5 years, Wingless Comics and Wingless Entertainment will be an IP farm as opposed and an IP license house as opposed to an IP that gets bought out. The difference being that again, we would control the narrative, we would still control our IPs, and we would be able to farm those out or license those out to anyone we choose to, while still remaining in control and controlling the narrative not only in story but outside. It's very we see a lot of times that companies in our position will sell their IP off, and then they no longer own it. They no longer have a voice to say how a character should act, what they should be doing, um, and give that very true experience that is intrinsic to whatever culture it comes from. Obviously, Justice, my characters being from Black and African American culture. We want to be able to continue to tell narratives our way and to control how our culture is shown and how our culture is not is developed on like a world stage, how people are able to see it develop as opposed to corporate heads having it develop the same way it always has.
That's amazing. And to that, I think you're still spot on a few things that we want to go back in and look at for yourself. Wingless Comics and Wingless Entertainment. Again, the very succinct and intentional space to talk about agency, authority, and license over your story. So let's take a one step for those that may not have had a chance to fully embrace or imbibe in your comics and your work. What are some of the main comic titles or main IPs that you're presenting and providing to our community?
So I like to start with, I guess, the historical stuff and then move forward because One sets the ground for the other. So our starting 400-ish years ago, our first series is Immortalis, which is based on the fall of Constantinople, which was the last Roman outpost. And in that story, which is historical, Constantinople did actually fall, etc., etc. Within that story, the events with the fall of Constantinople bring about the world that we see now. So those events cause the gateway for the shift between good and evil. Right? It's no longer a balance of power in our current wingless world. It's more tinged to the darker edge of the world, which brings us to Justice, which is our flagship character, and he is an angel who comes down from heaven. And very quickly, he realizes that the line between good and evil is not just black and white. There are things that happen on both sides that obviously he wasn't previously exposed to. So he's got to figure out his path within that, and kind of disillusion himself from what he was taught and what he's presented in the world. Our heroine of our universe, our main heroine of the universe, is a character created by Malachi Bailey called Her, and she is a long-lived immortal. And every time she dies and returns, she returns with a new persona and a new set of powers. So her powers now are she is a water elemental, and she's got to reacclimate herself to a world she doesn't know, a world that in some respects has left her behind, and she's got to figure out again. Our largest current crossover is Nightfall, which we just finished up last year. And Nightfall is a 5-part miniseries that we collaborated with Constant Hustle Comics on. And our heroes, multiple heroes from our universe, have to come together to stop a secret society from destroying the world. So we wanted to give a lot of genre elements, so we can have a historical fiction, we can have a larger than life, like you know what I mean, a gothic hero. We could have your Wonder Woman as DC large, hero out of time, and we wanted something that was a big crossover type material. So you get those large action set pieces, and you kind of build the world out of that. We use each element in order to build another piece of the world. We also have numerous titles coming out this year to include Luck, who was a teenager with kind of a mysterious past, and Light based powers, who has a deep connection to the Fey realm. We have Scarlet Knight, who has a connection to Arthur and the Round Table. And if you heard me mention Caliburn earlier, you know those guys have got to have some kind of a link just because of the naming conventions. We also have Avery the Astonishing, which we're co-publishing with Constant Hustle Comics, and Avery is a former military member who, through a series of events, becomes an even greater protector of people and the world at large. So we try to create different narrative threads that can all be tied together through each different comic, because you have so many different people and such a cross section of people who read comics and read books and enjoy all of these things that it can't be, one size fits all. You've got to tell multiple stories if you want to connect with multiple people, but you have to do it in a way that brings people in as opposed to ostracizing them. And so that's one of the real big focuses of Wingless Comics, specifically, that we want to be able to do that and make that a place where people can find themselves within these books, regardless of their color, like we had to do, right? Like we want Caucasian children and Japanese and Chinese and obviously Filipino. Like we can go on with all the different cultures, but we want all of these people to be able to see something of themselves within these characters, as like we did when we were kids, right? And that makes them no less black characters. I think that makes the black part of the character and their culture more important, because if your culture can and should communicate to multiple people, then you're telling your story right. Then you're doing the right.
Amazing, and completely agree. So the idea of being able to invite and include people into your culture, I think, is a seminal part to storytelling, right? It's that lateral understanding and appreciation on both sides of where each other are coming from and finding a shared space. Now, to that, with so many IPs, and again, I think that's the idea for us to kind of break down a little bit of what intellectual property means in the current space for you, and how do you approach either the point of collaboration new stories or continuation when you're thinking of your roadmap for intellectual property with Wingless Comics and Wingless Entertainment?
I definitely 100% think of how does this integrate into the world. Um, if I have no partners, no fellow creators, Justice still a comic. It still moves forward regardless. But I read a book from Malachi Bailey, his first Her novel, and I just like the imagery. I like what he was painting, and we sat down and had a couple conversations. Some of them tough, some of them the most fun conversations I've had in this creative space. And kind of said, "Hey, where does she come in? Where does this character come in? How can they interact? What can we do moving forward? And how do we tell a story that is intrinsic to that character and tell a story that's intrinsic to justice, but then also weave them in and out of each other, which was again very important. And we do that in segments, obviously. I think that a lot of times as creators, we get burdened or overburdened by trying to create like Marvel does. And oh man, these 12 issues are going to be et cetera, excuse me, et cetera, et cetera. That doesn't really work. We have to take the time to realize that we're in a different creative space. You may only have 4 issues to tell your story, and that's okay. You just have to know how you're going to do it. As far as other things, Brett Hillerson approached me about Immortalis because he was like, "Hey, I've got this really great idea, a story I've wanted to do for a long time. I think it'll work." And when he pitched the idea to me, it worked perfectly for a turning point in the history of our universe, and creating these different things. And again, narratively, shared imagery, shared things that happen. Oh, this happens to Justice in issue 2, but it also happens in Immortalis in issue 1, 400 years in the past. So again, it's easy to link those kinds of things up. When I wanted and acquired publishing deals with both Scarlet Knight and Avery the Astonishing, it was because I liked the IP itself. I liked the characters. I liked the look. I liked the idea. For Avery, Avery is part of the Nightfall crossover, so integrating Avery into our world was fairly simple because I had already done it in the crossover. So I just needed to build on that in order to take the next step. Uh, Scarlet Knight was one that I saw, and I'm a sucker for Arthurian legend, and so when it was there, I was like, oh man, I have this other great kind of not side story, but another character that I'm slowly building on, which again he can make guest appearances in another book, and so each appearance builds on itself, and so it's kind of writing this universe, for lack of better words, the same way that Timothy Zahn wrote Star Wars. He just expanded on the little things here and there. He gave you another. Oh, we talked about the Clone Wars in A New Hope. Okay, I'm going to tell you a little bit about the Star Wars, like the Clone Wars, a little bit more. Oh, we talked about where the Death Star was in Return of the Jedi. Okay, I'm going to tell you what happened after. And that's why I think, in my opinion, the Timothy Zahn trilogy is one of the most beloved Star Wars trilogies in book form. And it started this whole movement of expanded universe stuff. And we look at things the same way, whereas we are telling these stories, but these stories are interconnected, and one is not necessarily dependent on the other, but it's like a family. It grows because it has a brother. It's stronger because it has a sister, and that is a kind of our mentality in terms of growing each other's IP and growing each other's story and making them just more and more successful.
Thank you so much. Now, part of that growth model for independent comics, particularly in our genre and our spaces, and you alluded to this, where sometimes we have a limited runway to begin to tell our stories. And as we build our fandoms and our spaces, obviously we want to see and develop and support that maturation. Now, the idea of crowdfunding, just like a Kickstarter, Indiegogo, I've been privileged to support Wingless Comics and a lot of our shared spaces do say Kickstarter. How's that integral to you and your space of building and really being able to build that and have that infrastructure to be able to tell your stories your way?
Thankfully, Kickstarter brings the world to your fingertips in a lot of ways. Do I believe that Wingless Comics or anyone else would be able to produce without Kickstarter or Indiegogo crowdfunding? 100%. Would it be much more difficult? 100%. You have a large cross section of people that are on Kickstarter that want new entertainment, that want new ideas, that want new things, that want something that they are not being provided somewhere else. They also want to support people. Someone has a dream. There are billions of people out there that want to support your dream, and you don't know it, and they don't know it until they see it. So thankfully, again, Kickstarter sets up a place where people who want to support comics can look through the pages and pages of current comics that are on the platform that are going to be developed. So it kind of brings your ideas to market. Again, if you know what you're doing, it's not a one-stop shop. It's not necessarily easy. You can't just drop and go. You have to be on there and you have to do your marketing and you have to be available for your audience and you have to stay current and you have to do all of the things that you would have to do anyway, but it opens you to a broader market. It's like any form of social media. Yeah, you have your friends, you have your 100, friends or whatever, people that you know in your hometown or wherever you are, but the interconnectivity of social media cannot be denied at this point. There is it broadens the horizons for people who are potentially going to support you. When you've got 2,000 followers and the average is you get 10% of your fan base will support you, that makes a difference as opposed to those 100 people we were talking about that we could call up or text immediately.
Mhm.
Also, it takes the burden away from those friends. You don't have to call and text all of your friends to say, hey, support me just so I can make this happen. You have people who genuinely want to support you. They want to see the next story. They want to know how your tale ends, or they want to see it continue to grow. So those things are placed right at your fingertips again with these crowdfunding platforms. Also, there's an interconnectivity of networking with your peers because your peers are trying to do the same thing. So you end up meeting people that you can work with, that you can learn from, that you can in turn support because you support their dream as well. So there is so much good and so much benefit to something like Kickstarter or Indiegogo or Zoop or BackerKit and all of these ones that pop up. There's just a lot that can be had and a lot that you can leverage to assist you in your success.
Thank you so much. And speaking of leveraging things to be a part of your mutual success, can you speak to the importance of community, not only the backers, say from a crowd fund, but from the independent, specifically our Black and independent indie comic space? How has that been for you in Wingless Comics as far as a space of nurturing and support? And where do you see the integration of your plan with Wingless Comics, Wingless Entertainment, and reflecting that relationship with our shared community?
It's my fervent belief that each step that you take, you should be taking someone with you. I am a small press publisher through Wingless Comics. I am a small producer in Wingless Entertainment. I That being said, it's important that like I said, I take someone with me. It's important that I recruit Malachi. It's important that I recruit Lawrence James King. It's important that I, recruit Jay Allen. And I say these names because these are actual creators that now work with Wingless that didn't start out with me. Obviously, I start out as myself. So I think that that part is important. And I think that every small press publisher, small press producer, small company should be doing that. Now, you must plan before you do that. You can't just say, hey, we're going to be a bunch of us, we're going to come together, we're going to do some stuff. There has to be a plan, there has to be strategy, and you have to know how you're going to be a valuable asset, not only to yourself, but to the people that you're bringing with you as you do these things. And also, at the end of the day, dollars make sense, right? So you have to have a path to creating the capital to tell your stories in the form that you want to. The other end of that is that Wingless Comics has been very, very fortunate to come into the Black comic space in a time in the Black creative space in a time where I was able to communicate with people like yourself and Robert Jeffrey and Jason Reeves and Milton Davis and Greg Anderson Elise and TJ Sterling and Newton Lillebois and Dorothy's Jean and Danny Quick and all these people, right, that own companies and do small press publishing in their own right. And so that part of the community has been very welcoming, and I'm very thankful for that. The last, and for me, the most important part is what you talked about with community. Community is a word sometimes, but it's also, and it should always be an action. Again, I and Wingless Comics have been very fortunate to be on the action side of the community, because in addition to being in a Black community, Black creative, Black comic space, we've just niched ourselves real small there, right? Um, the comic community in general is a kind of a niche market, and especially when you're talking about indie comics. Indie comics always has this idea, because a lot of us grew up when Image blew up, that hey, we could be the next Image. Five of us can just get together and we're gonna make this big three comic company. And that's not what Image was. Image was the top artists from every company getting together and being like, we're not getting paid enough, so we're gonna do it on our own. So they had backing, they had underwriting, they had distribution models, they had all these things that go into the background that people never ever talk about. Community, as indie comics talks about it, always wants to leverage that and say, well, let's make it in, another new Image comic. But they don't have the underwriting. They don't have the distribution infrastructure. They don't have the star power going for them. And so it always falls apart. It's a conversation that happens every couple of months and then it falls apart. The difference in the even more niche Black comic community is that while we may not have the star power to do an Image comics today, we have events like this that we are invited to immediately that are necessary for us to be at. We have events like Black Comics Day, which just passed, Nerdfest, OnyxCon. There are just so many, and I realize that there are conventions, but a Black comic convention is much different, and it has a much different communal and energy feel than your average comic convention, and that is where it's important, and that is getting to the heart of what we do. Again, it's a culture, right? Bringing all of our collective powers and strengths together, right? And showcasing them and saying, this is who we are, this is where we are, this is what we do. And we do that like no one else I've ever seen. And when you get into these things and you go to these events, you're not a first comer. You're not a newcomer. You're not a day one person. When you get in there and you get into this event, you're gonna have somebody like Greg Anderson Alize who's like, let me help you set up your table because like it looks good, but I've done this enough to where I know it looks better. I can help you look better. If you've got to step away, you've got somebody else helping out at your booth. And you know what I mean? Those little aspects. And I know those happen at regular cons as well, but it's a different vibe and it's a different feel. And I think that those things that feel culturally significant and feel culturally passed down is the strength of our community and something that needs to be highlighted at all times, because we could be on a Facebook post and all 50 of us jump on this same Facebook post and the feel is different than your average comic post with 500 comments on there. That is where we strive, and that is where we hit greatness as a community, and that is how we continue to strengthen each other, right? By showing and not just talking about community, but being there even for the little steps. And again, Wingless Comics has been fortunate enough to be part of that, and to have people hold us up like that and to welcome us into this community, and to only make it stronger.
Absolutely. The only thing I have to take umbrage with that you said is the moniker that you're a small press or a small point of it. But let me give you your flowers. You and the work you're doing with Wingless Comics and Wingless Entertainment is a big and integral and noticed and appreciated part not only of Black indie comics but in our Black creative space. So thank you for that. And so I want to make sure we keep you empowered and lifted up, and that the work that you and your team are doing is necessary. And we do appreciate you for that. And again, your time here with us, we absolutely want to look at how can we support you? How can we support this endeavor? So we ask kind of as a close, but also an open-ended promise to, to continue these conversations in collaboration. What's next for Wingless Comics and Wingless Entertainment? And how can we as a shared community pour into you and your talents and help you get to these next steps?
So I will say you can stay up to date and current on everything we do if you follow us on social media. We greatly appreciate it. We are Wingless Comics on Instagram and on Facebook. We are Wingless Entertainment on Twitter, and we are Wingless Comics on TikTok. I have to get more diligent with my TikTok, but I'm back in the background producing stuff, guys. So I'm trying to get the real content to you. Um, we will have so many updates on the Wingless Entertainment website, which is www.winglessent.com. We have so many things coming down the pipe. We should be launching Scarlet Knight in March. If all things go well, we will be launching Justice in May. Then we have 3 more comics. And all when I say launching, I mean on Kickstarter. So I apologize. We'll be launching all these comics on Kickstarter. We will have 3 more during the summer months to include Avery, Immortalis, and Her. And we're probably going to close up the year with a Wingless Comics omnibus, where you get everything that we've produced thus far in one giant book. Then going into next year, we're going to have our second large crossover event, which is probably going to be an intra-company crossover. So it'll just be all our own titles called Paradise Lost. And again, that sets the stage for everything that happens in the future. It gives you a little bit of background on how we got to this place, where we are narratively. So we plan on releasing between 5 and 7 comics this year, another 5 to 7 next year, and moving into the future. As far as Wingless Comics goes, as far as Wingless Entertainment goes, we are currently in development on a Nightfall video game, a beat 'em up style, final fight kind of a video game. We are also in development on a cartoon series called Magnificent, which is steampunk, a term that I have borrowed from Milton Davis. And we are looking into some other multimedia products at the moment. So 2023 is already a good year for us, and it will continue to be, especially when we're getting into third quarter. You guys may want to look out for some action figures and some other things hitting the website and hitting a merchandise table near you.
Amazing. And just so necessary. Again, I appreciate it. And this has just been a refreshing conversation, Brian. Your diligence, your expertise, and your understanding of not only just the infrastructure needs, which is a lot of time an opportunity for us, not only as Black comics or Black businesses, but just business in general, right? I think there's a key component that I do want to recall back, that we do need that business acumen, that infrastructure, to make sure that we find a sustained space for everyone to stay included. And so we're just so privileged to have you and the Wingless Comics and Wingless Entertainment family be a part of not only this show, but some shared collaborative spaces to come for sure. So just thank you so very much.
Thank you very much for having me, and thank you for having a Black Futures platform, right? Because it's not just a day or 2 days, and it's not just limited to what you're doing now. And I appreciate that part about it. I appreciate that we are talking about Black Futures, and you've set up a platform where people can discuss it, and where you obviously understand how integral and how important Black Futures are to everything we're doing. So thank you for that.
Brother, thank you so much. And we'll keep that conversation going. And again, thank you so very much for your time here, Brian. And we'll go ahead and continue onward. Thank you. Good day, everyone, and thank you so very much. This is Dejan Sneed here with SUBSUME in Atlanta, Georgia. Thanking all of you for being a part of our fantastic day 3 of Black Futures 2023. So year 4 of our time of looking at the intersection of creativity, technology, and community, and how our shared spaces of brilliance and Black brilliance can be a part of a shared future of tomorrow for everyone. So right into it with High Noon here at SUBSUME, and wanting to bring in a very special guest to speak about the futures of our historically Black colleges, and particularly from her innovative space of expertise, as well as actionable spaces with Bennett College in Greensboro, North Carolina. And so, with to that, I'd love to call to the stage President Suzanne Walsh, President of Bennett College. Thank you so very much,
Good
President
morning
Walsh.
or
Good morning to
afternoon.
you. All right, good day as it goes, Jess. A
Yeah.
pleasure. Thank you so much, and I appreciate it. You know, have had the privilege of collaborating with you, and would
Yeah.
love to just bring you here because I do sincerely understand and appreciate you as being a part of our Black history in the making. So it's so apropos for you to be a part of our show here. So again, thank you for being here.
Hey, thank you for having me. I loved yesterday so much. Are you getting feedback from my?
Not at this time, no, ma'am. But to that, we'll keep it going. I'm gonna just double check one thing over here and bring you in. I know all things all clear.
Okay.
So signal received.
Yeah. So yesterday was great. So I'm really excited to be here for today. See what you have to ask me.
Oh, ma'am. So as a Black woman of the future, right? I think we're here to beseech you in your wisdom and in action. So love more formally to allow you to introduce yourself. Make sure we give you your proper credit and attentions, and by all means, love to discuss the future of HBCUs.
Yeah. So thank you. Thank you for this invitation. And just as the last person said, thank you for hosting this kind of an event. Like it's incredible. Absolutely. I've been collecting people for like 2 days now. So Suzanne Walsh, I'm the 19th president of Bennett College, a historically Black college for women in Greensboro, North Carolina.
Absolutely.
Let's just get into it.
We'll get right into it. So I want to kind of give a note of how we had a chance to connect here through the pandemic, and I think it would be a great space to kind of keep things forward. So privileged to be a part of the Guild of Future Architects, and it's a collection amalgam, a cult, if you will, of and I know that's an inside joke, but an idea of a cult of creators around the world that are looking at building the next 50 years and forward of our future spaces. And so we had an opportunity to connect with President Walsh and some brilliant bells there at Bennett College as you reimagine the next 50 years or so of Bennett College as a historical Black college, as a women's college, but also in the taking to the hallmarks of the not only the historic spaces and innovation there, but of course of the religious and just legacy that has been built there in that space. And so with that, we went everything from the past into the present. Imagine the shared futures of that went from the college and beyond, and to that really just understood that yourself and your background really were thinking of how can the legacy continue forward. Now, obviously, the historically Black college, and particularly in the advent of like the past decade, but intentionally so, I think around the murder of George Floyd, really has been a highlight on the colleges for many different reasons. But we all understand and appreciate, particularly from I think our Black community, that was our space, right? These are literally the spaces that we had to make, in Reconstruction, in still in Jim Crow, civil rights, post, and into our shared futures. And so a lot of that reporting that we did in our presentation and research was that obviously, we need to sustain these spaces here. So I really want to go into yourself coming in as the 19th president of Bennett College. What's kind of the state of affairs or your perspective of coming into this job, and of course coming into such a prestigious space and as in stewardship?
Yeah. So, well, first of all, the Guild of Future Architects, I mean, everybody needs to know them. They are phenomenal. Like that was such an incredible experience. And we're actually not done with the work. I'll give you like a little preview of what's happening next. But when I started at Bennett, it was the fall of 2019. And Bennett had just come through a really important campaign called Stand with Bennett. And so there was a lot of turmoil. And then COVID. Like I started and then COVID. So when I started, I used to say that the world is VUCA, which is a military term, meaning volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous. And then I was like, and Bennett is the same. People would always roll their eyes every time I'd say it. And eventually, the COVID hit. And people were like, Prez, VUCA, right? And I was like, yeah, remember when you were rolling your eyes? But anyway, the point of VUCA is to say, how do we operate in a volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous environment? And to me, you have to look at the future when you do that. Like, you have to anticipate the future, because otherwise everything will always feel like it's a surprise. And so working with a place like the Guild of Future Architects really helped us to not only look forward, but to look back. You know, one of the most important questions I think that the Guild asked us, so we did future writers' rooms, just so everyone knows what we did. It was amazing. And one of the questions was, what would have had to have been different at Bennett College in the 1990s for it to be a different day in 2023 or 2073? And so what I love about Afrofuturism, because people would say to me, well, what do you have to bring to Bennett? You didn't go to an HBCU. You're not from the South. You've never worked at one before. Like, you're coming to us from Seattle. And I said, well, I think that what we have in Seattle and on the West Coast is we live in the future. I mean, for better or for worse, but we live in the future. And so I think I bring Afrofuturism, and that Afrofuturism perspective is both a looking back to say, where have we been, but not staying back there. It's looking back to look forward. And so I think that that's one of the things that the Guild of Future Architects really helped us do beautifully, was like ground us in 4 speculative narratives that are going to be produced,
Yes.
Yes, one of our theater majors, Michaela Reed, has all the stories, and she's figuring out how she's going to produce them. Stay tuned. Our 150th is in August.
Okay, absolutely. So I'm very excited to hear that, and again, the cult is I'm sure likewise, and to that, but to kind of speak to that, right, being able to be actionable, you know, based off of an amalgam of past, present, and future, you know, particularly around the Black experience, is really that core definition of Afrofuturism, right?
Right.
And so a lot of that does come into, and I love to kind of speak about technology, right? And to kind of, I want to also, if I may, let's impart a little bit of the history, because I feel like we really should take maybe a snapshot of the history of Bennett College, right? Because we're thinking of maybe about 100 or so bells as a kind of contemporary amount of students that attend here, but that impact is absolutely critical to Greensboro and the civil rights. I'd love to, if I may, get a quick synopsis from you, you know, in regards to all the history here, to try to put into 45 seconds, right?
Oh my
But
gosh.
I know the idea though is I think we have to take a moment in Black Futures to understand we stand on some of the work of the bells, you know, in this space.
That's right. So we hover around 200. So one of the things that I did was I said we would be a micro college. It doesn't mean we'll be 200 forever, but I wanted us at this moment in time to really wrap ourselves around those students. We have about 5,000 alums all around the globe. And the thing about Bennett is that I can't always drop a name and everybody says, oh, I know that name. But if I talk about work, important work, anything that is important work that has ever been done, there's always a Bennett bell somewhere behind the scenes. So leading from behind is actually, I think, a really, in many ways, a harder kind of leadership, because if you know how to organize, if you know how to get people, you know, where they need to be, give them the vision, that's the harder work than like standing up sometimes and just inspiring people. So I say that because we just celebrated on February 1st. You know, that's really a day when especially North Carolina A&T celebrates the A&T 4. And at Bennett College, we celebrate our 40% of our students who were arrested during that era. They were marching, they were organizing, but those protests were organized at Bennett. And then the Bennett Bells kept them going. There's a fantastic book called Bells of Liberty, if you want to know more about it. And I think it's important because we operate at that intersection of race and gender. And so often Black women are erased from history or not talked about. You know, you've been talking about giving people their flowers. So often Black women do not receive their flowers. And yet they've been doing the most important work. And so that was really critical. And my predecessor, many presidents ago, her name is Willoughby Player. That's why in video games I right now use Player Prez, because I'm part of a legacy. She was the first Black woman to head any 4-year accredited institution in the country. And she was president during that era, sending telegrams to parents saying, your daughter's in jail, but it'll be okay. Like, I can't imagine doing that. She told them to stay in jail and not accept bail because they hadn't done anything wrong. So an incredible era. In the 1930s, Bennett Bells were protesting movie theaters downtown. Excuse me, not because of the segregated seating, which is, a lot of what you might think. They were protesting content. They were saying, look at how we're being portrayed. And they were in the 30s, Black women out protesting. So this is an amazing place.
Oh, indeed. And I had such a privilege to be able to have access to the archives. And again, to your point, it just, we could have a whole Black Futures Month around the bell. I think that's something we could kind of speak to. But in a real sense, it is our climate, but also we can't have that as a future disparagement that we don't see and understand and appreciate, particularly, in this amazing intersection, of Black women in the South at HBCUs, directly impacting and literally writing the playbook for civil rights, right? So we want to make sure that, that was part of our charge here with the with our current point of collaboration. But then we took it from this amazing contingency of legacy into the Black Fantastic, right? How do we imagine Bells 70, 80, or 100 years from now really writing policy and impacting a lot of these other spaces? So I'd love to also kind of think of the idea of us where we imagine intentionally Black Bells in the future, and currently the state of a lot of the things that even during the pandemic we have only kind of started to talk about, particularly AI, right? I think we had a lot of our programs kind of focus on that in that space. But also the opportunity of technology not being able to fully appreciate the in-person HBCU experience. So kind of coming out of, I don't want to say coming out of, because we are still in a pandemic, but the idea of this version of the pandemic that, we've kind of mass adopted, how has technology currently played a role for the Bells, in this current semester? And how do you see that kind of in the next couple of years to come?
So we've had incredible retention for the past 2 years. We had 86% retention and 92% retention of students. That's so just to give perspective, average around the country is maybe, closer to sort of 60, 70% in this, with HBCUs in particular. So this is very high retention rate. And part of what we attribute that to is we've been trying to figure out how to use technology to be able to support students, not to replace, right, anything, but to support. And I forget who it was yesterday who was talking about how, AI or tech should take over the mundane parts of the work, and so I think that's the same thing in higher ed. So one of the things we've done is the students have an app, it's the Bennett app. And with the Bennett app, that's the thing, they communicate with each other. We can send them messages. It sounds very basic, but without that, they didn't have a way of feeling constantly connected, either constantly connected to each other or to activities on campus, but they message each other on there. If somebody's left their laundry in the washer or the dryer, you see the message. If there's an announcement about an event, it's there. Again, they can communicate with each other and we can send them messages. The other thing that we do is there a very long time ago, probably 10 years ago, there was a book called Nudge. And, and so the psychology of nudges is, people do really well if they receive just a little bit of a hint of there's something that you could do now to fix whatever it is. So we also use a text messaging program, and we have one of the highest usage rates, not only on that app, but also of this texting service out of everybody in the country. Again, we're a micro college, but we have incredible engagement. And so the nudges allow us to send messages to students about, hey, it's midterms. how are you preparing for midterms? We also do pulse checks constantly to get a vibe of like, how's your mental health? How are things going? And if we receive a message back that says, something's going on, like we actually had an incident a couple of times where we've learned about the passing of a student's parent or grandparent, unfortunately, but we learned because of these pulse checks. With the text, the student was more likely to respond to the text, and then we can follow up with a real human being. But I think it's really important, again, like a lot of that is not, it's not the most sophisticated technology, but it allows us to keep a constant a constant pulse or a constant check. And we've now started to use that text technology with our faculty and staff, so we can do kind of the same thing. I think moving forward, what I'm looking for is, again, like in what ways can we use technology to maybe, one of the things we're not using at all, and I think we should be, is we really need some chat bots for just some basic stuff. So it's like, I'm not even at like the coolest stuff just yet, but I think we do need some chat bots for basic things. Maybe it's related to financial aid, maybe it's related to even classes. Like I think that is, here's my ideal scenario. My ideal scenario is that a student's schedule should almost, and their whole experience in college should be like basically like a video game, so that effectively every time they pass a class or they've completed an assignment, and you were talking about this with gamification yesterday, right? That to me is how the app should look next. The app should look like a game, so that every time a student effectively levels up, they get some kind of little reward. They can see their progress. And what I want to be able to show them is, you can change your major as much as you want, but here are the consequences. Like, so use technology to show, like, here's your life. If you, like, your life at college, you're going to be here like 3 more years if you change your major 1 more time. And it's going to cost you this much more, in student loans, because you're going to run out of Pell along the way. But I want to be able to use technology to give almost like give a realistic preview of what happens when you make a different choice, and to document and say like, ooh, progress. Because you don't really have a way as a college student to show progress. Like, you're just like, yeah, I mean, I'm going to be a sophomore.
No, that all great points, President Walsh. And I think to that point, and I think something that we spoke about, but also I feel like is the charge of technology forward, is it should be localized empowerment, right? The idea is it shouldn't be that we're inundated with a mass amount of data that, frankly, our human minds aren't built to comprehend. It should be that it should be an uplifting, an easement, that we're here to do the things that, in our hearts and minds we're supposed to do. So I can appreciate, and I feel like you're spot on with the space of a localized application that's only for that human interaction, only as deemed necessary by the group, right? And so I think that obviously is a great precursor to the other components where the visualization of data, right, is better for us to make impactful and sound decisions, right? Because again, we aren't built to take in that much, right? That's, our eyes can only see so much of a spectrum, right? Our ears can only take in so much. But I think where we are particularly in the space of Web3, that again, we also had some conversations of, right? The idea is that we're still trying to figure out the humanity quotient of that technology, of that the new tech algorithm of how we as a society are about to run. But with that, we also can understand and appreciate the bells, and being able to say, being able to write that playbook of the past, right? That now we can bring them in to write that playbook of the future. And so it's great to hear that a lot of those things that we talked about are already in practice there at Bennett College. So that's very rewarding to hear. And again, very optimistic as well.
You just made me think of something, because you've had a lot of animators on and illustrators. And as I'm just thinking about like my fantasy of, what could it look like to show a path through higher ed, I think there's a role for animation and for illustration, because what I was thinking about is, as you're talking about the data, like nobody really wants to read a lot of words. I know it's higher ed, but we still don't really want to read a lot of words. And I think there's a way of demonstrating and showing showing a future that that animation or illustration can do in ways that words aren't always the best at. Like, I think there's a space for words. I think there's a space for all of that. And then I think there's a space for helping to use all of the great things that are coming out in that world of animation and illustration that I hadn't even thought of till you were just talking. And, yesterday.
No, great. And to that, I think there's a part of this where we also want to be confident and cognizant of our educators, right? Who have now been caught in the both worlds at the same time. And we talk about student burnout for sure, and adoption and adaptiveness. But I think we also have to give them a bit of a head start, because most of them are, either at the very tail end or completely indoctrinated in the technologies that we're talking about. But now, if we've got an educator that's been in the space for 20 plus years, and now we're asking you to be remote, we're asking you to, figure out the right cadence of this algorithm that's going to reach and, maximize and impact not only your students, but obviously the future of your university. Now, how do we as a group or as HBCUs look at making sure that we're able to bring in our educators and obviously foster and nourish them? Because that's really been a key secret sauce to the HBCUs success story, right? Is that alumni and come back and re-educate and re-empower and reinvest in those same safe spaces. And then that's how we have these universities that's been around for 100 years, outside of the traditional, as I guess WPI or larger component of the education system, but have produced really the change of America and in the world. So with that, what are your thoughts of the way that we can bring the future of HBCUs to make sure we keep a collection of our best and brightest at these universities?
I think that we have to adjust, right? So one of the things that HBCUs are known for, of course, is, the quad or the yard, depending on where you are. And it's all about that in-person experience. If you watch, anything, TikTok, Instagram, you see like constant videos of community in person, right? So you see the band, you see all that sort of thing. And one of the things that I tried to figure out during the beginning of COVID, so we were virtual for a year and a half. This is a place that Bennett College is very rooted in place, right? We're very rooted in that experience. There's a sisterhood, right? Part of our tagline is sisterhood for life. And so I was like, oh, can you still be a Bennett Belle if you never set foot on this campus? Because for a year and a half, we weren't here. So that incoming freshwoman class that whole year, I just kept watching them virtually. Like, how's this going to work? Can you still be? And so mid-year, I saw on Instagram that they were going to be playing video games with each other. And so I was like, ooh, we're playing video games. So I invited myself. And what's important about that is because if it had been an event for the president, like everybody would have been whatever, it would have been highly organized. But I just invaded. And watching them interact, if I didn't know any better, I would have thought they had all met before. They had all been like roommates and suite mates, because they had somehow created a sisterhood online. They somehow, across all of these, geographic boundaries, in a space somewhere, they created this sisterhood. And so when they came back as sophomores, they volunteered to like lead orientation. I'm like, you didn't come here for a tour. You haven't been here for a whole year in person, but okay. And that's all really important, because they were just as steeped in Bennett history and Bennett culture and being a Bennett Belle as the students who had been on campus before. And that's important for the future of HBCUs, because if we over-index on you have to be here, everything has to happen on campus, I think we're going to lose people, both whether it's students or whether it's employees, because the world is much more hybrid. I think we have to be hybrid. And then when I think about how do you introduce that idea to employees who may not think about, so faculty and staff who may not think about, that they may not think they're very comfortable with tech, I always look for something else, because somewhere in their lives they are, right? Do you have the Chick-fil-A app? I've just learned that's a thing, right? So if you have the Chick-fil-A app and you know how to use that, then you know how to use this app over here. Like if you are willing to do all of these things in your personal life, these are all just analogous things, but on campus. So like so one day with my leadership team, I asked them, what's your favorite app and why? And how do you use it? And then we just sort of deconstructed how they use it, why they use it that way. And then I can use that when I need to talk about, okay, we're using a new technology. Oh, remember when you talked about, again, the Chick-fil-A app or whatever, the Calm app or whatever it is, that's just this, but in higher ed. And if you're willing to take time to learn this other one, this should be really easy. And the more that we can show those analogies, I think it makes it a little bit more comfortable. Everybody's not going to be there, but I think they'll be a bit more comfortable.
No, great and well said. And I do think there is a correlation between, as you say, like what we think of like in our civilian lives, right? The idea of us using these applications all the time. But a lot of time when we come to work or into play, that somehow that does not translate, right? That's a good point. Something we definitely want to put a pin in to figure out for some future things. Now, kind of speaking into the idea of the digital sense of self, right? So thinking of a lot of the value, and I think valuation of the HBCU experience is the HBCU experience, right? The idea of coming together, a lot of people, culturally and things of the components. And I know for a fact we have a lot of people in our shared spaces that work in building the virtual sense of that HBCU experience.
Yeah.
Give a shout out to say, Chana Lawson and HBCU Con. I know Hilton George and Blurred Con and HBCU Anime. And there's a myriad of people that are working in the space to make a digital sense of that, of the HBCU space. Now, what do you see for Bennett colleges as an opportunity to perhaps also look at the virtual or digital, let's say just a metaverse space by which bells can interact and appreciate not only each other, but continue their impact on the world?
I think there's an incredible opportunity to build on what already exists, right? Because I'm a fan of all those things you just listed, and make sure that there's gender equity there, because a lot of those spaces are still male. Like they're still, so I think the Bennett Bell spin is to make sure that we're bringing gender into that as well. I think that creating a space that is uniquely focused on Black women, I think is what's missing. Have I figured it out yet? No. But like I really loved, last night I was wandering around Spatial, Wakanda, and then I also went over to is it Harlem Film?
Yeah, Harlem Film House, absolutely.
I went over to the Harlem Film House and was really trying to think about and imagine how could we use this for a space for Bennett. So our librarian, she'll admit she doesn't necessarily like love or understand all the technology, but she'll purchase it and play with it. And so she created a space that a virtual library when we were virtual, and it looks a lot like, it's got a lot of elements like Spatial. I mean, it's a good virtual space. I think she's on the right path, but I think there's still more to do there. And I don't know that I have a great answer, because I want to hear from students. I actually think that students need to define the space, because what I find exciting and interesting, that may not resonate with students. And I'd rather them, so maybe my answer is students need to design it. Like students need to really have that experience. And we have a couple of grants right now where we should get some headsets. I think we're going to get Oculus Quests, hopefully too, but anyway, so, get the headsets and get students to have those experiences, because most of our students haven't even had that experience yet. 75% of our students receive Pell, half of them are from North Carolina and receive North Carolina need-based aid. 100% of our students receive some sort of financial aid. So the access to technology has to be affordable, but I also think our job is to make sure that we're making accessible opportunities to really be immersive. So yes, I know that with Spatial, for example, or this platform that our librarian used, you can use it from your laptop. But what I'm really interested in is seeing what happens when our students, put on the Oculus Quest, and like, what do they think? What do they react to? What resonates with them?
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. And to your point, and just want to quickly give a shout out to Dr. Machina Morris over at the HBCU Morehouse that we had a chance to partner with Morehouse in the Metaverse, and to be Dr. Jihan Johnson with Beatbotics. That also is like a brilliant young lady in the space of game design and parts. We'll definitely follow up with them. But the idea, though, is I think, as you say, it's a collective source of resource of us trying to use virtual reality. And, though, again, when together we can cut a mean rug in the metaverse, I think the idea is that, how do we bring Blackness in that space in an authentic and sustained way? And I think that's also been part of the possibilities, but also the opportunities there, because at the end of the day, a majority of these systems aren't designed by Black people, absolutely not taking in consideration Black women. And
That's
so
right.
the idea is that we have to empower those creators to then build that system. And so I think you're spot on in we as a source and as a community do have to, that's a solution space for us to really start working to. So good to say. Yes, ma'am. So no, we've had a lot of good stuff, and I want to be respectful of your time. Again, the great thing about you, President, well, so many things, particularly as your example, I think has been your aptitude to change. Right, a lot of times when we think of HBCUs, the idea is historic. Right, that word seems in a lot of times, and this is just myself, not as a HBCU graduate, but privileged to be, in our family of like the University of Virgin Islands and North Carolina Central and A&T. Right, we that's how our family got there. Right, we had to utilize that system for us to build and progress. But I think the idea of the historic component, is that still an opportunity amongst our HBCUs of innovating in the future of their own design and development?
I think that's why I think Afrofuturism or African futurism is the future. I mean, because the historical pieces are important. They're really, really important. And today, like I can name students who will talk about why they came to Bennett, and it's so often it's about the history. But if we get too steeped in the history and we never move from there, then as I said to people when I came here, people would always say to me that I had to save Bennett, and they would tell me all the historic reasons, but they would never talk to me about Bennett in the present or Bennett in the future. It was only ever Bennett in the past. And while that is really nice, that makes us feel, to me, that makes me say, then we're a museum piece and I should just put a glass dome over us and just preserve us as is. And, all of those things I think make us who we are today. And we need to remember them and use them as jumping off points to look to the future. And so that's why I think it's so critical to bring that Afrofuturist or African futurist lens, because it always respects the past. It always knows where we came from, knows our legacy, and says, okay, but where does that take us moving forward? And that's the thing that I think is the biggest opportunity in HBCUs right now, is to say, yep, I get all the historic things. And also, what are the new traditions, right? So maybe the new tradition is it's the virtual quad, right? It's the metaverse quad. Maybe that's the thing. And it allows more students to actually cross HBCU sort of lines. Like we don't have to, yes, you can stay within group, but also you can be like, hey, what's happening over here? In ways that you don't have to save up to drive to the other, HBCU to visit, but maybe you can do some things online. So I am very hopeful for a metaverse, for an HBCU metaverse. Maybe I'll be president of the metaverse HBCU. I just made that up.
I think that's something we can start working on right after this call, right? So that in a good way, I can see it and believe it. So I want to kind of close with just a very open-ended question. What is the future of Bennett College look like in your stewardship?
Ooh, the future of Bennett College is very bright. And the future of Bennett College is really, again, like building on the past, building on where we are today. So the president, who was president when we became a women's college, so founded in 1873, co-ed, 1926 became a women's college. And that president, his name was David Dallas Jones. His job was to look to the future. And, you know, like, how do you create a women's college when you weren't one before? And I think about, well, now is the time to say, how do we create a vibrant institution that builds on all that we've learned, and how do we do it in a way that is very much of the 21st century? So how do we position ourselves to be open to and for the future? What does that look like? That means we have to be nimble. We have to really be on the cutting and leading edge. How do we think about a place and position ourselves so that we say, we know that there will be Black women at the center of all leadership of everything, you know, in the universe moving forward. So how do we get ready to be there? And we need to be the place where when folks are interested in learning about or testing an idea that relates to anything that is Black women, come, like, think of Bennett. Think of Bennett as the place where you can test. So, you know, in the PWI space, MIT is kind of known for that, or Arizona State University. I want Bennett to be known as that place, as the place to test new ideas, to do creative thinking, because we have all flavors of Blackness. We have real nerdy girls, and then we have not so nerdy girls. And we have, you know, young women who are from the country, from the city, from, you know, to the suburbs. They're all into different things. There's not one way of thinking about a Bennett Bell, and that's the critical thing about understanding Black women. Black women, we are not a monolith. We are all flavors. We're into all different kinds of things. And so if you want to get a sense of, like, what do Black women think, come to Bennett, because you're going to get all the Black women opinions. And positioning ourselves in that way means using technology to make ourselves open and accessible to and for the future, and to and for future partnerships. So, you know, we're just going to keep going. We're going to keep developing leaders who are at, you know, the center of these important events.
Absolutely. And I think we'd be remiss not to mention the gardens at Bennett College, right? The idea that, you know, we have, you know, the blossoms of a beautiful speculative future, you know, being sown by, you know, an attendant such as yourself, you know, in stewardship, knowing that, to your point, that, you know, the brightness and the brilliance is all up ahead. So I just want to thank you. And just to say, how can we follow you, support you? How can we dance with you in the metaverse or play a game, right? How can we connect with you again, President Walsh?
Yes. So yeah. So I'm on Twitter and Instagram, Bennett Prez with an S, _ SEW. And then usually if I'm playing video games, you'll see me as Player Prez with a Z. So that's where I am in the metaverse, and I play a lot of games on Switch. So.
Absolutely, absolutely. So I know that we have a beautiful share of futures ahead. It's an appreciation, not only to get to know you, but also serve under the amazing stewardship and tutelage, to kind of shout out Kamal Sinclair and Aisha Schillingford with Intelligent Mischief, Aaron Washington, also myself, and let's see, and Kamal's brother.
Yeah.
Why am I blanking on his name right now? But I won't hold us up.
You said that, I won't remember either.
Exactly. No, all too many cool kids in our cult.
Yes.
There. Robert, there you go. Thank you.
There we go.
Yeah, and more. And so the idea of allowing us to innovate and build with you, and again see yourself as a shining star, you know, in the beacons of our HBCU universe. Let's say metaverse, right?
Metaverse. Thank you.
We'll talk it forward, and just know that the Bells and really our Black future is in solid hands. We appreciate you being part of the Black history of our future. And we'll be talking soon. Thank you, President Walsh. Again, thank you, President Walsh, president of Bennett College and the Bennett Bells of Greensboro, North Carolina, and a historically Black college and in legacy space. And so with that, we will continue. So all stay tuned and stay included for more as we celebrate Black Futures 2023 here with SUBSUME. And welcome back, everybody. Thank you so very much for being the best part of Black Futures 2023. My name is Dejan Sneed, and the founder of SUBSUME Media here in Atlanta, Georgia, where we seek to be the intersection of creativity, technology, and community, where everyone's stories can find themselves in our shared futures of tomorrow. So we are running right along with year 4, day number 3 of Black Futures 2023, and the idea of being able to share our stories and the best parts of ourselves in our own creative journeys. And so what I'm proud to offer on this particular segment of day 3 and of Black Futures is I wanted to make a space of office hours. I know for us, as a lot of creators, a lot of times we're right there, and then we need that extra nudge, that extra push, or that point of insight that either comes from speaking with someone that's been there, particularly if we can find with folks that have really reached those pinnacles in those spaces that we all aspire to be. And so for this year, I've had the privilege of reaching out in a network of folks that I've had a chance not just to know, but also to work who've impacted and the progress that we've been able to share here with SUBSUME, and wanted to share some of that here with you today. And so with that, I'm proud to go ahead and begin the very first of our office hours that we want to be interactive, and we want to offer an opportunity for you to speak directly with these industry experts in regards to your questions about the way that you can stay included in the creative industries and spaces you want to be. So up first, we're going to start our office hours with a legend, Mr. Joseph Village. Pleasure, sir. Thank you so very much.
Hello, Dedrin. Thank you for having me. Good to see you.
No, privilege. And thank you again for being kicking off the opportunity for us here with office hours at Black Futures. And so first and foremost, let us make sure we give you your flowers and appreciation up front. I'd love for you just to introduce yourself and your many spaces that you've been able to impact us creatively, particularly in our Black experience. And then we'll open it up with some questions and conversations that are already coming in. Thank you.
All right, sounds good. So I am an editorial director, writer, and IP manager. This year is the 30th anniversary of my start in the comic book and graphic novel and publishing industries. I started at Milestone Media in 1993. Milestone Media was the first Black-owned publisher to have a publishing and distribution deal with an industry giant, which was DC Comics. Among the many characters that they created, one of which is Static, who is a globally known character through the animated series Static Shock and other cartoons such as Young Justice. I went from Milestone to DC Comics, where I broke the color barrier by becoming the first editor of color in the Batman editorial department. During that time, we worked on some really amazing initiatives, one of which was No Man's Land, which was a 1-year-long publishing event. Next was the Y2K relaunch of the entire Batman line. During that time, we brought more creators of color to Gotham. We introduced Cassandra Cain, the first Batgirl of color, still very much a beloved character to this day, has a lot of fans, star of the Batgirl series. From there, I would go to Watson Guptill Publications, which was owned by Billboard, and some of the art books that I helped develop there would be How to Draw Hip Hop by Damian Scott, How to Draw Noir Comics by Sean Martinborough, and Cartooning by Kyle Baker. I came back to the industry. I went back and forth through publishing, learned about book production and packaging, which is crucial. I started writing a Black History Month column for CBR called The Color Barrier, which became a weekly column called The Mission, which led to me working at Lion Forge and launching Catalyst Prime, which was a multicultural, truly diverse superhero universe that was the 21st century milestone. And since then, latest has been serving as executive editor at Heavy Metal. And I have written a variety of graphic novels, including MPLS Sound, which is historical fiction taking place in the 80s and starring Prince, and launching a series of children's graphic novels in Simon & Schuster called Judge Kim and the Kim's Court. And so right now, part of what I do is, in addition to writing and being an editorial director, I work with a lot of clients to help them make their stories better, their pitches better, and their careers better through proper management of their original ideas.
Well, just an amazing legacy already that, as you say, is continuing and thriving. So congratulations, and we do appreciate you for that and these examples.
Thank you so much.
In other words, any one of those would have been a career that you could have just said, you know what, I'm good. But now, and you continue on with them forward again as a great example. So I want to get right into a couple of questions. The idea, of course, of there's so many things that I feel like you're already more than qualified to answer. So I'll just bring some things in, and in between the time, I would love to kind of talk about where we're seeing the Black comic or independent comic experience, from your great purview, and again, what are some tips and spaces that we can all look to make sure our stories continue to be shared. I've got a question here from Tony Cade here in Atlanta, Georgia. Challenges, gains, and comics. Definitely a stalwart supporter of our indie comic experience and space.
Definitely.
And
We're
creators.
very thankful to Tony.
Oh, absolutely. And so Tony's got a question here. How can creators get their creations mainstream without giving up the rights? Right. So that seems to be
yeah, it's an interesting question. So it depends on our definition of mainstream, right? I think we have to expand that because what's happening with the Black comics movement is mainstream. Understand that we are going to see and are continuing to see multimedia endeavors based off of these things. We have Bitter Root by, Sanford Green, David F. Walker, Chuck Brown. That's going to be a film. Who are some of the people behind that? Ryan Coogler, right? Legendary Entertainment. We have Ianu, Child of Wonder by Roye Coupe of Unique Studios. Where are you going to see that? You're going to see that on Cartoon Network, HBO Max, co-produced by Lion Forge Animation. Those examples that I just posed are creator owned. Those are mainstream. I feel that we're already in the mainstream. Our definition of the mainstream has to expand. It is more than the 5 top publishers in the direct market, right? So I think our definition has to expand. Maintaining our rights is crucial. There are situations where if you want to engage other publishers, because due to their relationships with movie studios, they can act as force multipliers, then in situations like that, there will usually be 50-50 splits. Anything worse than a 50-50 split, do not take, right? And so we really have to think about what are the force multipliers? What is the value system of engaging with a publishing and distribution partner? And if that value is not commensurate with our needs, and we can be the mechanism to get our stories out into the world, let's do that. And one of the things that helps is crowdfunding. Kickstarter has turned out to be one of the great equalizers of the comic book industry. And you look at a variety of creators that have used Kickstarter to be able to build their empires. Roye Coupe, yourself, Greg Anderson Alessi, C. Spike Trotman, TJ Sterling. There are so many people. And so I would say you can be in the mainstream, maintain your rights, because we're already there.
Great. No, I appreciate it. No, it's a great insight. And I think that is something. And thank you, Tony, for the question. I'll take it down. And we'll queue up the next few. Thank you. I think there is an interpretation of what mainstream is as far as like exposure and experience, particularly where we are here in our digital age, right? The idea is as creators, me here from Atlanta and you from your space, like we can influence the world with our story and narratives if there's a particular set of quality, accessibility, and resources, of course, that rival, if not surpass, a majority of the spaces that we see our traditional model not working or again having to shift. And so I think someone on another call said it as, we're the nimble speedboats, trying to aspire to be the Titanic, but we're trying to change. We can change direction at whim, but where they can try to meet the community where it needs to be takes a lot more concerted effort. So we should be appreciative of our ability to shift and change and really compete in a brand new and a unique way that simply a lot of those spaces cannot.
Agreed 100%. And the triangle that you posed of quality, accessibility, and resources, right? Quality, your stories, your product have to be top level. Accessibility, the means to get to your audience through technology and organizations that are force multipliers. Resources, what do you have in terms of monies, in terms of a network of support, in terms of allies, in terms of employees? or subcontractors. And in terms of competing, I'd like to challenge that in what I consider a good way, which is when different organizations and parties are competing, they're all trying to get the same finite market. If you create something so unique that it is immediately distinguishable from anyone else out there, you command your own lane. And then if anyone else wants a piece of your lane, then that's a different conversation. But you have so many people who want to compete with Marvel and DC. And I'll remember something that Dinesh Shamdasani, former owner of Valiant and now the owner of Bad Idea, said to me, which I never forgot, which is the way to beat Marvel and DC is to not try to beat Marvel and DC. Trying to beat them is a surefire recipe for failure. Don't try to beat them. Do something so original, make it the best that it can be, that they will look at you and they will want a piece of your action, because what you're doing will be elusive to them.
That's great. And I think that's a very astute and poignant clarification that a lot of times for us that I think we get lost in that translation is that we already have a value proposition in just our existence and in the spaces that we already create. And to that
100%.
Yeah, that's where we, and again, I feel like that's something that we just cannot overstate on this particular space, but on this particular point as well. So I mean, there's likewise in concurrence there. So let's bring up another question, and then we'll keep it going. And again, thank you all so much for your active participation here. And so we have another astute person here in our space. Author extraordinary Robert Jeffrey II asks, where would you recommend that a professional writer with a multitude of experience freelance writing look to get an agent? So the idea of looking at getting that more formalized, and well, again, with all of us in agreement of what was just said, how do we make that next step in a career? Because there is a component of that that I can understand may be needed for other opportunities to flourish.
Absolutely. And, congratulations to Mr. Jeffrey, who's really one of the more prolific writers of the Black comics movement. And so I would say there's multiple parts to that. One is, if you're invited to operate in an entertainment or publishing space that is different from yours. So let's say you've been dealing with periodical comic books and a trade book publisher is interested in you doing a graphic novel. Let's say that you spent a few years creating a series of graphic novels and a publisher or a studio would like to talk to you about some kind of a deal that will take your operation to the next level. That's when you get the agent, right? You get the agent when you are invited in higher stakes environments that can be force multipliers. And you have to be honest with yourself. You have to be able to say, I don't understand that, right? I don't understand all the nuances of how it works. I need someone to guide me through the labyrinth of that, right? And the thing is, a number of people will think about agents as, well, that's someone getting 15% of what I get. 85% of a good deal is better than 100% of vapor. That's just the fact, right? That person is providing a service to galvanize your career. If you find the right person, they will be interested in you. They will want to see you win. It will not just be about money to them. It will be part of what their mission is. And so at that is the point. When you are invited to a new stratosphere, that is when you have to find an agent.
Absolutely. Now, and again, I think that's a great point of clarification. And thank you again, Robert, for the question. Therein, as far as looking at professional and business development, maybe that's something, and I want to speak to that because it's an opportunity and transparency where I reached out to you in a space of wanting to better invest and involved in what SUBSUME is and what it could be. What are some of the steps, or I won't say some of the steps, but I think what is some of that mind share that we as independent creators need to talk about in building infrastructure? I think that's also something that, again, we was thinking of that triangulation of, what it takes to get there. I feel like there might be a misnomer that we can do it all by ourselves, right? Because I think it is a Black experience of many things in America. Of we've got to make our own thing, but a lot of times I feel like as creators, we do sometimes get in our own way of thinking that we have to do all those hats, and I'm guilty of that for sure. What's the idea of seeking that additional space of support, of whether that's as a consultancy such as yourself, or I guess to say trying to look at the signs of which we need to reach out proactively to help build that infrastructure for wherever you are in the creative space.
Sure. So there are different aspects to that. I think the first thing is, I believe part of the reason some people try to do it themselves is because they misunderstand the examples they see in our society. And they believe that the people who represent their North Stars, their idols, whom they admire, they believe that those are self made individuals. There is no such thing as a self made individual. Every individual had mentors, advocates, guides, even enemies. A nemesis can teach you something very important that if you know how to learn from it, take it to the next level, right? To this point, I highly recommend everybody read the Will Smith autobiography. I highly recommend reading that. So then understanding when it is the time for you to seek out counsel. I would say that depends on if you have a clear visualization of what you want to achieve. If you know where you want to be in 2 years, in 5 years, in 10 years, do you have a mindset that is about generational wealth? So when you have clear understanding of your goals and your benchmarks, that's when you have to seek out the people that can help you magnify your efforts to get there. Another thing to that point is, and this is a really tricky one, you mentioned a term value proposition, which is at the core of every business. Part of value proposition is the individual, right? How the individual is as a human being in the world, how they are as a professional in the world, what kind of laser focus that they have. And so when you're paying not only for skills, but you're paying for experience, reputation, perspective, there are going to be, economic values to that. And you have to decide how bad do you want what you want? And is that investment worth it to get it, right? Quality speaks for itself. Quality does not need to convince you. Quality is self-convincing, and you have to decide what you want to engage and how far you want to go, as a business, as an entrepreneur.
Well said, and I appreciate that component, because I feel like that is something. I also talk in counsel with other folks. Is the idea is that I can be a singular entity and get from point A to point B without interruption, without interference, and it will be exactly on the other side what I expect. And to your point, I think that's something that for all the information, all the data that is the contrary of that I feel like particularly in our space that we see that. So we do look at your point as a North Star. This person did it this way, so this is the way. And to kind of show in transparency that we do have to understand that it's going to take a lot of help, a lot of relationships, even to get started, let alone get to those spaces that you aspire to be. And it's not that it's not available or accessible, but that's where we want to show creatives that it does start with a bit of that hubris of understanding that you're going to need help, right? And more that you invest and involve that help early and often, particularly of quality and of value, that creative journey that we speak of gets that much easier. And so that's,
Yes.
I think, a great point to bring in. So let us talk, if you may. And again, I think we have some other questions coming in, but I'll follow up with
Sure.
this. The idea of intellectual property and acquisitions, right? I know that's something that even for myself, is not fully understood. We hear, let's say, for example, we have an intellectual property and it gets acquired. It gets that idea of it being acquired. A lot of times it being acquired doesn't mean that it gets made, right? So what's the space from I guess to say, in this contemporary space where we see a lot of our people, and I think a lot of people in general, like rights and acquisitions are being acquired. Does that mean that more of our work is actually getting made or being noticed? What's your take on this on this particular phenomenon when we see this?
So when we see more acquisitions, and that's the world that we're in now, where you have more of the bigger companies swallowing up some of the smaller companies. Sometimes they call it a merger, but in reality, it's one entity's identity dominating another entity's identity, right? So, recently, there was a failed attempt for Penguin Random House and Simon and Schuster to merge. If those two houses had merged, that would have reduced the negotiating power of various authors, because there would have been one fewer publishing company for you to be able to say, or your agent to be able to say, well, we will take it over there, and that could lead to a bidding war. So when we see all these acquisitions, we should be concerned about what that means for the future of entertainment and the future of our endeavors. On the other hand, to speak to something that you said earlier, the larger the organization, the harder it is to change course, the harder it is to pivot. Smaller organizations, it's physics, like smaller creatures. They can turn faster, they can adopt faster. A company made up of 5 people can engage the metaverse faster than a company made up of 7,000 people, right? And so it's always important to be able to explore the opportunities within chaos. Chaos always presents opportunities. And first, we have to recognize the chaos and say, okay, let me just take a day, or let me talk with some people that I trust their opinions. And let me take 2 weeks and let me find out what are the opportunities within this chaos, and which of those opportunities, singular or plural, can I apply to my organization to grow.
Well said, well said. And I want to also clarify another word as we kind of get things going. So to your point, I think it is just such an advantage for startups and kind of that startup culture, which again I think is the adoption space of where we should look at ourselves. As Black indie creators, whether
Yes.
that's in comics, media, animation, technology, what have you. I'm always of that idea of startup culture. Really, I mean, it's built so much of what we all look and aspire to right now. So I think there's a lot of lessons and opportunities in that space. To that, I want to clarify a point of acquisitions in large companies and the idea of options, right? So we see that word as well, particularly here
Yes.
now. And, we hear but the idea is that things get optioned. What does an
Yes.
option mean in the current state? If we just think of it strictly from the IP standpoint, or feel free to elaborate.
Sure. So an option, you're given a certain amount of money, and despite what we may think based on where we read all these things, it won't necessarily be a big amount, and it's certainly quite finite. So institution, party, studio presents a certain amount of money to you for a limited amount of time to be able to take your IP and make it a product through their organization, whether, movie, streaming, things like that. Now, when that happens, you cannot engage any other party with it, right? So when you think about strategic advantages, the strategic advantage is that depending on which party it's with, there will be coverage of that in important outlets or well-known outlets that will give you visibility. And once you have an enhanced visibility, how do you seize that moment? Which means you have to be prepared for when that moment is going to come. And when it comes, you have to be able to seize it, right? Now, one of the things that happens with options that a lot of people don't talk about is options turnaround, right? So a studio could have your option for 2 years. nothing gets made from it, and then another studio wants to option it. Okay, that's fine. But what you have to think about is every time it changes hands, you're talking about a diminishing value over time. So when you think about what organizations, what studios you allow to option your IP, do your due diligence, check their track record, and maybe check IP optioned versus product manifested, right? Check the percentage, and that can help you make an informed decision. Is this a good partner? Is this a partner that I feel will lead to growth, mutual benefit growth, right? So when it's presented to you immediately, it really sounds sexy and you feel validated. After you go through that initial emotional rush, you need to really do an assessment to determine if this is the right partnership for you.
Oh, great. And I appreciate that. That's a great understanding and I think really clarification, because we see that word, and particularly, acquisitions, I think we all can kind of understand, but more through the personal space of independent comics. Like you say, just because it says option means that in 2 years we're going to see your show on some large streaming network. And I think that's also another point of clarification we try to make, that the good work will obviously get that attention, but then if you don't have the resources, we're kind of in our triangle, to make and push it forward, or again, the relationships of advocates that say, okay, we're going to help that push be lighter on you, then we see it. And again, not in a very similar sense, right? The idea of De La Soul, right? And rest in peace to True Goy and Plug 2.
Yes. Yes.
The idea of, one of the seminal groups of our time, period, right? And the fact that for 20 years, their rights, has been in this litigation space so long, from really the really golden age of hip hop to right now, that they didn't have control over their own music or any say so in that space. So I think it's like a very poignant understanding of just because it's there doesn't mean it gets to where you need it to be, obviously, as you as a creator. And so
100%. And to your point, really looking at how the RZA handled his business from the way back and had the publishing rights, and recently sold 50% of the publishing rights, for the whole enchilada for a sizable sum, right? And when Wu-Tang Clan launched in 1993, you can't predict the future, but you can have faith in yourself and what you're going to produce. And so you have to think with a future mindset in the present.
Absolutely. No, it's well said. I had another question come in. I think Tony is back for another round, and I appreciate that. Let's see here. So we have Tony Kate again. There's a marketing firm that specializes in promoting indie comics. And most creators won't invest in their products, but they're afraid of wasting money that could be in creating better products. So I think if I can understand or extrapolate, is there a space for that is a value add? It's a value add, but I guess to say, is there a marketing firm or some experts that maybe or understand that specialize in indie comics? Is that a thing? And then I think a part two is that resource part. We only have so much, particularly as indie comics, that we have. Would it be better in trying to market out a product or create a better product?
No, it makes perfect sense. So in terms of marketing firms, what I see that is most closely adjacent to the comic book industry are individuals who have their own marketing and PR firms, and they provide various packages. One of the things I've noticed in the last few years is that a number of the newer marketing and PR people used to work at big houses like an Oni Press or a different publisher, maybe a Boom or a Dark Horse. So you're finding this entrepreneurial spirit is not just happening in the creative space, it's also happening in the marketing PR space, which is absolutely crucial to operational growth and greater exposure. And again, that's going to be a relationship that part of it is going to be money, but part of it is going to be, does that person believe in what you have and in you And if they believe in you, then they become a partner. And I mean like a partner in spirit. I'm not necessarily talking about any equity in your operation, just to be clear, but they become a partner in seeing you grow, right? So that answers question number one. Let's talk about question number two. Is it better to market what you have or create more? It's better to market what you have, because if you say have three things, right? And you have a marketing budget, but if you choose not to use it for marketing, then you'll have five things. So then, as opposed to having three things that have their awareness increased by 300%, you have five things that have marginal awareness. So it's not wasting money to get marketing. It's wasting money to get bad marketing, just like it's wasting money to create bad product. So there's that. One example that I would like to pose is, I really think about, there's this dichotomy happening in the Black indie space, and we'll just say the comic book space, because again, the Black comics movement is a mainstream movement. So there's usually these two different approaches to ideas. One is, I have one character, and that one character I'm going to put all my energy in. And the other one is, I'm going to create a universe, and the universes have different sizes. You have to be very careful, because focus is something that's very important. I really think a lot about Todd McFarlane, one of the founders of Image. Todd McFarlane's goal was to make Spawn a household name, and he did that. There were things done with Spawn that were not done with any independently owned and created intellectual property before him. Spawn allowed him to basically fund Todd McFarlane toys. Spawn got an HBO cartoon in less than, I think, 5 years of publication, and a high quality cartoon. When you look at a lot of the other Image founders, they did not achieve the same level of continual growth success that Todd McFarlane did with Spawn. Spawn ended up in the Guinness Book of World Records because it was truly the top uninterrupted in publication in number comic book. Obviously, you have all these other books that went past 300, but they always change the numbering because, oh, let's start again. Retailers love number ones. Who wants 256? There's a value in going to 300 and going beyond. So I think we have to be very careful about how we want to handle our ideas. Do we want to deal with incremental growth, or do we want to put the whole thing out there at once? There are risks and rewards to both.
Oh, great. Thank you so very much. And thank you again, Tony, for another great question and point of clarification. I do think that, to your point, I think it goes right back to the idea of investing in yourself, right? And as you said, kind of in the RZA's opportunity of being able to bet on yourself, that in, you know,
Yes.
you invest in these things, in these components, that it will pay off. It's not an immediate payoff, rarely ever is. But the idea is that by setting that stake in the ground, that you've got a reference point for your work that you can always go back to. But as you say, having a vision of something intentional, I think also speaks to a point and a destination that you can show others that you can get to, and then you all being able to go there at the same time. And
Yes.
so, yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you. I want to got some great questions coming in, so let us continue it going on here. So, Seth, Adrian, Romo, and thanks again for views and the questions, everybody. So, thoughts on a 5 versus 6 arc story arc. Again, the idea of creating 5 individual comics, I'm going to take it, versus 6 to comprise into a graphic novel opportunity. Also, as creators should try for anthologies or one big story. And again, we have someone here trying to figure out the best approach in trying to enter the creative field. Thanks, Seth.
Sure. So between 5 issues and 6 issues, I don't think there's one answer that's better or the other. Both of them make for a good size collected edition. Now, what happens, obviously, 6 issues, that's a higher price point. but we know that Image Comics, one of the top publishers in the direct market, they love 6-issue arcs. We know that various publishers love 5-issue arcs, because part of what happens is the more issues that you have, there's expected to be sales attrition unless you can somehow maintain or somehow grow it. So I feel like 5 is a safer bet if you're going to do it in the periodical form first. Should new creators try for anthologies or one big story? It's interesting because on one end, there's this feeling that in the comic book stores, anthologies do not sell as well. However, where anthologies do show growth is crowdfunding. There are so many anthologies in crowdfunding, right? But let's say you want to go the mainstream route. An anthology is a great opportunity, because also for you as a creator, you need to be able to walk before you can run. I assume everyone's gone through the crawl process, right? But let's say you get an opportunity to do an 8-page flash story. Make that the best 8-page flash story that you can possibly make it. And then one day you may get to do a 22-page Green Arrow story. And then you have more room to flex. And you say, okay, I'm going to make that the best 22-page Green Arrow story. I can make it. Bitterroot, again, that was mentioned before. They did a great thing where in between volumes, they had anthologies, and different creators were able to come and kind of lend their expertise and help flesh out the Bitterroot universe. So short stories are great. It's always just making it the best experience that you can make it. And don't think about things as limitations. Think about things as strengths. 8 pages is not a limitation for a good writer. 8 pages is an eternity for a good writer. A number of us grew up on comic strips that were 4 panels and told a complete story. You have 8 pages, that's an eternity.
Absolutely. No, thank you so very much for those points and those clarifications. And then agree with Nicole, again, having a note of having us terrible to have a great product nobody knows about, right? So we do have to invest in our renewed spaces in there. And again, Seth,
100%.
Absolutely. And thank you for that. And Seth, appreciate that conversation. Definitely stay included with us. And again, good luck as you approach our share space in these creative fields. We'll see you out here in these creative streets for sure. All right. So another question coming in from Superpower Enterprises. Thank you for the information. And talking about publishing new content such as superhero properties and packaging that with an appropriate publisher for this type of storytelling. So superheroes, have been deconstructed and reconstructed over the past decade or so, very much more into the, well past the comic page and really in a real renewed space. So I'd love to get your insights on this question here.
Sure. So for one thing, and this is my opinion, different ideas have different mileage for different people. As an independent creator, I wouldn't make superhero stories. And you're talking about someone who spent quite a bit of time in the superhero space, but I've also been at heavy metal, which is an anti-superhero space. Not anti as against, but anti is that's not one of the genres that is the expertise of heavy metal. When people think about superheroes, they tend to think about 2 companies, Marvel and DC. If you make something that's superhero, the general public will immediately feel like you are in competition with those 2 companies. I think it would be more advantageous for us to think of hero properties, right? Because heroes in any genre are superheroic, right? I mean, Lord of the Rings, Ianu, Child of Wonder, The Expanse, Star Wars. Star Wars is science fantasy, right? But it's not superheroes. But Star Wars is probably one of the 2 most influential IP universes on this planet. And that is not without exaggeration, right? And so I think we want to think about hero properties. So we don't limit ourselves to superheroes. So that's one, because hero allows us to go across every genre possible. So now let's talk about packaging with the appropriate publisher. You need to pick the publishers that you feel are best for your stories. And then once you have the packaging done, then figure out the way to engage them. It's very important to pick a compatible publisher. Don't pick the publisher that has the kind of exposure that you want, but a publishing deal you don't like. Don't pick a publisher that, because they have a good presence in comic book stores, you want to align with them, even though you have no evidence that what you're making and what they publish are the same, right? So I would say really think about that. And again, explore crowdfunding. You know, Kickstarter, I cannot overstate how Kickstarter has been a force multiplier for the Black comics movement in the last 7 years, right? And while that will involve having an infrastructure that can deal with all these different things, there's an exchange, right? Crowdfunding puts you in direct contact with your community. Once you have one successful book crowdfunded, you have a mailing list. That mailing list, those are the people that you can give a preview announcement of your next project. And it allows you to totally control the destiny of your product, right? Once you align with another publisher, you need to know what that publisher is capable of, or else your story may die on the vine.
And I think that, you know, is absolutely appropriate, but to the tragedy of so many of our great creators, I think that miss that key component in starting that in, is that we have brilliant ideas, to your point, that based on the way that we try to set ourselves up, never get the nourishment to really blossom, you know, to grow that fruit. And to your point, I feel like we burn through so many creators just trying to get through that particular component. So no, great,
Yes.
great segue and a great point there. Thank you so much. And let's see, I thought we had another question in. I see Player Prez. This is a note, the idea of creating an HBCU kind of space in this intellectual property. Now, I may want to take a look at this, because there's a way that we see for IP and other brands to kind of come into these spaces. Like, this is not, you know, anything groundbreaking, but the idea of brands coming to, let's just say, the Black independent comic space. I think, for my example, I worked at Lexus in their international marketing department, and during the original Black Panther, we comprised a just off the whim Black comic called Black Panther Heart of, I think it's Heart of a Champion, or the idea was a Lexus car being put into.
Yes, I remember that.
Absolutely. Chuck Brown got one of his first starts on that particular book. And but to that point, with President Walsh of Bennett College, the idea of creating universes where we have brands now that want to come into our Black comic space, or again want to build their own spaces in here. What's an ideation of looking outside of maybe ourselves for brands or already existing IPs to partner as independent comics or independent creators?
Well, first off, I think this is a brilliant idea that's being put forth here, because when you're talking about creating a universe, you're creating an ecosystem, you're creating a hyper real community. So when you talk about the HBCUs, each HBCU has a particular philosophy, a particular culture. That culture, whatever their promise to the world is, that is the underpinning idea, that is the underpinning philosophy of how they will build their particular HBCU verse, right? So what would the Howard universe look like, right? Think about these things. And so something like that could be part of the ecosystem of students throughout a 4-year journey. It could be an ecosystem that extends to alumni, and it would be something that, number one, each university could have their own and own it as an intellectual property. Down the line, the HBCUs could come together and create this satellite network. And then what you have is HBCU multiverse. And that multiverse engages with the metaverse and figures out ways to bend artificial intelligence to its will. Now you're really talking. Now it's not about, I want to do something with Marvel Comics. It's, we're creating something that Marvel cannot create. And in fact, there is a program called Marvel University. And it can't be what we're talking about here. But just think about that, how this large company owned by a mammoth corporation takes the word university and applies it to a program, because ideas and education, when you interweave those things, you're talking about great power. You're talking about a great force multiplier for education, and you're talking about using education as a great force multiplier to communicate ideas through characters, right? So I think this is a very exciting idea, and I would love to see it come into fruition. I think that's really exciting to me. That's more exciting to me than I'm going to create another superhero universe to compete with Marvel Comics.
The great, absolutely, and you know, President Bennett, President Walsh over at Bennett Colleges is an amazing innovator, and to that, on both ends, I think I got to have y'all stick around for something that fits right into that space. So we'll talk to Temporal 10th here in a little bit. Then, so to that, we'll all do this together. So, you know, again, amazing. And
I'm up for that. I'm up for that.
We'll make that connection.
That's an
for
amazing
sure.
idea.
Absolutely,
That's
absolutely.
an amazing idea. Like, you know, when you hear something that just kind of like gets neurons firing, like
Right.
my neurons are firing. I love that idea.
All right, perfect. All right, so we'll look here to kind of close our office hours here. Just want to give out like a final synopsis of a lot of great questions and great community participation, which is exactly what we want here in this space. You know, for us, Joe, kind of again, you're a legacy. You're one of our living legends here in this space. You know, where do you see the future? And appreciate you. And so, really, again, not just for comics, but for IP. If there is kind of some parting wisdom that you like to impart to us as far as what we as independent creators, no matter our strike, whether it's comics, games, animation, film, what is something that we all should be, you know, we can consider as we look for ways to expand ourselves, and of course, look to continue building a relationship with experts like yourself.
So number one, thank you for having me, and thank you for what you've done with SUBSUME. Congratulations on your 4-year anniversary. So I think there's a number of things. Number one, we need to think about our ideas as a component of a generational wealth plan. We use the term intellectual properties. Let's think about our intellectual properties the same way we think about real estate as properties, and how real estate can appreciate in value, how it's an investment with value that can keep bringing you passive income that you can pass on to your children or allies who you trust to carry the baton, you know, when your time ends for whatever reason. So let's think about our IPs in that way. Let's not think the short game, which is, oh, I want my Netflix series in 4 years. Let's think about the long game, where we want our ideas to be part of culture when we're gone, right? So there's that. Let's really also consider that comic books are as much of a business as orange juice, music, and fashion. Let's treat it with the same level of seriousness, despite our high affection childhood or teenage nostalgia for it. Let's recognize it as a business, and let's always be willing to engage the kind of counsel that will help us grow. I feel like society has led us to believe that asking for help is a weakness, and it's actually a true sign of strength. It is a true sign of strength to be able to ask people who have achieved what you want to achieve or who have knowledge that will value you, how can I? And end the sentence however it applies to you.
No, absolutely appreciate you and that response. And I think that really just a cadence I want to continue on with this is that it is okay to ask for help, whether that's business help, whether that's mental help, whether that's financial help. I think that is something, particularly in our Black community, I want to see more of. And I think that nurturing and recompense is there, but I think we do have to more humanize the way that we take those as opportunities for us to grow and really to be here, right? And so the action of doing that really is what will make a Black future, of our creative space that sees these IPs as long-term and sustainable spaces. So we're very thankful for you being, a vanguard of that. And again, just want to close out by asking, how can we continue to connect with you and your expertise as we go ahead and close this first part? Thank you so very much. Thank you, Mark.
Oh, you're welcome. So my website is josephillidge.com, josephillidge.com. There you can learn more about me and different services that I provide for clients. In terms of social media, you can find me on Twitter at Joseph P. Illidge, like the Chiron there. And on Facebook, it's Joe Illidge. On Instagram, it is Illmaster1, because I wanted to shake it up a little bit. But suffice it to say, I'm very easy to find. And it's really, for me, a personal and career mission to help elevate creators and their ideas the same way that the Milestone founders did that for me in 1993 when they gave a young guy a shot to be part of a movement that would change the world.
Thank you. And, legacy work that continues on through you, and we appreciate you for that. So with that, Joe, I want to turn the rest of your Sunday. But again, thank you so much for being a fantastic part of Black Futures 2023. I'm sure we'll be speaking again soon.
You got it. Have a good day. Thank you so much.
Take care. Thank you so very much. Again, ladies and gentlemen, Joseph Illidge coming in here for our very first office hours as we continue onward. Here, we're going to reset here for just the next couple of minutes, where we'll be bringing in our second of three experts. We'll look to kind of speak about intellectual properties and continuing that, but from the legal perspective. So with that, we'll be joined very shortly by attorney LaDawn Jones and her practice of how you can protect and build your intellectual property empire. So with that, we'll level set here for just the next couple of minutes, and we'll be right back. So please stay tuned and stay included with us here at SUBSUME Summit Black Futures 2023. Thank you so very much, and we appreciate you continuing to be the best part of SUBSUME Summit Black Futures 2023. This is Dejan Sneed, founder of SUBSUME here in Atlanta, Georgia, and I appreciate you all being a part of year 4 of Black Futures. And of course, SUBSUME's the intersection of creativity, technology, and community. We're looking to be the platform and the space for the exceptional Black fantastic to be appreciated and find itself in the futures of tomorrow. So everyone can stay included in the dreams and the spaces that they want to be. And so this is hour number 2 of our office hours here. And really, again, wanted to avail some of the experts that we at SUBSUME lend on to for us to be able to be in the spaces that we want to be. We just finished a great conversation with Joseph Illich of Milestone, DC, heavy metal, and amazing spaces of intellectual property design and development and the business practice of the sense. But we also wanted to make sure legally that the spaces that we want to be in are protected, that our ideas and the valuation of our culture finds a way to be succinctly and individually ours. And so for our works, we want to bring in a resident expert that I've turned into time and time again. So with that, we'll call Attorney LaDawn Jones to the stage. A pleasure. Thank you so very much. And I appreciate you here on a Sunday on office hours to come in and be a part of us. Thank you. How are you doing today?
I'm doing good. Thank you for having me, Dedrin.
Pleasure as always. Thank you so very much. So with that, I would love for you just to introduce yourself, as we want to make sure we give everyone their proper qualifications and flowers up front. And then we'll get to it. The idea of us talking about intellectual property, copyright, and business law in the sense of us as independent creators. How do we protect our dreams in the legal sense of the terms? Thank you so much.
Absolutely. So sure, I'll be happy to introduce myself because I'm sure all of your viewers are like, who is this 17-year-old that he is calling an expert attorney, right? So my name is LaDawn Blackett Jones. I am the owner and operator of the LBJ Law Group. I have been practicing law for almost 20 years now. Started my career as a prosecutor with the Fulton County District Attorney's Office. It was my dream job. I got to litigate cases, protect our community, help our community, make sure that there were opportunities for our community to learn and grow. I left there as a chief senior district attorney, where I then opened my own practice, the LBJ Law Group. Now, the early years of my practice, I did a little bit of everything, which I'm glad because it helps me help my clients. So from criminal to family to trust and estates, contract law, I kind of covered it all. But I found a love, which sparked in law school, for intellectual property law. And at the time, I had a couple of clients come to me and say, hey, can you handle this? I said, sure, I could do that, right? And truly fell in love with the subject area. And so now I've been practicing trademark law for over 8 years. And I've been doing it exclusively for the last 3 years. Now, in between that time, I also served as a member of the Georgia General Assembly, where I was a lawmaker. I spent 2 terms up there serving the Southwest Atlanta East Point College Park community, for those of you all who are in Atlanta. And then I left there to serve as the first city solicitor to a city that I helped to charter. That's the city of South Fulton, which is just south of Atlanta. And I currently serve as the city of South Fulton pro tem magistrate, municipal court judge. So I've had an opportunity to understand the law as a litigator, as a prosecutor, on the civil side, on the criminal side. And if we have time to talk about it later, I've also experienced it as both a victim and an accused defendant, all of the above. So it gives me a full idea of, and I was, of course, not liable for anything that I was accused of. It gave me a good idea. It's really how to practice law, how to protect my clients, how to build a case, how to defend a case, because I've had an opportunity to serve in every capacity of the courtroom.
Thank you so very much. Of course, it's such an esteemed career. Again, I know you were a young prodigy as you came into law. And again, I've had the privilege to work with you on several components here now. And thank you for availing yourself in time here. And so, of course, for us at SUBSUME, the idea not only for our own intellectual property and programs that is pretty vast, but the idea is that, we want to just kind of start here with a very simple space of terminology where a majority of our folks work in independent media, such as comics, games, and animation, and really have a lot of questions, as we just saw earlier, around ideas. And what is my idea worth? Well, how can I protect it? How can I make sure when I'm entering in deals that I have the most protection for my ideas and rights as possible? So I'd love to kind of open it up as we bring some questions in of just a very simple, but I think very considerate thing. What is a trademark? Just
Absolutely.
100%.
Yes, and I'm looking forward to hearing some of the questions. So you guys ask away to help direct me in what you all are interested in. So let me take even a step back further than that, and let's talk about the overall umbrella of intellectual property. There are three main areas of intellectual property, and two which are probably be of most interest to your viewers, which are trademarks and copyrights. The third main type of intellectual property are patents. So what's the difference between each one of those? So a trademark is a brand identifier. It can be a slogan, a word, a logo, a design, or some type of combination of those that helps to identify someone's businesses or its goods and services for its customers, and to distinguish those goods and services from other people. So a trademark is your brand identifier. The entire purpose and the history of trademarks with our United States Congress was to encourage people to sell stuff, right? They said, well, people are not going to get out here and start selling stuff just so that Johnny on the block can come over and just steal the idea and take all the money, right? Particularly in this capitalistic society that we were in, right? So the man that had the money could come in and buy out the little guy. And while that still happens, it can't be done by them pretending to be them, stealing their name and stealing their customers. So keep that in mind when you think of a trademark is a brand identifier. Now, a copyright, which is another type of intellectual property, protects works of art. So again, the goal was to encourage people to be creative, but not necessarily to make money, right? So copyrights aren't necessarily, while it may help you to protect your finances, it wasn't to encourage commerce, it was to encourage creativity. So if you draw something, paint something, create a dance, create a design, right? You can create something that is, you can place in tangible form. So original works of art placed in tangible form. So if I pick up my paper right now and I scribble all over it, while nobody may not want to buy it, that is my work of art placed in a tangible form. If Dedrick just busts out in a rap right here, right, on this recording, right, and he's freestyling, those are his words, which are a work of art that have been put into the tangible form of this recorded video, right? So that is a copyright. Now, a patent protects ideas. The purpose of patents are to protect new and useful ideas. Patent law requires an additional level of a bar exam. It requires some science and technology along with it, because you have to show the United States Patent and Trademark Office that not only do you have an idea, but it is different from any idea that's been out there before. So if you create a different way for a latch to come on, a different way to make a hat stay on a head, right? Not just a different design of the hat, which there are design patents, longer story, but the way to make that hat stay on can be protected by a patent if you can show that it is new and useful. So each of these things are monitored by the federal government, copyright by the United States Copyright Office, trademarks and patents by the United States Patent and Trademark Office. Both of those governments, departments have so many resources on their website. So please, if you're interested, as your first place to study, don't Google. You either want to go to the copyright.gov or you want to go to the uspto.gov. Both of those, they have videos, they have informational, they have links, they have all types of things that are super helpful for someone who is just starting out and has some follow-up questions on what do I do next. But I'm gonna tell y'all all right now, so you don't even have to worry about it, okay? All right, so that's where we start. Now, to answer your question, Dedrick, what is a trademark? Seriously, now let's talk about it in a more common sense. We see trademarks everywhere we go, right? Everywhere you see that little TM or that R in a circle, that means trademark applied for, or R means it has been registered. That is a trademark that someone is trying to protect. Now, there are common law trademarks. So the minute that Dedrick began using SUBSUME, right, as a name to recognize or to identify his brand, his business, the commerce, he has created a common law trademark. But this is the good old United States of America, right? And the government always going to get their cut. And before the government's going to help you to protect that brand, you have to register it with a federal registration with the United States Patent and Trademark Office. So what my firm does is to assist primarily with trademarks. I also do copyrights, but I find myself to be an expert in the trademark area. I'm helping people to protect their brands, through words, slogans, names, logos, or phrases that we file a registration with the United States Patent and Trademark Office. And what that does is prevent anybody else from coming in and say that they're SUBSUME and they sell these particular products. Or they prevent someone from coming in and saying that they are not only McDonald's, but also McDowell's. Anybody who's, Gen X with me and knows Coming to America, right? So because McDowell's was stealing all of McDonald's customers because their burgers were the same, except for they have no sesame seeds on their bun. But that was not enough to prevent them from stealing customers from their competitor. And a trademark will help you to prevent that.
No, well said. And likewise, for a fan of the Big Mick like myself, that no sesame seeds is a critical part of the sandwich. So yeah, absolutely. But no, thank you so much. And no, absolutely, and astutely as always explained. And thanks to Player Prez, for the note. I agree. We're getting a great IP lesson here. I think you already had knocked out our very first question from Tony Cade here at Challenges Games and Comics. One of our local Black businesses up in Decatur. So the idea of how important is it to get trademarks on logos and characters for independent comics? So you absolutely nailed it as far as understanding the difference between trademark, copyright, and patents. But let's talk about just that importance. The fact that I have made a product, again, as you cited, is common law trademark, but going into the next legal step, where do you see that opportunity, or have you, I would say, what's the opportunity or the spaces that the cans of worms that we're opening up by not continuing on with the legal, next steps of filing for a trademark?
Yes, absolutely. Okay, so let me fast list it, and then I'm going to come back and slow it down a little bit to talk about it. All right, so you want to get a federal trademark because, one, it creates a legal presumption of ownership, all right? Once you've got it registered with the federal government, Tony, can't nobody come in and argue with you and say, no, I had it first. He took my idea after we had dinner. That federal registration is that marker that says who has it first, because with trademark law, who has it first makes a huge deal. It also creates, similarly, a legal presumption to your right to use the mark. So again, nobody can come back in and then try to sue you later and say, but we came up with this idea together. You now have a presumption that the other person has to prove you don't. It's a big difference. Think about it in the phase of criminal law, right? Criminal law, you have the state, the government has to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the person did the crime. The person who did the crime doesn't have to prove anything, right? Technically, we know things are a little bit different in criminal law, right? So same thing with this, right? They say you have to prosecute your own brand, right? That means you have to go after people who may be using your brand, but then they have to prove that they were the ones who had the right to it, while you sit back and say, no, see my federal registration, I got a certificate and everything, right? It also is important because it puts people on notice. So most people who are in this creative sphere may not know all the details. They didn't sit through this presentation. However, when they see that TM behind your name or that R behind your name, oh, that's a cute name. I think I might want to call my comic that as well. Or I might want to name my character that. Most basic people are like, oh, I see that, sir. Even if they do it subconsciously, they know I cannot name this cereal Frosted Flakes, right? From the minute that they see it, because they know that registration. It also helps because it creates it's on the federal database. So that USPTO.gov that I mentioned to you, everybody can go right there to USPTO.gov and search for the name of their potential trademark to see if someone else has it or see if there's something similar. So they would have been able to determine if McDowell's, there was another restaurant similar to that they needed to be concerned of. So, and there is a presumption that the other person must overcome that they've searched, because you're like, no, that's my notice, boo. I got my R on my name. And once I got that R, what that said to you is that now you have to go online and you have the duty to check to see if there's a conflict between our items. Also, it helps if you create things. So if you build things or buy things that are shipped overseas, it creates a relationship with the U.S. Customs and Border Control, so that you can say, hey, someone's bringing in fraudulent things under my name, that are bearing my name. It also creates a right to bring a case in federal court. So if someone steals your trademark and you just have a common law trademark, you have not filed and registered a trademark or a copyright, you can't get into federal court and win a case, right? And in federal court, there are mandatory statutory minimums on how much they have to pay you. There are rules related to attorney's fees, right? And it's the law, the federal law, that dictates what happens with trademarks. Now, let me put an asterisk here. There's also state trademarks, okay? And so you can file a state trademark, particularly if you are a business that is truly only local. But in 2023, who's really only local? Who doesn't have an internet page or website page or social media where someone can buy your goods and then you ship it to them anywhere in the US, right? Anywhere in the world, honestly, right? And so most people fit under, in most cases, the designation of being a federal trademark. So you want a federal trademark. A straight trademark can easily be trumped by a federal trademark. And then also the ability to use the symbol that I mentioned. So those are the major benefits, right? And it is important, if you know you are going to sell your goods and commerce, if you are making characters and you're making them for yourself and you're doing it I'm a writer as well. I enjoy writing. So if you're a creative who writes for yourself, you don't have to run out and get a copyright. Right. But if you know you are or a trademark, if you are sharing these things with the world, and you particularly if you want to make money off of it, you need to get a trademark for that item. Also, if you know that you've been working for months on these ideas and years, because some of my books took years to write, and you know that you're going to promote it, you want to check to make sure someone else doesn't have that thing in advance. And when you find out that they don't, you want to get a trademark if it's appropriate, or a copyright if it's a work of art, to make sure that you hold that place in line and nobody can come after you after they see your good idea. They're like, oh yeah, let me take that too. Okay. So I hope that answered the question. It's extremely important. There are a number of benefits. And one of the things that I like to do, because if many of your watchers are like me, now some of y'all know y'all out there with Oprah money and you're not even worried about this. For all the rest of us who don't have that Rihanna, Beyonce, Oprah money, right? And we're small business owners and we got kids to take care of, right? I like to work with people to identify the order of importance of the things that you have. Because maybe in certain situations, you don't need to get a trademark for all of them, right? Or at the same time, right? We can identify what your intellectual property portfolio should look like, organize it, give you an estimate so that you can figure out how to work that in with your overall growth.
Yep. Thank you so very much. And again, expertly stated. Thank you, Tony, for the question. I think we may have a couple more loading in. Feel free to jump in with those points of conversation. And so to that idea of now, I think we know like what's the right things to do, right? So let's kind of take that conversation to that next step. What should we do if we see someone utilizing our works or our talents and time? And okay, say we have with the Fox Chronicles, which is a local comic book, but a globally shipped, by Tony K. There, Challenges, Games, and Comics. And we see someone else make that exact same thing. What's the next step?
Excellent question. So you're in luck, because in 2022, there have been some updates to both copyright and trademark law. One of those updates, so what you're talking about, if there's another a work of art, a comic book, a series that will fall under copyrights in most cases. I want to remind me to talk about where copyright and trademarks coexist, where you may need more than one of this for the same purpose. But in this case, we're talking about someone who creates a comic and someone else steals the comics outright. Copyright law updated so that you can file later. So this person who's infringing has not filed a copyright. Go ahead and run in and get that copyright. You can still sue them. So before, you had to file the copyright first, and then you can go after them, right? Now you can go after them and then file your copyright in the interim while it's pending. That's super important, right? Because now you're not kind of caught out here on this ledge waiting for when you can go after someone. So one of the first things you want to do is find out if you can stop the person with a cease and desist letter, with a filing for your own copyright, or if you need a trademark, filing for a trademark. You want to get that process started first. If they have filed before you, it really depends on where they are in the process. For trademarks, if someone has filed before you, but their trademark has not been approved, there's a part of the process where you get to jump in there because the government asks. It's called a publication period. It comes towards the end of the process where they say, hey, anybody else out here think they have rights to this? And that is your opportunity to jump in. So here's a great free tip. This is a low budget way to help protect yourself. I hope everyone here has set up a Google alert. Okay. If you have not dealt with Google alerts, when you get off of this office hours, if you have something that you are trying to protect, trademark or copyright, I want you to set a Google alert for that name. Just go to Google, type in Google alert. So I have a Google alert for LaDawn Blackett Jones. So anytime LaDawn Blackett Jones, LBJ Jones pops up on the internet, I get an email. All right. And you can set it to come immediately, once a week, how at different intervals. But that is an important part of what do. You have to monitor, because the government's not going to come and tell you. I also do monitoring services. So maybe you already have a trademark and you just want somebody out there that's going to be keeping an eye on it. Every month, I get a report immediately to see if anybody comes up. So if I had a report for SUBSUME, I'm probably going to get a notification if someone puts SUBSUMEs with an S, BuzzSume, anything that's kind of in that arena. SUBSUME spelled with an I somewhere stuck in there with too many vowels, I will get a notification. What you want to do to protect is monitor, then prepare to prosecute, which means sending a cease and desist or getting involved in the trademark publication process, right? Make sure you register your items, okay, so that you can then protect it, and then if necessary, litigate.
Makes a lot of sense. And again, I know we appreciate the startup tips to, again, have that due diligence be a part of the process of being able to protect ourselves, as well as being able to be understanding of where our names and our brands stand in a larger space. So no, that's a great point and a great idea. Now, the idea of intellectual property and kind of showcasing or sharing, and then let me take one step back. You said to remind you of the intersection of trademark and copyright.
Thank you. All right. So this one is super important, because for many of you creatives who have characters in this Black future space, you may need both. Not everyone needs both, but you may need both. So you may need a copyright to protect the various works of art that include your characters, that include your storylines, to include either your novels or your series. But then you also need a trademark to protect either actual names of the series, right? Star Wars, right? You may need a trademark to protect a particular character. So let's use Wonder Woman, for example. Wonder Woman, the drawing, right, with her stuff on her head, there's a copyright for her, but there's also a trademark for the name Wonder Woman. There are also trademarks for that little W kind of gold sign that she has on her stuff, right? And they do that to protect them in multiple layers and in multiple ways, right? Because it depends on what the person is doing to infringe, right? So if they came up with a Black Wonder Woman, right? So they can make the drawing of the Black Wonder Woman and change the color of her outfit, right? Probably couldn't do much about that in that copyright, because it's not the same work of art put in tangible form. But the name Black plus Wonder Woman may violate the trademark of Wonder Woman. So you have protection on both ends. And in many cases, if you have multiple characters, use Marvel, for example, you need to be protecting each one of those as they grow. The other important thing is that a copyright only lasts for 70 years beyond the death of the creator, right? So the person who registers it. But listen, we're not building this stuff just for ourselves. We're building legacies, right? And so when you create these characters and your books continue to grow and your series continue to grow and you bring on other writers, and that's going to go beyond your lifetime, well, the copyright for Wonder Woman has expired, but a trademark hasn't, because that trademark lasts as long as you continue to register it and protect it over time, with some exceptions if it becomes too generic or too many people begin using it and you have not protected it. So you may need both. The best example that I have for that crosses all three is the Rolls Royce woman that sits on the top of the Rolls Royce with her hands back. So they have a patent, a design patent for the use of that woman on the front of the car. They have a copyright for the artistic nature of the sculpture, right? But then they also have a trademark because that is a brand identifier. Gives them multiple ways to fight it. gives them multiple different types of protection. And whether or not you need more than one, it kind of depends. It's a case by case scenario on what you need.
Perfect. Thank you so very much. And that's a very unique fact in regards to Rolls Royce, and thinking of historic businesses that have really built their brands and built their wealth, generation wealth on intellectual IP. You know, I think of Disney and Walt Disney, right? And so I think it'd be great as we load some more questions here to think about the ideas of what makes Disney, you know, this monolith, this giant in this trademark intellectual space, but that something like Steamboat Willie, which is like their seminal work, can now be public domain.
Public domain.
How
That's
does that
right.
happen?
So that's 70-year time. So that ages you, anybody who's on the call, when Steamboat Willie came out, and that's for those who don't know, that is the old Mickey Mouse that you see on the steamboat, and he's shaking his little tail, right? We've all seen that. It used to come on at the beginning of older Disney works. He is over 70 years old. So he has lost his copyright, but we know that Mickey Mouse is still a copyright. I mean, it's still a trademark, right? Amongst a number of other Walt Disney trademarks. So what that means is other people can use Steamboat Willie, right? A number of ways under the copyright component, right? Without it violating anybody's copyrights. Now they got to cover with a trademark, right? So you're still going to have issues using that, depending on how you use it. But let's just say, for example, you were to use the Steamboat Willie story, or if you were to use certain portions of it in a flick of your own, right? There's certain copyrights that are no longer there that they can't use to protect it. That ain't gonna stop them from going after you, though. They're gonna use one of those other IP opportunities to chase you off the field if you do try to use that.
And I hear they're doing well financially, so they might be able to do that for a little bit of time. And I think, you know, thanks for that point of clarification, because we get that particularly within the independent media space, right? The idea of things like Shakespeare and other things that sit in world and kind of in that open domain space. When we see something like a Winnie the Pooh, something that's a timeless, treasured, long-standing IP now is available, I think a lot of us, when I say a lot of us, like the independent community, looks at it like, well, now I can just use that and make any old thing with it. But as you cited, and astutely so, is don't think that there's not another multiple layers around that, you know, again, maybe you can use it for one thing, but the idea is that you won't be able to come in and just blindly utilize that because it sits out in the public domain space.
That's right. That's right. Not without spending a lot of money on an attorney like me to fight about it.
Oh, well, there you go. Right. So another good point in the space of investment. So let's kind of talk to that. And again, we want to bring in more questions and components as we load this office hours with LaDawn Jones. Here, our attorney giving us all of the great points to figure out how to protect our intellectual properties and spaces. So I would say, in a simple sense, you know, why does it take, and we have this conversation a lot about specimens. So why do we need to have in hand or in space or in place to come in and bring to folks like yourself to protect our intellectual properties?
Excellent question. So if you wanted to get started with a trademark application, there's a couple of things you need. Obviously, you need the item that you want to protect, and that can be your logo, your slogan, or words, the name of your business. We call, when you just use the words, okay, unless you use SUBSUME because it's on the screen. If we were to just protect SUBSUME, that is a standard trademark. If we wanted to protect the logo and the name and the font that's connected to it exactly like it is, that is a stylized trademark. And so you need to have that, whether you're going to do standard or stylized. And then you need a specimen. And the specimen is the proof that we submit with your application to show that you are using the item in commerce. What does that mean? So in order to get a trademark, you can get it one of two ways. The primary way is already be selling or using that logo, slogan, whatever connected to your goods or services in commerce. You're selling it. Or if you're not selling it, people have access to download it, use it, whatever the case is, customers can get to it. Now, technically in commerce could be selling out the back of your trunk, right? Across state lines, because it needs to be within federal commerce, meaning across state lines, not just in one location to count. Or it could be selling it on an online store or at a brick and mortar store. And so we need a specimen to show the item or the goods or the services you're selling. So if I wanted to trademark something related to my law firm, I could show an invoice as a specimen of what I'm charging with that name of my law firm on it. I could show the exterior of my brick and mortar law firm with the name and the shown on there. If I were selling clothing, I could show the clothing specimen with the logo, name, or item displayed on there, the way that people could purchase it. I could even show, if I sold it online, screenshots of the website. And this, let me stop here, and this is an important point. So the United States Patent and Trademark Office is really cracking down because people are throwing up these little fake websites, pretending like they're selling something just so that they can get over that hump of a specimen. They're checking far more closely. So AI has allowed it so that you can create a t-shirt online, right, and make it look like it's a shirt you're selling. They will not accept that. That is not a good specimen. They want old school, lay it on the table, camera, snap, snap, upload it as a part of your specimen. Why? Why do they care, right? Because some of us have companies where you're selling the things, but when people order it, it goes to a third party. So my books that I sell through Amazon, I don't print the books, right? Someone orders it from Amazon. Amazon does whatever they do in their background, and they ship it directly to the person. So I don't have physical copies unless I've ordered them, but they will not take that mock-up. And there's good reason. Trademarks are currently taking 12 to 18 months to get through the whole process. They used to take, when I started, about 6 months. 9 months was a long one, right? But there was an extension because there are other governments, other countries have started to give money to their citizens, mostly China. And I'm not picking on China, that just happens to be where it is. They gave subsidies to Chinese citizens who applied for United States trademarks. Not because they have anything to sell, but they clogged up the system with hundreds of thousands of trademark applications, and the USPTO has not been able to keep up. And what they found is that many of those applications had bad specimen. They had mock-ups from online that they just made on their computers, and it made it difficult. It also made it easier for them to infringe on people's trademarks, right? So now they've applied for a trademark application with a fake, I don't know, Louis Vuitton. You know, they ain't gonna win over Louis, but let's just use them for example, right? And they would apply for it. And so what happens is someone say, wait a minute, you're selling my Louis Vuitton on Amazon or on one of these sites. And someone goes and they complain to Amazon say, take this down, you're stealing my logo. And the person with the fraudulent application say, no, look, I applied for this, even if it was an application status. Amazon is updating, and Etsy and a few others are updating their processes, but they would allow the person to continue to sell the fraudulent items because they are in the process of registering. So for that reason, specimen, which is the other thing you need, must be done a very particular way in order to ensure. So you need that logo, slogan, or whatever you have, and your specimen, and of course the money to pay for the registration.
No, that's an amazing insight, and I mean, I think that just kind of speaks to the need of having, you know, that expert in between the bureaucracy, you know, of building that, but at the same time understanding like that something like that, like an external force that would have that type of impact, you know, in filing and in creating kind of your IPs and the components there. So, what are some subset? I would say, you know, and again, I think we may have one more question coming in, but to that, I want to kind of ask just personally the idea, what are some success stories that maybe you might be able to share if we need to protect the client privacy or what have you, where you've seen even locally here in Atlanta, or again, just in your space of expertise, that having that trademark or having that patent or having, you know, that intellectual property protected in the right way really was a true benefit, or, you know, really stopped something bad from happening for a small business owner?
Absolutely. So I've had a number of clients on Instagram. I'm Beauty Mark Lawyer. On TikTok, I am Your Trademark Lawyer. And the reason why I'm Beauty Mark Lawyer on Instagram is because when I decided to really go the trademark law route, I had a number of Black beauty industry clients, right? So whether they made makeup, they were hairstylists, or they made wigs, nails, it was just truly an industry dominated by Black women that I love to protect. As we know, the beauty industry is a multi-billion-dollar industry, and we were spending a whole lot of money to other communities on our stuff that we spent. So I was really excited to protect them. So I have a number of clients who either have salons where they really want to stand out. There's a nail salon on every other corner, right? But for them, as a Black nail salon, they wanted to promote themselves and stand out for the particular clientele that was looking for Black nail technicians, right? But if you can open 4 or 5 other salons with the same name, but not with a Black beautician, all the advertisement that she was doing, all of the newspaper ads, out the window, because I'm like, oh yeah, I'm gonna go over here to Lush Nails, right? And there's 50 Lush Nails, right? And you don't make it to her salon because of that. So that I've been able to protect a lot of people and stop them. And many times, once that trademark is there, if they're pretty decent business owner, a couple of nasty gram letters on my letterhead and calls, and sometimes we've had to file suit, people back off. I will say that at this time, I've not had anybody not back off after we had to jump in. Another success is for those of you who may already be out there and somebody then comes behind you and tries to steal your mark. So I've had a couple of clients who they're in a business transaction with somebody who is just savvy enough with trademarks, and the circumstance breaks down. So it may be clothing design or products, and there's an order. The order doesn't get finished, right? And so now the infringing party has a pallet full of your shirts, and they're mad because y'all agreement fell apart. So what they do? They're gonna run out and try to trademark your stuff because they know they're gonna sell it. They're not gonna lose the money on that, but also to try to get you back. They go in. So if you file for a trademark filing fees are about $350. For some people, that $350 is worth the time that you take researching it, going in and trying to steal somebody else's trademark to get back at them for the money that you lost. And I have successfully gone in during that publication period and shut down the entire application, right? And now that is a more expensive route than it is to file up front, but it's the cheaper route than if you were to wait all the way until it got to the full litigation in federal court. And most of those situations, because of the length of time it takes for trademarks to be processed, worked in our benefit because it gave the client time to be like, wait a minute, is that my logo? Right. And they're able to provide me information. So see, me and this person had a deal, the deal fell apart, and now my old business partner or my old provider, right, or distributor is trying to steal my trademark.
Oh, absolutely. No, that's a great opportunity to kind of look at how we can make sure, again, well before that time happens, again, in the spaces and places that make it important to protect ourselves. Now, I think that there's one more component here. I think it's just simply the idea of when is it best to connect with someone? And I'm going to say, see if I can pull it up here, but I'll say it, I just can ask it as well. When is it best to bring in the process of speaking with someone such as yourself? Again, we just talked about specimens and what's necessary. Is it worth the, I'll say worth, I'm sure, but the space is just ideation. We haven't created anything yet. But we want to understand what the landscape of what our business or what our IP might be working on. What type of services do you provide in that sense of we haven't got the real idea yet, but we have an idea of the idea, and we want to know, is it something we can work towards? Thank you.
Excellent question. And these are the clients who I love the most. I make, and just to emphasize the important, I make the least amount of money on it, but I enjoy doing it the most. And those are called comprehensive searches. So before, say you have an idea in mind and you want to move forward with it, we can do a search that looks at every U.S. trademark, every state trademark, every domain name, every website to see if the name of your brand has already been taken, right? So before you start spending money on it, you can start thinking about whether or not someone else is out here and is already using it. And once you find that it's a good name and that there's a high likelihood, because we literally can never make guarantees, right? Because while we don't see anything else out there, the USPTO is like, well, no, we think that's too close to whatever. Now, it doesn't happen very often, but it does happen. And so you're able to determine through that comprehensive search how high of a risk the name, the logo, the slogan may be for you to apply. Now, once you do that, there is a application. I kind of alluded to this earlier. If you are not currently in commerce, you can apply for what's called an intent to use trademark application. What that means is you do everything you would do with the trademark, except for you don't submit that specimen. You get 6 months in your original time, and then you can also do a number of requests to extend your intent to use. So you do your comprehensive search. You know that you want to move forward with this, but you're not quite ready yet. We file an intent to use trademark application. And once you are ready and you are in commerce, which I will help you figure out what is the minimum level you have to be in commerce. And we send your application over so that it is a actual use trademark. So you want to start that early on. Now, let me caution you, and this is why intent to use trademarks are there, because if I do your comprehensive search now and you sit on it for 6 months, somebody can come in the next day, right, and apply for something that has a similar name, right, or a similar sounding name in the same area that ends up making the search results go dead. And so we're in the internet world. So you don't quite have your stuff out there, but you're promoting yourself. As I mentioned, I'm a writer, so I go to writers' conferences and they let you pitch in front of the whole room. And now I'm giving my whole general idea to somebody, right? And then someone's like, oh, I like that. That's better than what I had, right? And they take it and they start using it. I don't have enough proof that I have common law, or maybe I have enough proof, but I ain't got money to fight it in court, right? So you want to, once you identify that name, that idea, that logo, that slogan, you want to see if you can get it. And then if you can't, go on and lock it down is my recommendation. Now, let me mention one other important thing here for IP, particularly trademarks. So trademarks are categorized by how protectable they are. And it goes in 5 levels. On the highest, most protectable level is fanciful. Fanciful is a completely made up word. SUBSUME probably falls in that fanciful category, right? There's no other American term that I know of that SUBSUME actually means. So it's completely made up, like Xerox, like Verizon, right? The next level is arbitrary. So if I were to use a pencil, right? But not to identify an actual writing instrument, but pencil is the name of my lamp company. I'm literally looking at things on my desk, right? There's nothing related to lamps that have to do with pencils. So it's an arbitrary name, right, to go to represent my goods. Those are also protectable. Under that is suggestive. So if I were to call my lamp company The Brightest, right? It doesn't say lamp, but it suggests something about the good or service I have. Those are protectable, but they're a little harder. Under that, you have generic and merely descriptive. So things that are just generic terms. So your trademark lawyer, which I call myself, cannot be protected. It's too generic. I can't prevent every other IP lawyer in the US from saying your trademark lawyer by getting a trademark for it. They won't let me get that. That's also probably considered descriptive as well. Here's a good way to understand genericism is important. What do we call those moving stairs in malls and airports that go up and down?
Like an escalator?
An escalator.
Right.
Escalator was a trademark brand, but everybody started calling moving stairs escalators. They lost their trademark because escalator became a generic term for moving stairs. Okay, so just to give you an idea of what generic is. So all that to be said, if your question was, what should you do to start off? You need to search your name. And one of the ways that you need to know how important it is to search your name depends on where you fall on that spectrum. Are you a completely fanciful term? Are you arbitrary? Are you suggestive? And you can find that out early before you start investing all this money. Now, if you are not protectable as a trademark, don't mean you can't name your stuff that. But what it does mean is it's going to be harder for you to protect it if someone else comes in and starts using it as well.
Perfect. Thank you so very much. That's just so well said. I always remember, of course, the idea of Delta Airlines and Delta Faucets, right? The idea of how can we have two businesses that have the same kind of key name and key descriptor, but of course being in different businesses. I'd love if you would go over that as we look to kind of close out our office hours, and of course how we can keep people included with your expertise?
Absolutely. So you hit on an important part, because I get a lot of clients that come to me and they say, but I named my so-and-so this, and how did they have it? As well, trademarks, remember the history. They are created to spur commerce. So they're not going to put things in place that's going to limit commerce, right? When you're trying to encourage it. And so they are identified by descriptions and class identifiers. Delta Airlines and Delta Faucets does not create a likelihood of confusion between the customers. You are not going to go into Atlanta Hartsfield Jackson Airport and try to buy you a Delta faucet, even though they do sell everything in Hartsfield. But in general, you would not go in there. Customers are not going to be confused. You're not going to go in a Home Depot on the sink aisle and try to get tickets to go to Vegas, right? Not a likelihood of customer confusion. So because their classes are separate, because their customers will not be confused, they can both have the same name, same as Pandora Music and Pandora Jewelry, right? Many times those will be confused. Now we see with larger brands, right? Amazon is into everything, right? Microsoft is into everything. Google's in everything. They can trademark themselves in multiple classes. That is the number one mistake I see people who do their own trademarks do. They misdescribe their goods or services. So they protect themselves and they get the trademark application through it. They're so excited. And then someone starts using their trademark. They're like, wait a minute, how are you getting to use my trademark and you're doing something similar? Well, you didn't protect yourself in that class. You protected yourself for one component of what you do and not for multiple components. And remember, the government's going to, if people do that mistake, because the government gets their cut, you must pay a new trademark application fee for each class of goods. So clothing, television, podcast, but they all have the same name, are all completely different trademark filing fees. Now, my firm, because I focus on and really want to help build small businesses, I feel like trademarks is one of those areas where it's a great equalizer, right? You can be as big as Coke, you can be as big as Home Depot because you build that brand, particularly with technology. I do not charge additional attorney's fees for multiple classes for that reason. You got to pay the government their cut, but you don't have to pay me extra because I want to make sure you're completely protected throughout the process.
No, absolutely. And again, thank you so much. Every component of this has just been a mini masterclass on something that I know constantly and consistently comes up. And so, of course, I would love to kind of have you share just how we can find you and your expertise as we all continue our creative journeys. Obviously, with SUBSUME, right, you're extremely invaluable, but I wanted to avail your brilliance to our greater audience here so that they can understand, again, that it's not without, it's not something that's beyond their means. Because we talked about it with Mr. Illich and, of course, with yourself, that we do need to invest in our dreams. And these are the components that we're building of how we can find sustainable and generational wealth within the Black experience that we can take and make a Black future that we're all included in. So, Attorney Jones, how can we best follow and continue to learn and connect with you?
Absolutely. So first things first, you guys are here because you want to educate yourselves. All right. So if you're watching this and you want to learn more, that would be the first thing to do. I do share new posts every week on social media, whether it's my Facebook page, LBJ Law Group, my social media, Instagram and LinkedIn and TikTok. So your trademark lawyer on YouTube, LinkedIn and Instagram, and Beauty Mark Lawyer on Instagram, and your trademark lawyer on TikTok. Just watch them, put them on play, watch the different things. It talks about all different subjects. I try to make it really interesting by talking about hot topics. And I also answer questions on there. I can't answer case specific questions because of client confidentiality, but I can answer generic questions that I can explain in a 3-minute segment, right? And so start with the education first and foremost, and please follow my page, like, hearts, all that stuff, so I can be expanded to other people. But then the next thing you can do is, if you say, you know what, I've listened to you, I think I'm at that stage and I want to know more. On all of those pages, you can hit the link in the bio, and that gets you started. Or you can go to my website, which is ladonjones.com. And to meet with me, simply go to ladonjones.com/start or /IP. Either one will get you directly where you need to go. So ladonjones.com/IP for intellectual property. With that, you can get a free 10-minute discovery call. This will let you know about pricing. This will let you know about the price. And I do during that discovery call what's called a knockout search. So I go to the USPTO website. You tell me the name. It's still protected by confidentiality. I pop it in there, and I can give you some general advice on where to go. Now, certain very legal questions, maybe have certain circumstances that you need direct answers to. I will guide you to a paid consultation, which I am happy to do that. But that first 10 to 15 minutes is crucial for so many of you guys to know, which direction you want to go in for the process. And that goes back to my time in the General Assembly, my time as a prosecutor, my time as a judge. I care about us for real, right? And I want us to be armed with the information you need. And if you need to budget for it, you can. To that extent, trademarks can vary in price, starting as low as $2,500, going up depending on how many classes that you have. But I offer payment plans as well as financing, okay, so that you can get finance for your program, so you don't have to wait in order to get started on your process. All of that I do through my firm, and I am happy to help you all. And if you're listening to this and you know a business owner, right, that is out there like, I've been telling them they need to go ahead and trademark that. Okay? You give them that saintadonjones.com/IP. I will help them with that free consultation for every single one of them.
Man, what more can we say than thank you? Outside of, again, much appreciation to you. Obviously, for the legacies we're trying to work on with SUBSUME, you're an integral part. But likewise, sharing yourself and availing your brilliance to our community, we really do appreciate you. So with that, we want to return a little bit more of your Sunday afternoon as we look to conclude hour number 2 of our office hours here with Black Futures 2023, which we've been joined by attorney LaDawn Jones, our and your IP attorney, and the idea of being able to protect your dreams here in our shared future. So thank you so very much. Talk to you later. Talk to you soon. Absolutely. And thank you all so very much. We appreciate you being the best part of our space here in 2023 Black Futures, as we look forward to the opportunities to share our dreams and our works with a creative future for everyone. And so again, this is Dejan Sneed with SUBSUME Media, and we'll be right back with hour number 3 of our office hours. We'll be joined with podcast expert Tanya. Why am I forgetting time? No. Wait a minute. Been a while here. Let me make sure that I've got our bracket. Let's go ahead and bring it up because I want to make sure that I give everybody Tanya Ransom. Thank you. I know a few Tanyas. I was making sure I got the right one. Tanya Ransom, our expert here, coming in on hour number 3 to converse with us about how to build our podcast empire. How can we reach the audiences in the most efficient way? And podcasting, of course, is a very contemporary, unique, but absolutely sustainable way for us to reach the audiences, customers, and spaces that we want to be included in. So after a quick reset here, by the top of the hour, we'll come back with hour number 3 for office hours with SUBSUME Summit, Black Futures 2023. Thank you so much and speak soon. And thank you so very much. Welcome back to hour number 3 of our office hours of day 4. Day 3 of year 4 for SUBSUME Summit Black Future 2023. This is Dejan Sneed here, owner operator of SUBSUME Media, where SUBSUME's the intersection of creativity, technology, community, where our studio looks to be the space for innovation, for Black storytelling, and the future of shared tomorrows. And so it's a pleasure to be here and to continue the excellence that has been office hours. We've been blessed to have some real great conversations where we're bringing opportunities for our creative community to lend their time to connect with some of our industry experts that we SUBSUME work with to be able to make sure that your dreams get to where they need to be. And so with that, I would love to call to the stage our third resident expert in the space of podcasting and audio storytelling, Tonya Ransom. Thank you so very much. And I appreciate it. Thank you so very much for being a part of Black Futures 2023. Tonya, how are you today?
I'm good. Thank you so much for having me. Super exciting. Can you hear me okay?
I think we got a little bit of a reverb on my end. I'm going to mute and let's see if we can give you to start a quick introduction and see if it may be feedback on my end. Otherwise, we can continue from there. Thank you.
All right. Okay, so hi, I'm Tonya Ransom. I'm the creator of Nightlight, a horror podcast featuring creepy tales written by writers from all over the world, and Afflicted, an audio drama that's described as Lovecraft Country meets True Blood. And oh no, it sounds like the reverb is on my end. Okay, let me switch up my mic. I'll just use my built-in mic.
But
no worries.
Hopefully that.
There we go.
Problem? Do we still have?
Oh, absolutely.
Can everybody hear me?
No worries. Though I think that might be the perfect audio for one of the horror podcasts. I think it worked very well in that sense. No, but we want to appreciate you. And again, we'll kind of kick it off from the top. So please, we want to again introduce Tonya Ransom here with Nightlight Podcast, our resident expert in podcasting, audio storytelling. A privilege to have you in as a part of our show. Please, we love to learn more about you and your success. Again, formally open up our office hours here for Black Future 2023 for podcasting. Thank you so much.
Awesome. Again, thank you so much for having me. I'm super excited to be here. I know that my intro before was kind of cut off, but I'm the creator and executive producer of the award-winning Nightlight podcast and the newest audio drama, Afflicted, which is Lovecraft Country meets True Blood. And I'm super excited to share with you today pretty much like the basics of getting started in podcasting, like the stuff that you really need to know. So I'm going to bring up my screen here. I'm going to pick a thing here. Sorry, hold on a second. It's being strange. I don't know which one is screen 1 and which one is screen 2.
No, that's fair. Now, a little bit of reverb from that original mic. I don't know if it is still connecting on our end.
No, it should be muted. So, oh no, I can't share my screen because.
Okay, well maybe we need to get permission there. That's okay. I think we can give permissions.
Oh wait, there we go.
There we go.
Okay. All right, can you see my screen?
I will bring it up here. So with that, Waffles, if you'll bring up the new screen there. Worries, I can add it there on my end.
All right. I'm just going to move this over so that you guys can see the slideshow. Okay. So,
and I'm just to adjust one more time, only because it seems like we may still have that same audio opportunity. I'm going to try to mute on my end and then try to see if we can bring you off and bring you back on. And then we'll work it out from there. But we definitely want to make sure we get all the great information in on this sense. Just one moment. I appreciate it.
No problem.
So, okay. So we'll look to bring Tonya on here in just another 30 seconds. Again, the idea of us being able to have someone here. And again, we'll go ahead and load our questions as we look to have the great conversation here about obviously creating an immersive podcast. So the idea of podcasting being a very succinct but also wide reach of a space that we can bring in and develop your stories. The idea of stories being not only just a space to have your ideas communicated, but is a great marketing tool for you to build and engage communities, fandoms, and be able to activate your own brands in a new and unique way. So I think we look at podcasting from the same space of like original blogging and microblogging, from the early advents of the internet, but really being an empowerment tool that now allows us to bring narrative and storytelling into a new space. So with that, we'll go ahead and see if we can bring Tonya back on here in just another minute. But from there, let's definitely look to appreciate her, as well as Joseph Illage and attorney LaDawn Jones, who came in and again have been fantastic in availing their times and talents so that we can figure out how we can best build our stories and build a part of tomorrow. So now the reason, of course, for office hours is that a lot of us do find in the intersection of not only being able to try to build our own stories, trying to build this as a small business, particularly as a small Black business, but then from there, how do we make it that we get to those next steps and those next levels? And as Mr. Illich shared, that's subjective, but it's very intentional that we have a way and a space to do that. So as we try to look at how we can build and leverage the resources that are available to us now, as we're starting on that creative journey, then we feel like things like this office hours is a way for us at SUBSUME to look to build and develop that relationship, not only with you, the creator, but in our shared spaces of Afrofuturism and speculative fiction that allow us all to progress together to those next levels. So with that, we'll look to bring Tonya back on. And thank you so very much. We'll have a mic check with you.
All right.
Oh,
Are we sounding better this time?
Oh, there we go. Crystal.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. I was in Firefox before, and I guess it doesn't like Firefox very much.
Oh,
so I
no.
switched to Chrome, and we are good. I just need to set it so that I can actually share my screen.
Okay, perfect.
On here. So sorry, give me just a second.
Oh, no, take your time, and we appreciate it. And thanks, everyone. So again, we'll ask the questions they're in, but again, we'll go ahead and have you, if you need to get that screen back up, let us know.
All right. Let me.
Yeah. Thank you, there, Mr. Ken. With SUBSUME, we want to be awesome people together. So, we appreciate you being part of that awesome squad, right? So, thank you.
All right.
All right.
Chrome is not a fan of my thing. So.
No worries.
Okay.
We'll get it in.
Yeah. But if there are any questions that I can answer while I'm working through the tech issues.
Oh, no worries. Thank you. I'll kick off with one. How did you get into podcasting, into this space?
Oh, okay. So I started off, I used to listen to old time radio when I worked. I can't listen to music when I work. The lyrics distract me, and then I start like singing in my head. I'm not paying attention to my work. Surprisingly, though, I can listen to stories when I'm working. And so I would listen to stories from old time radio while I was working. I was like, wow, this is just a really great medium for storytelling. And, this was before iPods were a thing. I'm going to age myself here for a second, but this was before iPods were a thing. But there was internet radio that you could listen to. And so I always listened to it on internet radio. And I thought, it'd be really great to revive this medium. But then, of course, back before iPods were a thing and podcasts were a thing, if you wanted to do something like that, you had to get in with a radio station. And I worked as a web developer. I had no connections in entertainment, radio, anything like that. So I kind of just put it on the back burner thinking like, I don't know how to do this right now kind of thing. And then podcasts came out and they became a thing. And I was like, oh, okay, well, that removes the barrier to entry. Like I can do this now, but I kept putting it off thinking like, I don't have enough time. I don't have enough money. And then I had a kid and then I was like, oh, I really don't have enough time now. And then one day I just kind of realized, you know what, if I don't just do this, like there's never going to be a right time. There's never going to be a perfect time. So why don't I just do it and see what happens? And that worked out really well for me. I am going to just skip sharing because for some reason Chrome is just like it's not accepting my changes, but it's okay. There's not very much on the slides, but what I want to do is I want to start off with the basics that you need to know to make sure that we're all kind of like on the same page, on the same level, starting with the foundations of what you need to know. So whether you're starting a nonfiction podcast or a fiction podcast, the important thing is going to be your recording space. So whether you're having actors record for you, or if you're recording yourself, or you're having a conversation with a friend, you want to make sure that your recordings are crisp and clear. So the first thing you're going to do is you're going to make sure that you have a good solid mic to start with. I really love the Rode NT USB Mini. It's like $100, I think. So it's on par with like the Yeti microphones that a lot of people use, but I think it's a little bit better quality than the Yeti microphones. And it's USB, so it's super easy to set up. You don't need an interface or anything like that for it. You can certainly graduate to a better mic later and then use this one as a travel mic if you want. So it's really great cheap mic to start off with. That's great for beginners. The other thing you want to make sure that you do is that you treat your recording space. So I know that what you see here is not what you see in my recording space. I actually record in my closet. I have another mic set up on like a little desktop stand upstairs in my closet. Clothes are a great insulator. You can also buy like the acoustic foam, which I don't have any next to me. But it's basically just like that foam, those foam panels that you see in recording studios, or you can hang up blankets, anything like that that's going to help absorb the sound in the space that you're recording in. The smaller the space and the more dampening you have on the walls, the better your recording is going to sound. I generally recommend people start off recording in their closets, unless, of course, you're doing video as well, which is why I don't have all of that stuff here, because this is my video setup. So, just make sure that you have a nice, quiet place to record, because you can't overcome a bad recording. You're not going to be able to edit that into something that you can use. So you have to have a good microphone and you have to have a good recording space. If you don't have those things, your life is going to be miserable. My very first episode of Nightlight, I recorded in my closet on a Yeti microphone. And the quality was actually pretty good. I wasn't a great narrator or voice actor when I first started. I've gotten a lot better at that over time. So don't be afraid of just starting where you are. It's not going to be perfect. You're going to go back in 2 or 3 years and you're going to listen to your first episode and you're going to be like, oh my God, this is so embarrassing. And it's okay, because your listeners really don't notice that kind of stuff. You do, though, because your ear starts to get attuned to a lot of the things that can go wrong in audio. The more that you edit it, the more that you work in audio, you start to notice things that other people don't notice. So don't worry about it unless your listeners are complaining about it. And then, definitely do something about it. The other thing that you want to make sure of is that you don't have an AC or a fan running when you're recording, especially if it's something that's going to turn on and off, because that is really difficult for you to edit out. If you start off with a fan off and then it comes on later, it's going to be really hard for you to go back and edit that extra noise out. So just turn all that off beforehand. I live in Central Texas. It gets hot here in the summer. So I am familiar with sweating and recording, but usually what I do is I turn on the AC and get it as cold as I can before I record, and then I turn it off so that way I don't get too sweaty when I record. But that's all a matter of personal preference. The next thing that you're going to want to do, I'm sorry, did somebody say something?
Oh,
was that just, I thought I heard something.
No worries. I'll continue. So. All
right. So the next thing, after you get your recording done, everything is ready to go, you're going to want to edit your audio. You can use a free program like Audacity, which is really great. It's what most people start off with. Reaper is another big one. I think it's $100 for that one if you're ready to graduate to a piece of software that allows you to do a little bit more. I use Logic Pro because my boyfriend is into music and he's getting started in composing music. So we wanted software that would work for both podcasting and music composition. But when you're editing your podcast, the main thing that you're going to do with your narration, your speech, whatever, is editing out your breath sounds. People actually don't like to hear people take breaths between their sentences, even though it's like a perfectly natural thing. When it's recorded audio, people notice that kind of stuff and it kind of takes them out of the story or, whatever it is that you're saying. So the way that you do that is in Audacity, there is under your effects menu, your plugins, there's a noise reduction plugin that you use. And that basically what that does is gets rid of like your room sound, essentially. So if you did have like an AC or fan running that you couldn't control, that is how you would get rid of that. Noise gate is if your sound is below a certain decibel level, then it'll get rid of that. So if a car comes by or your cat meows outside the door like mine does all the time when I'm recording, noise gate gets rid of that kind of stuff because it doesn't hit that same level that your voice is at. You can Google how to use those plugins. The other thing that you want to think about when you're editing your speech is the pacing of it. So, if you are having a conversation with a friend, you want to make sure that that pacing sounds right, especially if you have to go back and retake something or, re-ask a question because a car went by while you were asking it or something like that. Just making sure that it sounds natural. In stories, you want to think about the pacing of the story itself. I do horror, obviously, and sometimes just delaying a sentence by half a second really creates a feeling of tension and dread in your listeners. So think about how you can pace things to give people the feeling that you want to give them when they are listening to your podcast. The next thing that you want to do is you want to add sound effects. If, of course, this is a podcast that you want to add sound effects to. So, even if you're doing a nonfiction podcast, if you listen to nonfiction podcasts, you know that some of them do have sound effects. They'll have like laugh tracks and things like that in the podcast. You don't have to add any sound effects if you don't want to. But, really think about, will sound effects enhance the feeling that I want to give my listeners? Will it help scare them more? Will it make them laugh more? That sort of thing. And if the answer is yes, then that's probably a good place to add a sound effect. The other aspect to that is, especially when you're first getting started and you're not so great with your mic technique, and you might bump into your mic, and it may not, you might move around, you might hear clothes rustling on your recordings, especially if it's, a meeting you're having with a friend or a conversation you're having with a friend. Adding music beneath that kind of covers up a lot of that bad recording technique. So that's another benefit to adding some music. Freesound.org is the place that I started off getting my sounds. They have multiple licenses. They have some licenses where you have to give credit to the person who created the audio. And there are some where you don't have to give credit at all. So just kind of pay attention to which license you're on so you can make sure that you give people credit appropriately. Also, when you're adding sound, think about the space that you're in. So if this is, if you're starting a fiction podcast, for instance, and the people are in, say, like this huge opera house or something, some place that has a lot of echo in it, you might want to add a little bit of reverb to people's voices or the sound effects that are happening there to make sure that you're giving the impression that you're actually in that space. Because, if you were saying, oh, we're in an opera house, people are going to expect it to hear sound just a little bit differently. So think about the space that you're in as well. And that little bit of detail can really help create a more immersive experience for your listeners. And then last but not least, for your final touches, what you want to do is normalize your audio. So, if you're watching a movie, how it can be really, really quiet, or, the volume is normal and then there's an explosion and it's super, super loud. That's because they didn't normalize their audio properly. Or if you're watching TV and the TV show is kind of quiet and then the commercials are really loud, that's because they didn't have the same level of normalization for the commercials versus the actual TV show. And everybody's annoyed by that. Nobody likes it. So the thing that you do to avoid that is you normalize your audio. The target for podcasts is -16 to -18 LUFS. That's LUFS. Pretty much every program you use is going to have a normalize option, and you're going to be able to choose perceived loudness or RMS. Perceived loudness is the one that you want to work with. And so that's -16 to -18. And it just makes it so if you have some quiet parts in your narration or your speech, it kind of brings that up a little bit. And if you get really excited and really loud, it brings that down so you're not blowing people's ears out. At that point, same thing with your sound effects. The last thing you're going to do is you're going to export your audio to an MP3. I always use a constant bit rate with 256 kilobits per second as my bit rate option there, and joint stereo. You want to always do stereo because some people's headphones, some people's players, if you choose mono, it'll only play it in one ear. And if someone has headphones like these, they don't want to hear it in just one ear. So always do stereo, even if both sides sound the same, even if, you're just talking and both sounds should, it should sound the same in both ears. If you export to stereo, you don't have to worry about people listening to it and being like, oh, I can only hear it in my left ear or my right ear. And that also gives you the benefit of, if you're doing a fiction podcast, if you want to pan your dialogue, for instance. So like if character A is talking, it's more in your right ear, and character B is talking, it's more in your left ear, to give people more of a sense that they're in the middle of a conversation. That's how you would also preserve those edits, is exporting to stereo. All right. So that is super basic information, but it gets us all on the same page on the things that you absolutely must do every time you produce a podcast, regardless of whether it's fiction or nonfiction. So with that, I would like to open it up to questions.
Oh, perfect. No, thank you. And I think we've got a couple loaded in here. So first off, thank you so very much. A very succinct run, and we'll go back and find some space to itemize that. But from what I heard, it was, of course, the value of your mic. Well, not the value of your mic, but having a mic is obviously a strong standpoint. And
Yes.
then investing in the right digital tools and
Yes.
and connections to not only produce the podcast, but also to protect from sound and kind of have the right cadence around the around basically just setting up yourself for success. Right.
Yeah.
And good. Cool. Thank you so very much.
Sure.
And so with that, let's go ahead and get the first question underway. So thank you. We have Ken that has a question. Thank you, Mr. Manfield. The idea is that, do you recommend a source library for sound effects?
Yeah. Again, free sound is great if you just want free sound effects, if you're just getting started. I use Soundly, and it's like a couple $100 a year. I have 2 users. I think it's, less than that if you only have one person using it. But Soundly has really great sound libraries. Most paid sound libraries have collections of things. So you can buy like animal sounds, for instance. So, if you have like an animal heavy podcast, you might want to specifically invest in an animal library so that you have, a multitude of sounds that you can use for that. So there are specialized sound libraries as well.
Thank you. And Soundsly, is it Sounds? Soundsly?
Soundly. So like the word sound and then ly.
Ly. Perfect. Thanks for that clarification. And Ken, thank you so very much for the question there.
Yeah, great question.
All right. Oh, absolutely. Appreciate you. Now, I have a question therein as we look to kind of load our next component. Now, it's about the idea of what should you talk about in your podcast, right? So, for example, Nightlight as a horror podcast seem to have a very intentional and specific thing. Now, as a Southerner, I meander and ramble about everything. So I don't know, and maybe this is a thing or not, but the idea of, how do you figure out your niche? Or is it better to have a niche for creating your own podcast? Or is it just starting out and seeing where things go? What's your take on trying to create the content around your very first podcast?
Yeah, well, I think that it matters, it really depends on what your goal is for your podcast. If you just want to share knowledge, then I don't think you have to worry so much about having like a niche, because you're not worried about monetizing it or making money. You just want to spread some knowledge, and the people that are, looking for that kind of knowledge are probably going to find you if you use the right search terms in your description and, things like that. If you hang out in the right places, where that subject matter might be, discussed on Reddit or something, and you bring up your podcast, they can find you for that. But if you want to monetize, then I think it's absolutely imperative that you find your niche and you think about who your audience is going to be and what they're interested in, what speaks to them. There's nothing wrong with doing something that someone else is already doing, because you're going to have your unique spin on it. So you have to figure out what your unique spin on things are. So for instance, if I wanted to start a podcast about podcasting, let's say, there are tons of podcasts out there that are like, here's how to start a podcast. Here's how to monetize your podcast. There are tons of those out there. So I would have to think about like, what sets me apart? What sets my podcast apart? What can they learn from my podcast, or what can they get, in terms of entertainment from my podcast that they can't get anywhere else? So you want to think about that, and you want to make sure that you have that in all of your descriptions of your podcast, on your website, when you're talking to people about your podcast. When I started Nightlight, my niche is that it's Black horror. As far as I know, there is no other podcast that is just horror fiction written by Black people. I don't know, that maybe has changed. I don't know, but that certainly wasn't the case when I first started the podcast. So that was huge. A lot of people were really interested in discovering more Black horror authors at the time that I started the podcast, and that's still the case today. So that's been a really good niche for me to be in. But if I just wanted to start a horror podcast, I could, focus on, say, stories that are like Twilight Zone stories, or I could just focus on dystopian tales or something like that. So there's all kinds of ways. It doesn't have to be anything like super crafty or clever or anything like that. Just think about what sets you apart and how you communicate that to people so that they know they should go to you instead of this other podcast.
No, that's great to know, and encouraging for a rambler like myself that there may be some hope in me returning back to our podcast place, which you'll get to in a moment, right?
Yes.
And kind of shout out to your mug, right?
Yay, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, so you know those paint pottery places? I don't even know what it's called, but they give you the pottery and then you paint it, and that's what this is. So like it was already made, and then I painted it the way that I painted it. It was just a cat. It wasn't supposed to be Grumpy Cat. I wanted a Grumpy Cat mug, so I picked a cat mug and then painted it like Grumpy Cat.
Very cool.
Thank you, Sarah.
Absolutely. Again, a marvel of many talents. That's good to know, right? So, we can outsource that to you too. So,
I would love to paint more.
That's good. Okay, so the idea you spoke about a note of monetization. What does that
Yes.
look like in the current podcasting space?
I think it depends on the type of podcast you have. Like nonfiction podcasts monetize differently than fiction podcasts. If you have a nonfiction podcast, especially if you have a business outside of that, then you can use your podcast to drive people to buy from your company, whether you're selling physical products or services, consulting, things of that nature. So that's going to be your primary monetization method for like a business-based podcast. If it's just something where you're having a conversation with friends, or if it's a fiction podcast, your best bet is probably going to be to start a Patreon. That's where I make most of my money, is through Patreon. And it's just, people giving you money essentially to keep making your podcast. A lot of people say that you need to offer tons of incentives for your patrons, that, you need to give them a whole bunch of, free this and that. I have found that most patrons just want to support what you do, and the extra stuff is just icing on the cake. So they don't necessarily expect it, as long as you're upfront, about what they get. You don't misrepresent it and say, oh, you're going to get, 3 extra episodes a month, and then you don't do it. Obviously, you have to hold up your end of the deal. Whatever you promise, make sure you deliver it. But Patreon is going to be, your first thing. And I say start that as soon as you release your podcast. I did a Kickstarter campaign or an Indiegogo campaign for Nightlight when I first started it, and raised enough money for the first season. So I didn't need money for another year after that. But I went ahead and started my Patreon so that I could start raising money for that next year, and hopefully pay people a little bit more, be able to produce more episodes, etc. And, I'm really glad I did, because I had a lot of people that listened to like the first episode and they immediately signed up. So don't, a lot of people say, oh, you don't have anything yet. Don't put a Patreon. Do, because there are people that want to support you. There may not be very many at first, but why would you not have something set up to take money from people that want to give you money? Make it easy for people to give you money. I also have a PayPal setup that I talk about in every podcast episode, where if they just want to do like a one-time donation, they can give money that way as well. And so I get quite a bit of money through that as well. Merch is a big thing that people really, really love. Like you've got your hoodie, I've got, my t-shirt on. People love merch, especially hoodies and t-shirts. So start your merch store right away. You can just start off with just, your logo. It doesn't have to be anything fancy, but as you develop your podcast, especially if you have like catchphrases that you use, you can add merch with your catchphrases on it. Or if you say something particularly clever, if it's, a conversational podcast, something funny, funny saying or something, you could sell merch with that on it as well. I make quite a bit of money from merch. And then, last, you can add ads to your podcast. I make the least amount of money via ads. But it is a way to also kind of drive people to become your patrons, because then you can say, oh, you get ad-free episodes. And so some people will sign up just to get ad-free episodes because they don't want to listen to ads. So they'll sign up for $1 a month, which is more than I would make from that one person if they were to listen to ads, because you don't get paid $1 for every person that listens to your podcast. If you did, then I would be like pretty freaking rich, but that's not how it works. So you actually make more money if you get them to sign up through your Patreon versus just listening to ads. But not everybody wants to give money. Not everybody can give money. And so they're, willing to listen to ads. And so that's a great way to monetize your podcast as well.
Oh, great. No, thank you so very much. We always hear about that. And also the next point, which is my question, is how do you get your podcast more from the marketing standpoint, right? I think you may have mentioned some of those in your list of items, but we have a great podcast. We've got some friends that are kicking in and making us feel like we can take this to the next level. How do we get to the the spaces where people can find our podcast?
Well, the first thing you want to do is you want to make sure that your podcast has been picked up by the major platforms. So, Apple, Spotify, Stitcher, I think is my number 3. But it's kind of different for everybody. So you just want to make sure that, you're at least on Apple and Spotify. iHeart is another big one I think that a lot of people use. But usually if you're on Apple and Spotify, the rest of them will kind of pick you up at some point. So you just kind of want to check and make sure that you're, on these major platforms, because if people can't find you, they're going to forget about you. If they go to Spotify and they search, Nightlight, and you're not there, they're okay, fine, and they're going to move on and they're going to find another horror podcast to listen to. So that's the first thing. The second thing you want to do, if it's, again, if it's a nonfiction educational kind of podcast, especially, if it's kind of backing your business, hang out where people are discussing your matter, your subject of expertise. So, if you are an expert in marketing, then you want to hang out like in marketing forums on Reddit. You want to, hang out in marketing communities on Twitter, things like that. You should not, absolutely do not, on your first post be like, hey, everybody listen to my podcast. It's about blah, 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 and you should listen because it's great. Everybody thinks their podcast is great. That's not a selling point. So you have to think about, what is your niche? What is it that you offer people that no one else does? So when you do build that community, when, you do interact with those people for a while, and then eventually you bring up your podcast, you can say, I think you would find my podcast beneficial to listen to for X number of reasons. And, just list a couple of reasons that they would benefit from listening to your podcast. The other thing, really it's all about cultivating relationships in those communities before you start to promote yourself. Be helpful to people. So even if you have a fiction podcast, you can still be helpful to people. You can talk about, for instance, I'm pretty active on forums talking about Black horror, making horror recommendations. Like if you want to watch or read more Black horror, here's who you can read or watch, kind of thing. And so, eventually you become a subject matter expert on that particular topic. And then, it's much easier for you to bring up your podcast without people feeling like you're being spammy, because you've shown that you just want to help the community, and you only bring up your podcast when it's actually something that would be helpful to the community. Another thing you can do is you can offer free resources. That's something that I did with Nightlight to help me raise money for the first season. Was I created a database of Black writers, whether they wrote fiction, nonfiction, the whole gamut. And basically, made it available to anyone who had paid work available for these writers. So I had a lot of writers sign up to be included in the database. And then I had editors that wanted to hire people that wanted access to the database. So, even though Nightlight is a fiction podcast, I created a resource that was useful for people that was adjacent to my purpose with Nightlight, which is to uplift Black writers. So, Nightlight is specific to horror, but my mission is to uplift Black writers regardless of what they write. It's just for the podcast, I'm only focused on uplifting Black horror writers.
That's great. I want to ask for a little bit of a clarity on the idea of getting picked up by Apple and Spotify. What are the steps that happens?
It's actually pretty easy. So, if you just Google, add your podcast to Apple Podcasts, it's just a matter of submitting your RSS feed, which is going to be supplied by your host. So if you use Anchor, is a pretty good host to start off with for a lot of people. You can just go into your settings, depending on your host, and there will be a link somewhere that's like, here's your RSS link, and you go and you submit it to Apple and to Spotify. A lot of hosts will have an actual page where they will kind of submit it for you, essentially, where you can just click a button and they'll, go through the process to do it for you on the back end and automate it. So it just kind of depends on what your host does and doesn't do for you, how much legwork you have to do. Now, if you want to get featured by Apple or Spotify, that's a whole different ball game. The easiest place probably to get recognition on Apple is their new and noteworthy list, and honestly, Spotify is probably the same. Getting recognition as a new podcast, but to do that, you have to get a whole bunch of downloads, because they basically just look at numbers. They want to see how many people are listening to your podcast. So you didn't exist 2 weeks ago, now you do, and there's a ton of people listening to it. It's super competitive. It's hard to get listed in the new and noteworthy, because again, it requires a lot of downloads. But if you come up with your marketing campaign ahead of your first episode, you can start to build a lot of excitement about your podcast, get people talking about it, so more people will listen to it when it first comes out, to increase your chances. Aside from that, you can submit to Apple and Spotify as well, I believe. But it's one of those things where it's like you can kind of put your application there, but it's kind of like a black hole, and you may hear back. You probably will not hear back, and if they do feature you, they may or may not let you know. Like the number of times I've had like Spotify feature me, and like no one's. I just find out because someone has sent me a screenshot of it, because I don't even use Spotify as my player. So I only find out about it from listeners. So they don't tell you if you've been featured on anything, which I mean, I guess I get, because it changes and it's all programmatic and things like that. But yeah, you don't always know when you're going to be featured.
That's a good point. I want to ask about partnering with people. The idea of, again, it sounds like there's a lot of great steps, but also there's a lot to just doing a podcast yourself. So what about when you're looking at trying to build a podcast with other people, whether that's remote or in person? What's been your experience or some tips if a collective, say like for us at SUBSUME, and we've had this as an opportunity myself. Shout out to Tyler and Kel and the New Wakanda podcast. So we've been through here in this sense, but I think the idea of starting something with someone seems to always be an easier point, right?
Yes.
And so, but at the same time, I got to imagine there's some unique opportunities when, whether remote or in person, that have to be considered. So in making a podcast, starting off with a partner, with a friend, what are some things to consider in that space?
The first thing you want to iron out is if your podcast starts to make money, how are you going to split it? And that leads to the conversation about how you split the work. So, if someone says, well, I want 50% of whatever we make from this podcast, which theoretically is fair if you only have 2 people, then that leads you to the discussion. Okay, well, how are we going to divide the labor for this? Who's going to be responsible for the marketing? Who's going to be responsible for the editing of the podcast, sound design, if it's a fiction podcast, or if you add any sound effects, things like that. You want to make sure that you get both of those things ironed out as early as you can, because what you don't want to happen, and what I've seen happen to a lot of people, is they start a podcast with a friend or multiple friends, and one of the friends is just kind of like, well, I'm recording and that's it. That's all I'm doing, kind of thing. And then everybody else gets mad because they're like, well, I'm sitting here, spending hours upon hours editing this podcast while, my friend over here is just showing up for an hour to record on Zoom, and, they're done. And they want half the money, it's like, but they're not doing half the work, kind of thing. So you want to make sure that you talk about that division of labor, get it in writing. I always suggest, like, I'm a big contracts person. I know a lot of people are, afraid of contracts, or they think, it means that you're not you don't trust people, but it really helps you lay out who is going to be doing what and how that money is going to be split, to make sure that you're not going to have misunderstandings later. So it doesn't necessarily even have to be a contract that you both sign. If you feel like that might harm your friendship, asking your friend to sign a contract, just say, okay, well, let's have a document where we talk, we just have it listed, you get X amount of money, I get X amount of money, I do X, you do Y, kind of thing, just so you can make sure that there's not any opportunity or very little opportunity for miscommunication. And of course, as you start to build your podcast, you're going to discover more things that need to be done that may not be documented in that initial list of tasks that need to be done. So you just go back and, you edit that in and say, okay, well, I'm going to be taking on this task, can you handle half of this one, to make sure that that labor is divided the way that it should be. The other thing is talking about just expectations for promotion of the podcast. Personally, I think that anybody involved in a podcast should also, to some extent, be involved in marketing that podcast. If it's only just posting, hey, there's a new episode out on their social media channels, making sure that there's an understanding on, this is how we're going, this is the bare minimum of how we're going to promote this podcast, and this is what we both will be doing to promote this podcast. So that way you don't have someone who is just, again, like recording stuff and being like, okay, I'm done, and then the other person's on social media and talking to people, and and this other person is just saying some stuff and that's it. Which, I mean, it's fine if that's all that person wants to do, that's great, but
Right.
Make sure that you adjust the money accordingly.
I think that's more than fair, but I think we see that a lot, not only just in podcasting, but I think the idea of in that creative space, that we do need to write down and itemize and understand. Got to point of division
Yeah.
of labor. But again, I think that helps also with the roadmap of where you all want to go. 'Cause I think that's also something that we see in a lot of creative projects. Is one person thinks one thing, another person interprets it as a completely other, and as it starts, you can kind of operate in that that gray area. But then, when it's your point, when things become successful or continuous or
Mhm.
require more work and resources, then that's when that incongruity really comes out.
Yes.
And unfortunately, it'll stop a lot of great progress that
Will.
you all invested your time
In
in.
friendships, yeah, you don't want any of that. You
Right.
should also have an exit plan. So, like, let's say that you're not making X amount of money within 3 years. You say, okay, if we're not making this amount of money within, X amount of time, then, we're going to say that we're done with this kind of thing. Like, have a goal. So that way you're not in an argument about like, okay, I'm tired of doing this because I'm not making any money. And the other person is like, but I want to keep going. I feel like we're on the cusp of something. Have that exit plan so that you have it laid out ahead of time. You can always change it later. If you decide, if you're at the 3-year mark and you're really, really close, you can go to your partner. You can say, okay, I feel like we're really close. We hit the mark where we said that we're going to stop, but I think we're close. Would you be willing to continue for another 6 months to see if we can get there? So it's not like this closes any sort of conversation. You can always have a conversation later, but having all that laid out beforehand really helps you avoid a lot of disagreements and arguments.
I think that's more than fair. And to that point, kind of planning towards your future successes is really a component. So check here, kind of give us in our last 10 minutes or so in regards to our office hours again here with Tonya Ransom of the Nightlight Black Horror Podcast. Again, coming in to give us some great expertise and showing off her mean mug skills to how we can be better in the podcasting and audio storytelling space. Now, can we differentiate maybe what we mean by podcasting? And again, where you now had some great experiences in the audio storytelling, where what's the difference between those two, or is there a difference?
Okay, so podcasts are, pretty much anything you can listen to on any podcasting app, right? So, that's everything from, business podcasts, that might be started about like Deloitte or, some consulting firm, all the way to, little indie productions where it's just, one person in front of a microphone reading stories and that's it. So, that encompasses everything. And then within that, you have your nonfiction podcasts. So you have ones like Aaron Mahnke's Lore, which is just him talking. It's not anyone else. It's just him. And then you have your conversational podcast, which is, one or, 2 or more friends, or, you don't have to be friends, I guess. I hope you are. It makes life a lot easier if everybody's friends. But where it's a group of people talking about a particular subject. So like Morbid is one that I really like because I'm into true crime. And it's 2 sisters that talk about various cases, true crime cases. I find that I think nonfiction podcasts with multiple people speaking are more interesting than a single person speaking, but not everybody feels that way. So it's, just kind of like what you prefer. On the fiction side of things, you have like a whole gamut of stuff. So you have what Nightlight is, which is basically, I call it a single narrator drama. So all that is just one person reading a story, but the dramatic part is that I have the sound effects and music like you would have in a full-blown audio drama that has a full cast underneath the one person reading the story. So it's kind of like this bridge between someone just reading you a story without any sound effects and then a full cast production where someone's telling you a story with sound effects. As far as fiction podcasts go, you can have, just your single narrator podcast with no sound effects, no music, no nothing. Although I think people are starting to expect to have music and some sound effects. I'm noticing that fewer podcasts are just single narrator with nothing under them. So I see the industry going more toward using sound effects and music. And there's, podcasts like Nightlight, which is the single narrator with the sound effects. There are some single narrator podcasts that just have music without the sound effects. So, you also kind of have some room there if you don't want to do the full sound design. If it's just you, that's a lot of work. And just adding music is probably enough. Like, that's kind of how I wish I would have started because it was a lot more work than I thought it would be. And then you have your full cast audio dramas, which is basically like a TV show just for your ears. So a number of actors, the sound helps to tell a story. It's not just enhancing the story. You need the sound to understand what's happening in the story. So I mean, there's a whole range of what you can do. And then there's like there are podcasts where people play games. It's kind of like Twitch, but it's just a podcast where people are playing games and recording themselves essentially playing these games, and it's like almost like sports commentary, but for like tabletop games. So I mean, there's all kinds of stuff that you can do with a podcast.
No, I think again to your point of being able to really just utilize what's in front of you, right? I think that's
Yes.
really where, from an audio standpoint, makes podcasting, makes audio storytelling just such an enriching but really open source space, and that's what I really felt like was a great component to bring in and kind of talk about how we've been able to see like the growth and maturation of that. So we'll make a last call for questions as I kind of ask, what do you see as the future of storytelling? We're using podcasts and really using this audio space.
Yeah, I mean, I think that we're going to start to see more studios produce podcasts. Think about like early days of TV. Like way back before studios were even a thing. People were making like home movies and things like that, and that's kind of almost where we are in the podcasting space right now. People are essentially making kind of like home movies. They're recording out of their homes, creating the podcast, at home on their computers, kind of thing. But then you also have the flip side of that, where it's like these major studios that have, 5-6 figure budgets for a podcast that are also creating podcasts. And I think we're going to start to see more of that, more studios start to do that because, for two reasons. One, a lot of Hollywood studios that are making movies and TV shows are sourcing intellectual property from podcasts, because essentially your podcast is a proof of concept. It shows, hey, I've got this number of listeners for this podcast, so I think it would be a successful TV series. So they're listening to these top podcasts and they're thinking, oh, okay, I can write a check for this and know that it's probably going to make my money back, because they've already proven that they're making money on the podcast side of things. But in addition to that, I think studios are going to start bankrolling some of these podcasts themselves as a proof of concept before they invest like in a TV series or things like that. If they're not sure how a particular story concept or, conversational concept is going to work for, TV or film, they might put the money into a podcast first to kind of test the waters and see, is this a good investment or not?
I think it's a great space to ideate and template the ideas as you've kind of shown and shared, and definitely something I want to put back on our roadmap of the work that we do here with SUBSUME. And so we'll kind of look to say, we have office hours that have been very informative. Appreciate Ken and Sarah kind of giving us some components to start. But let's ask, specifically for yourself as a Black-owned business and part of our Black Futures, how can we find you and support you in your work?
Oh man, like I said earlier, Patreon is where I make the most amount of money. So patreon.com/nightlightpod. If you want to specifically support Black authors as well as my work. If you want to support me specifically, I'm patreon.com/Tanya Ransom. And all that money goes to me. It doesn't go to funding any expenses for either podcasts. Listening to Nightlight, if you don't want to pay anything, listening to those ads, that makes me some money. And then, of course, Afflicted, my newest podcast. I'm really, really trying to grow that one, and it's doing really well so far. We hit number 5 on the drama charts last week.
Congratulations.
Thank you. It was super, super exciting. My goal is to sell it as a TV series, Nightlight as well, honestly. So, the more people that listen to Nightlight and Afflicted, the better. That's honestly the best thing you can do for me outside of subscribing to the Patreons.
No, absolutely. No, thank you so very much. This turned out to be a great did you pull a dual service here today? It was a great interview and conversation about yourself and your work, but also being able to give us really some fantastic office hours and support in regards to how we can start in that podcasting and audio journey, as far as where our ideas can really find its space in this new fantastic world. So with that, thank you so very much, Tanya. So I really appreciate you. Thanks again for being a part of SUBSUME, and I'm sure we'll be talking again soon.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much.
Right. Oh, no, pleasure. Thanks, and take care.
You too.
Thank y'all. So with that, we have Tanya Ransom of the Nightlight Black Horror Podcast that came in and dropped a lot of great game in regards to the ways of how you can use podcasting and audio storytelling to ideate, implement, and monetize your own stories and be able to be a shared space to connect with others. So we've had 3 great hours of office hours here with Black Future 2023. So we'll go ahead and get ready to set up for the next continuation of our program. And so let's see if we can bring up our schedule and see, kind of showing where we're getting ready to round out the last 3 hours of Black Future 2023. So we've got some great guests that are about to come in. I'll go ahead and see if I can bring up our schedule here shortly. ... And so I want to make sure that I'm getting our cadence right. I know who's about to come, but I want to make sure that we've got that set. So too many screens, it's okay. So I think we'll start with let's see, it'll be Fire Magazine, and also we'll speak with several developers here on the continent. They're working through with Africa Comicade. The idea is that we as SUBSUME work in the gaming and game development spaces, many other spaces that we get a chance to impact and influence. But we want to look at how do we look at game development on the continent? How do all the countries and all the spaces and all the stories in Africa look to not only work in gaming, but intentionally on building the games of tomorrow that use Afrofuturism and also Black culture and African culture and a whole diaspora of talent to look to be in the next space of innovation in game design and game development. So I'm privileged to be able to bring a series of speakers to conversate around that. Also, we'll get a chance to talk with one of our best in Fire Magazine, and being the home of written speculative fiction for so many writers and so many creators, we'll get a chance to get an inside look at what's going on there. And then we'll look at 5 o'clock to be joined by the Black Speculative Arts Movement and look at the spaces of Afrofutures abroad. So we have some of our best intellectuals that'll come in and talk about the work that they're engaging in, not only here in the United States, but across the world, that looks at the Afrofuturism standpoint as a brilliant catalyst for change of policy, technology, and social entrepreneurship. And then lastly, we'll close out with me here, Dejun Sneed, founder of SUBSUME Media here in Atlanta, Georgia, talking about the last of the Black Fantastic and how we as SUBSUME, we're going to look back and look ahead to how we can build out the next components of tomorrow. And so with that and with you, all things are possible, as well as a space for us to share our tomorrows together. And so with that, we want to go ahead and bring out our next space, and we'll get ready at 4 o'clock to come right back. So please stay tuned and stay included with us here at SUBSUME Black Futures 2023. Thank you so much. See you in a moment. Thank you all so very much, and welcome back to Black Futures 2023. I am Dejan Sneed, founder and CEO of SUBSUME Media here in Atlanta, Georgia. SUBSUME is the intersection of creativity, technology, and community, where we want to be a community platform that offers a space for the Black fantastic and the stories of tomorrow. And with that, we want to continue our conversations of minding our Black-owned businesses and what are some of the innovative spaces and places in our shared community that we see business and the story and the premise of sharing our stories together really take place. And so we want to talk to Fire Magazine. And with that, we want to bring to the stage Mr. Christian Ivy, who's art director and social media manager for the award-winning space. So to that, I'm going to call Christian to our stage. Christian, a pleasure. Thank you so very much for coming on and coming on board to talk
Thanks
to
for
us
having me.
not only about Fire Magazine, but your own conversation in creative spaces as well. And so we'd love to understand from such a prominent beginning and really just a run with Fire as a social space, also as a space of speculative fiction, literature, and more. And we'd love to just learn more about yourself. And really, for those who may not know about Fire, please let us understand and appreciate what this space is and where we're going with it. Thank you so very much.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks again for having me on here. Yeah, I'm starting Faya because that's the most important thing. But yeah, Faya magazine of Black speculative fiction. We we won a Hugo. We've been Hugo nominated a few years, and we won a fantasy award. And we've been we're getting out there a little bit more. So it's exciting. Like when I first discovered Fire, it was like the first nomination and during the pandemic. And I was on social media, on Twitter particularly, and I was just like, what is this? Like, what is this place? I was like, this is what I've been thinking about, or like, like the kid that you always was, or whatever. It's like, oh, this is something that you always thought about or dreamed about, or whatever. So I was like, okay, I don't know, I gotta either submit something or something. I was like, I gotta figure some way to sort of like be a part of like this or like sort of like put this out here because I've like never heard of it. And I was like, I consider myself a serious writer or whatever. So yeah, that's kind of like my initial like introduction to Fire. And I started following Elle and Brent and who Elle does the layout and like webmastering and this is her last year here. And Brent used to do social media and did the reviews. And so, yeah, they were just one of the people who are a little bit more public. And so I was like, oh, these are like cool people around here. You know what I mean? It's like, I don't know. You never know what you're gonna get on like Twitter, especially. So it's like it was cool sort of just to see people writing, editing, and like, trying to do the publishing game or whatever. So yeah, L was like they're gonna, stop being the art director. And so I applied and I was like, I wasn't even gonna apply. I was like, I was like, you know how you talk yourself out of it a little bit? I was
Absolutely.
anxious and like I was all like breathing hard and stuff. It was a mess. But like no, I was like, okay, I got some ideas. And I saw what Elle was doing and I was like, okay, I wanna like push it in a different direction.
Mhm.
Yeah, so I applied and I got it. And I think the first year I think I did pretty good. Like I tried to mix it up a little bit, but still keep it not too far away from like what Elle has already kind of like laid out. But this year I'm really trying to like step it up a notch. And yeah, I want to get some of the artists like some more awards or just to get them a little bit out there. We've been getting this year I saw a few of our artists on there. So that was like great. And I'm just looking for like the covers to be nominated, to or to pick up some steam. So I'm really trying to like put things out there that, not just like I guess writers, but like Black Twitter in general could like look at it and be attracted to it or like want to know more about it. Like I don't know any other Black magazine that's doing what Fi is doing. So to me, it was interesting that it was like a sort of separation from like Black Twitter and then like Black writer Twitter, I guess.
That makes
Yeah. So some of my goals is sort of like to bridge that. Because fiction and prose and poetry, it sort of drive. I think it's like the middle ground. I consider like stories to be like the testimonies to like history. So
Mhm.
it's like, we have what happens, and then we have the stories that are told when these things were happening, like in and around that. So I feel like it's a really special place, and we're now able to play prorate, which is like it's the hardest thing to get to come from like a starting mag to do.
Right.
And so I was like, okay, you can get credit for your science fiction association account and things like that. And it's just like we've been able to sort of get people in good spotlight. So yeah, I'm just was like, how can we keep increasing that, and like how can we keep like bringing different people on and do different things like
Mhm.
of it's like maybe doing some workshops, like we're starting the book club. We're doing author interviews with authors who were a part of Fire or had their stories already like published in Fire and then went on to have like either like an anthology or a story collection or a novel or a novella, things like that, just so we can kind of like not just only just put the issues out there and collect the stories, but sort of bring that like to for like what we actually talking about and what these
Right.
stories are like, what's the process, because I think a lot of it is really um like folks like I don't know because I either haven't done it or I've done like one or something like that,
Right.
and it's like it's never the same sort of story for each person. And I think sometimes the more you could talk to people or know, the better you get a sense about it. Because it's like the way we understand things is through comparison. Even though everyone says don't compare, but like I don't know how people understand how things work if they don't have
Right.
into it. So it's like I felt like it was helped really just to be amongst a bunch of like Black writers and editors and people who really enjoy speculative fiction to sort of just talk through like even just the bad parts like being on submission, getting rejected, or the
Right.
good parts too. Like, oh, this story is very interesting. Oh, you try something new, la la la, or like I just did a 30-minute sprint with a group of like writers and editors, and I was like I was stuck all week trying to write, but this little 30-minute sprint that we got together was just like something happened.
Mm. Yeah.
Yeah, the fun is like it's like this whole little magical place that I feel like not enough Black people know about. So that's kind of like yeah, part of it where I'm at right now, what I'm trying to do with some of the artwork and some of the social media stuff. Yeah, I forgot.
No worries. And I want to allude a little bit to the kind of workspace and quote unquote day job that you hold in this
Oh
space.
yeah.
Do you feel like that either your space or your corporations are poised to be able to build some type of, I would say, like some type of sustainable way for the stories to kind of keep going?
Um, Well, at the point now, there's like a bunch of different ways you can do it. You can be a for-profit and a nonprofit.
Hmm.
So that determines like your sort of approach. You can do
Right.
subscription based or non-subscription based. So FI is a subscription based and a for-profit. So we get money either from donations or sponsors, or when people subscribe or they buy like the flyer, the poster, the postcard, whatever, like those
Mhm.
sort of things like that. So that's one model. That's like the magazine costs X, Y, and Z. So an
Right.
issue probably costs somewhere like 4 to 6 thousand. So it's like, you're getting, this is your goal. This is how much you're like doing that. And so then like during the pandemic, we was able to bring in like more funds and be able to raise how much we actually able to pay folks. So before then, it wasn't able to pay pro rate, which is 8 cents per word. So like that's another thing, like that's like to kind of like factor in.
Hmm.
And then so it's grants too as well. Then it's like some people do the Patreon thing, which is more newer since the pandemic kicked off. And I've seen people just like not necessarily do it for profit, like more so like to have it available, just like on their website. And so they're just sustaining the website for people to keep getting published. Yeah, I think it's like a bunch of different ways. I think just the model that we already have inherited is like the subscription base. It's only digital. So like that's something that we may be looking to do is like, I don't know, maybe do an anthology in print or maybe have print issues. Just looking for something like physical that people could take home with them. I mean, you can get posters and things too, but I think people would like if they could have their stories and like, and a solid
Mm.
thing. So yeah, I think that's some of the things like that. I think the main thing it really is when you have these sort of things, if it's not, a blockbuster seller, which is like a lot of the indie stuff, is yeah, like the people to like support and like to like move that. And so a lot of that like campaigns, a lot of people want to like be a part of like get published in the magazine, but they may not
Hmm.
like read it as much, or they may not have, like you may not be on a subscription like every base. So some of that is too is just offering other things besides just the issue to attract the crowd and to like keep people like coming back as well. So I think that our work is like on par, and then that's why I think we're just trying to offer more offerings to like explore like what you're paying for and like what that community looks like too. So yeah, I don't know. I think it's like I just think which one. It just depends on like I think also your business style. I think what would work
Mm.
best too. But I feel like for the for profit has worked for us because it's like it gives you a certain amount of options to bring in income.
That makes sense. And thanks for clarifying on that point. And I think you took the source of where I wanted to kind of go with it, and it kind of works in from there. So we talk about the business standpoint, and likewise, Fire's had a great legacy of creators from its inception, and as you shared, maybe going through another round of transition, as well as kind of going forward into a new direction that they want to pave. How can you say that the team that's comprised of Fire really has been able to integrate so many parts into something that really is the greater than the sum of that for those parts? Is there a space from say leadership or the culture? If you had to give a few examples of
Mhm.
things that are some of the positives of working with Team Fire, we'd love to understand and appreciate those as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I feel like the main person at Fire is L. Like is like brilliant. It's like beyond like the best. If you ever
Mm.
get a chance to just even be in their presence, it's like
Right.
really amazing. Elle is one of a kind. I think we're all blessed to be able to, have moments with them.
Right.
There's just somebody that I just met off back that was just caring and straightforward and upfront and just like dedicated to like not just like their own personal like getting their stories out or
Mm.
them editing or them doing something, but other folks as well and growing within that too. So they all started before I came along the NSS, which is like our little like Slack hub of like Black writers and
Mm.
creators, and that's just a space there that's like it's our fire space, but it's also that like second space as well.
Mm.
So yeah. So Elle also helps like manage that with some other folks and things. So I think they're really great at at being like personable and like being like drawing attraction to the folks and getting people to kind of like motivate and get together a little bit. And then we also have Devon, who's also like super brilliant with their editing and being able to get the slushes and things moved along. So it's kind of like two wheels, I think, and I feel like it's like our two main wheels.
Okay.
And so yeah, it's interesting because it's like I work with them and like there's different ways on like different things a little bit, but
Right.
like I said, I was like transitioning out. So yeah, we have a big gap, and it's like obviously it's sad, but it's great because like they're gonna be putting out stories, they're gonna be doing their own thing, and that's what I'm also super excited about. It's like we had all these people like you had mentioned come and work with Fire to put Fire together, but a lot of those folks put their stories on hold, put their sort of goals on hold to make Fire exist. And so now I think that's just like an exciting thing or an exciting opportunity that now they have like more free time or possibility to write or like do more editing or whatever the case may be. And so I'm hoping we see more of their work too as well instead of just them behind the scenes. So I think that's how these things sort of work. Like we have to give what we can to it and then like also pass it on so we can do other things and then other folks can take what we have, the seeds we had planted. And so yeah, I'm just like also super honored that I was like out of all the people that apply, I don't know how many, but
Bro.
like I said, Elle was like, oh yeah, and I came in with some ideas and Devon and Elle, they were very receptive. They wasn't like don't do anything or like we don't know you that well. I don't. I like had one issue. I did one cover, and I was just like, all right, let's launch the Instagram and like all this other stuff like that. And so yeah, they were just like they're definitely down and like open. And like we have like Tanya, she's a slush reader for the editors. Like B. Sharice is the poetry editor. The nonfiction editors. We all like really communicate and like I use a Slack a lot because we're all on different times. But yeah, I think everyone's going through a lot also because, obviously the pandemic and like the oncoming recession. But I think we've all made time and space for each other within that realm too. And like I feel like we've been able to pull off I feel like a really good magazine. I'm hoping we get the nomination again this year. And yeah, like obviously trying to take it for the Hugos and that but yeah, I just like yeah, I just feel like that sort of thing has been like it's a mix of leadership and I think of just like folks not just only like caring about themselves or their own goals, but just like as a collective. And I think that takes a lot in terms of like maybe not being that selfish to be like, I'm gonna pause a bit so I can like nurture this space. Or also like I've nurtured this space and now it's time for me to do X, Y, and Z. So it's been very interesting sort of just to see like I think both of those like in action and just like I don't know, it's kind of like you always think like I guess you stay at something forever until it falls apart or you die. So it's always interesting. It's like, okay, what is it like to have a 10-year or something or to do that. So yeah, I think it's been interesting. I've been learning a lot from them. I'm like super glad I got to work with them and like meet them. So
Absolutely. Now, coming from someone who may not have been a part of that original ecosystem, you said you kind of just gotten into here. Where do you see for Fire Magazine that is best representing I don't want to say representing the culture, but I think representing our most contemporary opportunities as creators in the Black speculative fiction space?
Probably because like we like again play prorate and it's like only Black folks and there's Black folks that's doing it and then only our cover artists are Black. I don't think anybody else is like doing that per se. And like again we were able to like win awards and sort of like be like deliver high quality as well. Like we have to sacrifice, I think, on quality to get these awards or to get into these spaces that to be seen per se like that. And I think we're like I said, we have like the group. I think we're just very open to it about growing, it about not necessarily being like a secret or like more of a secret than like what it already is. Yeah, I think that was just something that I was like really looking for, like a community to a writing community to sort of like add all these ideas and you can talk about everybody, whatever. But sometimes you just don't need random people reading your story. You need writers. You need people who are going to read and give you that sort of same energy back. And that's what I was able to I feel like find. I think to me, when I think of culture in some sort of way, or like what I would want to see represented in culture, I think is like Black folks like working together in a way to communicate better or communicate more. Not necessarily it doesn't necessarily be like better or good work or whatever.
Right.
I think the idea that like the short form or like long form is dead is very it's something that I think a writer has to contend with, and I think that's like what we do with fiction, even in like short fiction or like a novella or something like that. And I think it's like a very important role because I think we have this is like I don't know. We know I guess everything's a once in a lifetime, but if you would have said 3 years ago we would have had COVID or something, I wouldn't have believed you.
Right. That's
Like,
fair.
what does it look like to like I don't know, like I guess like not just document these stories, but put these stories together or like hold the space for
Mhm.
Black to be able to communicate these things when like we usually don't you don't usually get to communicate those things. And then also in a way that when we have like a sort of a media that our media ecosystem that show is just like perpetuating off of like violence of like to Black people in terms of
Right.
like police or like rape or like crime or whatever, so all these things is like this is constant all the time. And yeah, I just appreciate Faya for just like not really trying to like strong arm like what it is to be Black. It's just like letting people giving like the definition and letting people identify how to with the terminology themselves. And I think
Mhm.
that's something that's like that's pretty brilliant in a way because Black like we have a incoherentness with Blackness. And I think like that being like part of its core is what makes it so attractive. And it's not just catered to a specific sort of Black group or not like born out of like some sort of just like violence in itself. It's just like we this is realized that this is a shared struggle,
Mhm.
and the shared struggle is related by race, class, etc. And so like that's some of the themes that I think we're going to try to explore is like how does these themes show up more that affects Black folks, within like the speculative nature,
Mhm.
which is like one of the ones we're doing is the belonging issue with the Other and Belonging Institute at UC Berkeley. That's the day job
Okay.
I work at.
Nice. Nice. Okay.
And so, yeah, some things about that is like that. Like my job is like really interested. Well, UC Berkeley or OBI, it's really interested in like supporting places that like promote care and promote what we call bridging, which is intentional relationship building. Like we're building relationships for a positive outcome, and like not just like for we get more money or
Right.
so we can I don't know be happy, but like we feel in the betterment of like that together. These things are possible when it's like by themselves. It's like we this is not what we want. We don't want to be isolated. We don't want to be alone. And so yeah, I just feel like Faya like maybe not using that same language is like doing some like bridging, like creating bridges, like I'm meeting different writers from, all over that I would never probably ever, like have any conversation. Well, on Facebook, someone was just saying they're glad that we got a Facebook page. And I was just like, I didn't think nobody even would be on that page. I swear, I was just like, I don't even know. But somebody was just sent me a message, just like, yeah, we're glad you're here. And I was like, okay, look, now that's
Mhm.
it's just like those random things that just come through. So yeah, that's what I think that Fire is doing, like for like the culture person, because I know a lot of people feel a lot about that. So like, yeah, I just think that's what we're doing. We're not being yeah, I think we're for everyone that's Black and not just like trying to focus on like one sort of group, and like we're telling stories across like the whole diaspora, which I think
Right.
is what we should what when we say Black, I think that's what we should mean, and that's what like we mean per se. So
Right.
yeah.
No, that's perfect. I think a great segue to one more question as far as the diaspora of the Black story, the Black experience. For some that may not understand what speculative fiction or and these rights and these spaces may be, can you give us a synopsis of what that means to Fire Magazine and for submissions or for collaborations? Is there a guideline or space that you're looking at when you try to make decisions of how to move forward with partners, or is that something more that we could gain some insight on?
Yeah, I think some of it it's been like how can this be like uplifted beyond this the like spirit that Fire is already in.
Right.
And then just an example with OBI, that it's in an academic space and that FIA is not in an academic space. There's academics that write and stuff like that, but it's not the same space. So we're looking, I think, sometimes like to have crossover from spaces that we're not already in to be seen or to get the folks who would be attracted to that sort of work. Yeah, and I think some of the things that, like I said, we work on things that like affect Black folks, like sexuality or like gender, or things like HIV or xenophobia, like diabetes, like sickle cell, like migration, reparations, like all these things have like tension within the Blackness, and like speculative nature is just like science fiction, fantasy, supernatural romance, like horror, mystery, thriller, all the spooky the things go like that go bump in the night,
Right.
all of that stuff like that. And then also the genre blend, that's the things I tell people, like, don't be afraid. Like, it's really, everything's already been done. So you're not going to like break the mode or like, ruin the submission model or anything like that. I would always say take a look at what's in the magazine, and what's like the submission, like we see like a little paragraph and like what we put as like our submission guidelines. Because a lot of times you're just gonna kind of beat yourself up if you don't follow the submission guidelines. Like when we ask for speculative and you give us poetry or you give us a story with like, oh, he got a robot gun or something like that. It's like, that's not speculative. You just be like, oh yeah, like the best friend was gay, and then be like, oh, this is a gay story. It's just not the same thing. And so it's like that comes like, editors could tell like this, you haven't invested in the speculative nature of that. And I feel like with Black folks, it's like it's there all the time. Like we're Black, and like it's just like, to me, speculative is metaphysics, really, in a way. And so I'm just like, we're always contending with like metaphysics, and so I'm just like really interested in like helping Black people, I think, tell those sort of like stories related to their experiences about existing in a world that is kind of like constantly violent on their existence per se. So yeah, and it's not always about like leading into like maybe like resisting violence or my identity is born out of violence, but I think it's something about raising the stakes and saying this is what it takes, and this is where we're at, and this is what it is. So yeah, I think that's kind of like some of the things I think we're looking to like move forward with a little bit. We're gonna have like a new announcement about our new themes coming up, and yeah, I think we're also hopefully we can like collaborate more. A staff is super small, so it's hard to do more than like 4 issues, and then we usually have to plan like almost a year and ahead to do the collab. So sometimes like when we do collaborations, they don't happen right away.
Right.
Usually like more. It's usually like a while down until we actually get to the collab. So that's another thing is like, if we do the sort of a collaboration, I think if people expecting it to happen, like, I don't know, soon, I think it's like that's not how the magazine works, and I think things take time to sort of like put into or plug into play with like our little 4 quarterly issue situation.
Perfect. And I want to close out to ask, how can we, as our shared community, support you, support Fire, and support a space like this that's so adamantly Black and inclusive in sharing our legacies and frankly wanting to see the space be successful? How can we connect with you and in these spaces?
No, that would be great. I mean, like, if y'all love Fire or like y'all want to get to know more, we have a Twitter, we got a Facebook, we got an Instagram, and we even got a LinkedIn. We here for all y'all, all types of Black folks. But yeah, I mean, like, we always looking for subscriptions. You can give subscription, you can buy individual issue. Again, you can buy posters and postcards. That also gives the artists funds as well. Yeah, we're always looking for donations because like we're trying new things. So like anything new we have to try, we have to pay people for it. And also like usually it's just a lot more since like everything is like we just do the magazine and we put it out. So everything additional that we do is a little bit extra. So yeah, we always looking for money, dollar bills, anything helps. But yeah, mostly I think it's like if you just really like, I really think people should just read the magazine. Like it literally blew me away. Like I said, there's nothing like it. I think Devon is like a really brilliant editor. I think he has a very specific like touch to things that it's not what you see, I think, right now in terms of like the field. Yeah, and so I think he's brilliant. I think he's like doing good things, and I think we're gonna keep putting out good covers. It's up to me. So yeah, like you guys know if y'all got issues for us, that'd be great as well too.
All right, thank you. And postscript, one bonus question. It's going to be a bit biased, but I want to ask, what has been your favorite cover of the Fire
Oh, wow.
magazines? Right, so we got some for those, and again, we'll be able to showcase exactly where the
Yeah,
people can direct them.
honestly, my
But yeah,
favorite cover is the most recent cover that I just did. Issue 25 with Rocky Sai, who's from Senegal, I believe. Brilliant. I think it's brilliant. I think I really I really stepped it up in this way. I chose a different type of title. I changed. I mean, it's maybe things that people don't notice, but yeah, I love it. I love it on its own. I feel like now and then maybe if I look back in my like whatever career, like this is like my arrive moment. I would like I can go down and say like I helped bring this together and this was it, and I'll be good with that. I love all the other ones. Don't get me wrong, but I think I really felt confident in my art directing to be like, yeah, like this is what we gonna do, and then yeah, we did it, and I'm just super proud of like that. So yeah, the most recent one is like my favorite one at the moment.
fantastic. That's a hard choice, and I want to close out with like the buzzer beater, but no, that was just in time and right on time.
Thank you so much for even having us. Thanks for even talking to us.
Oh, absolutely. I know we've got a collaborative future together on some things to come, and very excited for that.
I didn't know you were in the. We're trying to do some stuff in the land, so
we got it. We got you. So no, the collaboration's already underway. So no, we just want to make sure as we introduce the newest works with Fire Magazine, and again, a way to make sure that we have spaces, that we have communities, and we have creatives like yourself and the Fire family that is really being the vanguards of speculative fiction. So that's one war down, and we know many more to come. Absolutely. So with that, of course, we'll share how to be able to contact and connect with Fire. Just want to give you a parting opportunity. If there's anything else you want to share about your own creative work or endeavors with Fire, we'd love to figure out.
Yeah, I mean, also, you folks can follow me. I'm like AGDub, AGEEDUBB on all social media. Yeah, I write as well. I'm doing a little theory, a little queer theory, a little Afro-Pascal theory, things like that. So, yeah, you can check me out and stuff too. Like I said, I'm always like tweeting and retweeting and like with Fire. So, like, if you follow Fire, you're kind of getting me too. But yeah, no, thanks again for having me, and I appreciate it.
No, a pleasure. Thank you so very much, Christian. We will look for more from you, from Fire, and for all of us forward. So thank you so very much. All right. Yes, sir. Thank you. And with that, that was Christian Ivy, social media manager, as well as art director of Fire Magazine, the Hugo Award-winning speculative fiction home of innovation and new stories. And with that, we want to keep the story going here for Black Futures 2023 and how we all can stay included in our shared futures of tomorrow. Again, this is Dejan Sneed with SUBSUME. Thank you. So stay tuned and stay included for more. Thank you all so very much, and we appreciate you being a part of our fantastic show of SUBSUME Summit Black Futures Month 2023. Again, my name is Dayton Sneed, founder of SUBSUME Media here in Atlanta, Georgia, where SUBSUME is the intersection of creativity, technology, and community, where we look to build platforms and processes to include everyone in our shared futures of tomorrow. And so this particular program, I'm very excited to reach across the continent and find a space and place for us to talk about the future of African game design. And so what we want to look at as game developers ourselves of how do we use the narrative of games and storytelling not only to see ourselves in that space, but also build the workforce development and the stories and places of tomorrow, particularly as we look at the inclusion of Afrofuturism as a key point in the stories of tomorrow. And so with that, I want to bring to the stage a fantastic group that I met through Africa Comic here last year, but now looking at the way that we can together form partnerships and spaces that not only the use of games, but the game development, game design, and narrative storytelling and interactive media as spaces that we see ourselves stay included. So with that, I want to bring to the stage Oscar, Ranma, and Oluwatosin. And thank y'all so very much for being a part of our show, and welcome to SUBSUME Summit 2023 Black Futures Month. Thank y'all so very much. Pleasure to see you again.
Pleasure to be here.
Same
Thank
here.
you. Thank you so very much. So what I'll do is I'll open the space for Oscar, then Rama, then Oluwatosin to introduce yourselves. Let us know where you're from, where you're representing in the space of game design and game development, and then would love to talk about the Black future of African game design. Thank you also game development. Thank you all so very much. So Oscar, take it away.
Okay then. Hello everyone. My name is Oscar Michael. I am Nigerian and a co-founder for Africa Communicate. Basically, I'm a creative entrepreneur with vast experience in product and program management. And at Africa Communicate, we are a community of creatives in the immersive and interactive media, games, animation, comics, and Excel. And what we do is we connect the creatives on the continent to opportunities for jobs, learning, funding, and collaboration across the globe. Dozie?
Okay then. Thanks, Oscar. Hi everyone. So happy to be here. My name is Oluwatosin. I'm also Nigerian and a co-founder for Africa Communicate. And I have a background in extended reality development. And what we really do at Africa Communicate, just like Oscar said, is connect creatives in these different digital creative spaces to opportunities to help them learn, grow, collaborate, and share African stories with the world itself. And yeah, over to you, Rama. Let's get this started.
Hi everyone. My name is Rama Suleiman. I'm from Tanzania. I hope you can all hear me clearly. I'm from Tanzania. I have a lot of backgrounds. So I'm well experienced in programming, youth development sector. That's my current position here. But I'm also taking part with Inter Africa as a lead here in Tanzania. So we do game thinking design and gamification to transform our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Rama, and Oluwatosin and Oscar as well. So again, we're looking at how we use games as a space and platform, not only for storytelling, but also for workforce development. So I'd love to first off figure out and get a little bit more about the background of both of your fantastic programs, both Africa Communicate and Inter Africa. So Oscar and Oluwatosin, can you let us know how long have you been working with Africa Communicate and what are some of the founding principles that made you build this program and to be a space for outreach for others?
Yeah. Africa Communicate started in the year 2020. That's right in the heart of the pandemic. Yeah, and it came out of the necessity to create a space for a community unlike any other. There's been communities in the past for game developers. There aren't a lot of game developers on the African continent. If you look at the GDC report, for example, of the games industry, Africa just makes 1%. And that's really crazy. Yeah. And we've had local communities before in Nigeria, in Ghana. There are various WhatsApp groups, Discord servers existing, trying to bring people together. But what we set out to do was something much more different. It was to go beyond just coming to have discussions about technology. So actually see how we can get people to come together and pool their collective efforts to make change for the industry. One big thing that we did know starting out was the business side of game development was missing across many game developers. People were focused more on design and development, but monetization was something everyone was struggling. The business fundamentals was something a majority were lacking, and that was greatly affecting the growth of the industry. So you see lots of people are passionate about game development, but after 1 to 3 years, they move on to software development or design or something else. So we decided to reach out to experts across Africa who are youthful as well. Yeah, of the same age as us with the same vision and goal to start a movement, something that will bring people together and connect them to opportunity, give them a chance to be more than they are. And that's how Africa Communicate started. So for the first time, we had a virtual event during the height of the pandemic. Lots of people said it's impossible. Africans don't have internet. How will people connect together? Because Africa is made of 54 countries. Yes, it's one continent, but 54 countries, about 1,000 languages, if not more, across these countries. In Nigeria alone, there's 250 language plus. So there is a lot of diversity on the continent, and a lot of people were skeptical if this would work. But then we reached out to lots of people. That's how we got in touch with Rama and many other stakeholders like Wendy, like Ibrahima from Mali, Kenya, Zambia. We reached out and some people answered the call. And that was how we started Africa Communicate. Yeah. And we had a convention. That was how we started. We call it the Gameathon. So during that, there were workshops, there were talks from industry stakeholders, and there was a game jam where people were able to win prizes. And from that convention, we've actually built up to have learning programs, to have matchmaking events, to organizing pitch competitions, and so much more. Even now, helping people actively outsource or provide recruitment services. And yeah, this year we have so many amazing things with even an industry report coming up. But that's the background of Africa Communicate, to see how we can support the industry so that it can grow as a business, not just something that is passion-led, but something that is business-led.
Yeah. You're currently on mute though. You're currently mute though, Dedran. But I just wanted to add that over the years, we've been iterating on the different platforms or the different avenues which we could provide these opportunities. And this sprung up different events like our E-Africa Challenge, which is focused on tackling environment change, within the games industry. And we have our fellowship as well, which is focused on getting enthusiasts into the game industry to learn game development and also provide opportunities for them to go and work for companies via internships or entry-level jobs. And with this as well, we are looking at focusing on the younger generation as well, as we can, teach these creative tools to them at a very young age to, improve the quality of digital creatives we have coming out of Africa as well. And yeah, that's some things we've been doing.
Thank you. And fantastic points. And I think during that first, the second iteration of your program is where we met. And I think I had an opportunity to come in as a speaker and connect, and have been enthralled ever since. And again, appreciate the space and platform where, again, I think we have a similar opportunity for a lot of spaces, but again, that building that bridge across so many countries and so many languages is just astounding. So congratulations in advance to that. And to that, I know a part of this ecosystem obviously is Inter-Africa. So Rama, we'd love to hear more about it and in the space for you and your stakeholders as far as how you've been able to impact this global space as well.
Okay, so maybe I can start with Inter-Africa intro. So as Oscar said previously, so Inter-Africa actually started as a program So it was funded by Goethe Institute, and it's actually brought out 15 African countries. And with that, the main aim was to enable young people from African countries to use gamification and game thinking as a tool to address challenges they're facing in day-to-day activities. So that was the main thing. So we wanted to gamify our future cities, and yeah. But now we are actually 16 African countries, so we've added one more country from Sudan, and that make us a big network. So yeah, but specifically, most of the works that we've been doing, we've been trying to invest in this creative ecosystem and gaming as well. And with that, it actually made us to make a commitment to make Inter-Africa more official entity. So Inter-Africa now is actually recognized as a creative organization. So the main focus with us, we want to create a game ecosystem that enhance the living conditions of African young people. But with this as well, we are also trying to make sure that we reimagine the African future. So we want to make sure that we tell the African stories that most of the time, many people within the ecosystem or the industry, they don't actually take this for seriousness or advantage. So for us, we want to make sure that we take this as a potential tool that we all have to make sure that we create that sustainable impact in our communities and Africa at large. So that's the main thing that we're trying to do. So within this ecosystem, what I actually learned, so I'll speak specifically from Tanzania. Now we are actually struggling to make sure that we are also coming up, because Tanzania is very different from Nigeria, is very different from Nairobi, Kenya, and Uganda, and other countries. And that's also one of the main focus as Inter-Africa Tanzania. We're trying to learn from other people what actually they are doing in their own ecosystems to make sure that we also adapt possible holistic possible approaches that we can use, and make sure that people also understand like this is one of the entity that they can also take advantage and bring impacts to their own diversities. So it's been challenging to bring people on board. So for now, we have three thematic focuses that we want to actually make sure that we invest our energy and time. So the first one, we are trying to create the supportive ecosystem. So with this, we're trying to make sure that we create partnerships with other people. Like right now, we're working closely with Africa Communicate to make sure that we get the resources, we get the expertise in other areas that we are not competent enough to make sure that we are also surviving in the ecosystem in our own capacity. And the other thing we're trying to build is the community of practice. So with this one, we're trying to learn gain expertise. Like previously, I was in Nigeria, so the main aim for that trip was to actually learn Africa Communicate, how they're actually executing their operations, but also how they're coordinating creatives in their own ecosystem. But also, I got an opportunity to go to Uganda. All these trips are actually adding values to the works that we are doing, but also planning the strategic actions within Inter-Africa Tanzania. So we've gained a lot, and we actually get to differentiate the vision and commitment that other creatives in other countries have than the people in our country. Like for now, Oscar mentioned something, like most of the people who are actually in game thinking, game design, they're losing interest, motivation, because maybe possibly they don't have exposure or opportunities. And I've met a lot of people actually here in Tanzania. For example, the Global Game Jam recently, I reached out to most of the people. I know they are doing game design, game development, but most of the time they are not interested. Like, I don't get anything in this particular area, so why should I waste my time? So we get those kind of things, and we're trying to make sure that we motivate them by bringing opportunities. So that's why we have drafted a resource library where we can actually share opportunities with them. They can also get to see what other people are doing, but maybe possibly they can change up their minds. Yeah, but that's what we're actually trying to do.
There are so many amazing things in that I'm just my mind's spinning to go back and parse a few of those. So thank you so very much, Rama. You said so many points. Two that I guess we'll look to. One is that point of interest where people are able to see themselves as a long-term space here is the idea of workforce development, right? The idea is that there's a skill set, and that's what we've seen with SUBSUME, and we share a lot. It's the same skills as you can use to make a video game. You can make an application. You can be an architect. You can do the creative work. So to that point, as Oscar had said as well, like the monetization of our talents, particularly in this space, seems to always be an opportunity. And so if you don't have that timeline where you can quote unquote wait around for the right opportunity to find you, then as you're saying, I think that's a space where inclusive talent kind of is being underutilized. And to that as well, and then I want to open it back up. You said something extremely poignant. The idea that the mainstream a lot of times does not see African stories as a space of investment, right? They don't see the valuation in African stories, which I think is simply a travesty. But the idea now is what can we do as far as like consolidation of resources and experiences? Where do you see, I know this is an open-ended question here, where do we see the best opportunity right now to be impactful in game development to help make this a more sustainable space? Any ideas are open? I'm open to that.
Okay, let me. Well, Tosin, you want to go first?
I was going to say education is kind of like the main one, because without learning the skills needed, there is no way you would get the opportunities, even if they come by. So education is very much important to train these developers and make them world class, whereby they can compete with anyone and they can walk into any studio in the world and deliver results. So education is very key to achieve that dream that we all hope to do. And yeah, Oscar, I will allow you to go now. I think that's just what I wanted to mention.
Yeah, totally. I totally agree with Tosin. Education is one big thing that is needed. And added to education, I would say structured investment and collaboration. The African economy right now, as with all other economies in the world, is struggling to survive. The economic state is not great. There is a lot of struggle. And across Africa, one thing that we lack greatly, especially in sub-Saharan Africa, is infrastructure. Things like electricity, access to internet, access to computers that can do this technology. It has improved greatly over the years. That I can say it has improved greatly. There's now more services and options available, but then they are not readily accessible. They are not affordable to a great number of the masses. And so we need that kind of structured investments from not just private stakeholders, but even governments and other institutions and foreign stakeholders as well, coming up to set up facilities, frameworks that can really help us to grow this industry, just like what Enter Africa did, because that's foreign governments coming to support the development of the space. So we need more of that from local and global stakeholders. And then collaboration as well. Over the years at Africa Communicate, we facilitated internship and job opportunities within and outside the continent. And what we've been able to track is people who work within the continent, their experience, their learning outcomes is different from those who work with foreign stakeholders, because there are systems in place outside there that just make you function in a different way. You see a lot of people who work with foreign stakeholders specializing, whereas on the continent you have to be mostly a generalist. Yeah, and then the opportunity to work on actual, should I use the word, larger projects that are not just small, because due to resources on the continent, most studios tend to scale down their ideas and vision so that they can bring it to reality. But out there, you have more opportunity to experiment, because the studios most likely have access to resources, various kind of resources. So we want to see more collaboration in terms of jobs, in terms of internship, in terms of exchange program. We did that with the IGDA Foundation, and it's mind-blowing. I was also a part of the program in 2021. Tosin joined in 2022. They connected us to veterans in the industry to become our mentors, and our learnings have been massive. So structured investment and collaboration is what I'll add to education. Yeah, Rama?
Okay. Okay, so for me, I think I just got maybe 4 or 3 points. I'm not sure how many are there, but I'll try to explain, and then maybe you guys will. So I'll start with the opportunity. So what I actually see as a big opportunity in this industry, it's the aspect of social innovation, the social impact aspect. So this is one. I'd say this is one of the things that people actually didn't get an opportunity to understand clearly, because most of the creatives, they'll make their own content or whatever, leaving behind like understanding what impact they actually trying to make in their own whatever in terms of business wise. So for me, I actually got to understand the aspect of social innovation, for instance, right now is actually burning issue. Like most of the people, they want to see what impact are you making. Okay, we know you want to make money, but at the end of the day, what impact are you creating in the community, or what impact are you trying to create in these particular groups of people? So that's one of the big opportunities that many creators can take advantage of that. Just look around, what challenge do you have? And then if you're a game developer, you can create a game that can actually transform the lives of people connecting to the issue that you actually identify. And you make a lot of money. Like we know the industry is very challenging. It's hard to make money, like to sell your product or service. But we have people in different industries that are actually interested in investing. But how are they actually going to invest? They actually need to see tangible impact. You know, for instance, like we have potential funders and donors, like let's say the Goethe Institutes, when we started, they actually saw a value of them investing in this particular aspect of gamification and game thinking. Like, okay, you need to identify which challenge exists in your community, and then we can help you out, because they thought, maybe they believe it's also one of the things that can actually add value in their own works and whatever. So that's number one thing. And I actually had the tangible impact stories. Like we've been in this creative industry. I don't know, it's been how many years for Africa Comic Aid? Since 2020, right? We've been here since 2018. So most of these people, when you reach out to them, they actually need to see tangible examples, tangible stories, impact stories. Okay, you're saying this is a paying and promising industry, you know, but we don't actually see anything. And they've been seeing a lot of stories like from Europe and other continents. But in Africa, what do you actually have to showcase to these people to make sure that we influence and pursue them to do whatever, you know? So that's also one thing I also want to actually highlight. And the other thing is, I think Oscar mentioned something about it, but maybe to actually add, so enabling environment. Now we have an issue of coordination of this ecosystem. Like everyone is bringing up their own thing, like, okay, we want to coordinate 1, 2, 3, we want to coordinate 1, 2, 3. We have a lot of things moving on. Like in some cases, we don't actually know who is leading which part. Like everyone wants to touch the same thing. I think it's also a time for us to come together and clarify, okay, who is actually taking lead in what thing and maybe the other thing, not wasting our time and resources, duplicating the works that everyone is doing it. So I think it's the coordination of the ecosystem itself and the enabling environment that we're actually creating. In terms of resources, that has been a very challenging aspect, and I would like to pinpoint the issue of education. Yes, we can actually create awareness on these particular things, but let's go back and look at the capacity of these people in the creative ecosystem. how much competent are they? Can they actually contribute enough? Because most of us, we learn from ourselves. Like we use YouTube, we use cheap available resources to actually, keep ourselves up to date and all of that. But we don't actually have those high quality, to say, capacity to make sure that we'll go with the trends and everything and all of that. So these are the things I actually wanted to highlight. Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you so very much. And to that, I think we're hearing a very similar opportunity, right? Is that the consistency of education and opportunity seems to be a miss no matter where we put our resources. Because what we put in one thing, because we don't have an understanding or interpretation of what the other group or what the other person is doing, that it's hard to then galvanize and make a concerted effort forward and together. And I think we see the same thing where we are here with SUBSUME, as trying to build that platform that can empower creators both from a technology and creative side. Because we see a need here, our emphasis is here on one item. But to your point, maybe we don't have all of the purview to know that, we really need to be focused on this other component here. Or maybe we're doing the same work as, say, an Africa Comicade or as an Inter Africa. So why not just work together so that we all can have that same mind share, same pool of resources, and same space of consistency, that then we can make that and impact that long-term change. So I'm very appreciative to be able to connect with you all, not only on this particular program, but on future endeavors as we look at the future of gaming and gaming in Africa intentionally, as a conversation will continue to our shared futures. Now, with that, I want to make sure, again, I know this is a very short segment for now, but we'll have a lot more opportunities as we not only speak here for Black Futures, but for some other programs and endeavors we'll all share together. So I'd love to just kind of give a 90-second close to each of you. We'll start back with Rama and to Africa Comicade. As far as just a quick synopsis of how we can find you, of course, we'll be sharing that information in our virtual and social channels, but we just want to make sure we can highlight where you are and how we can best be of support. So Rama, if you'll start us on the close, how can we best empower Inner Africa and yourself in your shared futures?
I believe, I think it's, so the main thing that for us right now we're trying to focus on is finding different opportunities to make sure that we reactivate Inter Africa, but also providing opportunity to the creatives. So that's the main thing that we are looking forward to. Yeah. Few things must have gone away.
No, thank you
But
so
yeah,
much.
maybe I'll share with Oscar. Maybe he can just email you or something.
Perfect. Thank you. And Oluwatosin or Oscar, if you'll let us know more on Africa Comicade and how we can be a value add to you into your ecosystem.
Okay, we do have quite a number of events and activities planned for the year, and we're open to collaboration with different stakeholders and how they can come in. Oscar will talk more about that. And also you can reach out to either me or Oscar, or just reach out to us via any of our social channels. We'd be happy to respond and speak to anyone who is interested in collaborating with us. And yeah, Oscar.
Yeah, a quick email to reach out to all of us at the same time is people@africacommicade.org. And currently we are out looking for, beyond financial sponsorship, we're really looking out there for people who are willing to give their time as mentors. I've had mentors from the games industry, and I know it has impacted me and supported me to keep doing what I do. So if you're open to mentorship on the technical side or the business side, because we have programs for studio owners and people who want to get the skills, we are looking for people, creative stakeholders in the industry. Reach out to us, come volunteer your time as a mentor. We need all of that. And then for our programs, we're also looking at speakers. Rama spoke on social entrepreneurship. that's something we also take very seriously. Yeah, because I also look into sustainability and circular economy, and we have a program called the E-Africa Challenge, which is challenging creatives to say, hey, it's not just you being a game developer doesn't limit you to just entertainment. You can build games for education, like what we did with Leagues of Legends of Learning. People in Africa learned how to build games to teach children mathematics, and it was mind blowing. It was the first time. So if you are into that space as well, we want to hear your stories. We want you to inspire us. We want you to guide the creatives of the continent. And please reach out to us. People at africacomic.org is one email. All of us get the email. Yes. And then social media, all social media channels, Africa Comic Kid. Yep.
Thank you so very much, Oscar. And again, to yourself, Oluwatosin and Rama as well. We're just so pleased, and I just know that we've got such a fantastic future together, not only on this particular endeavor, but again, for all the great work that everyone's doing. I know that this is a point of impact and influence that we'll really see the best results, and the best is yet to come. So I want to thank each of you so very much for being a part of this panel, and to being a part of Black Futures 2023. So thanks again. And I'll go ahead and bring us on to our next point of conversation. So with that, thank you all so very much for being a part of this particular panel as we look to go forward into a future together, and a shared future where tomorrow is available for everyone, and that everyone has the space to stay included in their dreams. And this is Dedrick Sneed here with SUBSUME and the SUBSUME Summit Black Futures 2023. So y'all stay tuned and stay included for more. And thank you, everyone, and welcome back as we continue the greatness of Black Futures 2023. My name is Dedrick Sneed, founder of SUBSUME, and I'm thankful for each and every one of you for being the best part of our summit, where SUBSUME looks to be the intersection of creativity, technology, and community, where we want to make a narrative space that all of us can be included in the fantastic things of tomorrow. So with that, thinking of the Black Fantastic, I'm privileged to be bringing on a couple of our renowned guests. And so let's go ahead and bring them to the stage as we speak about Afro Futures Abroad. Then we are joined by the Black Speculative Arts Movement. And so we'll go ahead and bring a couple of these fine folks up to the stage. Thank you so very much.
Hey, how you doing, Dedrick?
What's up? What's up? How's it going?
A pleasure. No, things much better now. Appreciate y'all. Thank you so very much. So with that, we do have the privilege of bringing in Dr. Ronaldo Anderson, as well as Tim Fielder. We went through the Black Speculative Arts Movement. Each of them could have been a keynote speaker in and of themselves, but I want to make sure to kind of start and just give them the opportunity to talk about them as well as what's going on with the Black speculative arts movement in the fantastic space of speculative fiction, Black futures, and the world around us. So thank you all both so very much. Dr. Ronaldo, we'll start with you, and then Tim, we'll continue on from there.
Okay. Oh man, where do I start, man? Stuff is moving so fast.
Ridiculous.
Yeah. Recently, was able to write the foreword for the first Black British anthology on Black speculative fiction. Here's a book called Glimpse that just came out, and was able to interact with a lot of Black speculative creatives from England or the United Kingdom in the last several months, in terms of how that movement is getting started over in England, and seeing how Black folks from on this side of the Atlantic had a lot to do with influencing what's going on outside of America at the moment. Also, in my capacity as the co-founder of the Black speculative arts movement, in particular with Afrofuturism, I told people, if you'd have told me last year that the fastest part of the kind of stuff I've been doing now is going on in French-speaking Africa with Muslims in the last year. We've hosted several events in Senegal, Cameroon, Niger. Next week, we have an event in Cote d'Ivoire, in the capital city, Abidjan, where they're going to be dealing with Afrofuturism and artificial intelligence. And so I'm going to have to give a 10-minute keynote over there. They're going to translate. I'm going to try and get some of my friends. I'm going to get my parlez-vous on.
I love it.
I'll try to give this introduction next week. And now, when I saw you interviewing the president of Bennett College, and seeing how Afrofuturism has really gone mainstream. 10 years ago, this was like a maverick move, but now it's gone mainstream. And a lot of what we are going to be calling Afrofuturist studies is based on our work now, as people are getting graduate degrees and dissertation and theses done on stuff that we've done in the last decade. We've positioned ourselves on 4 continents now with a presence: North America, Europe, Africa, and South America. The Afro-Brazilians are coming on very strong now. And I think really the future of the Afrofuturist movement is in the global South now, just simply because they're more numerous and they're also younger, in terms of younger populations, and they are just coming on very swiftly. I'm excited about the event we're going to be having with the Afro-Colombian community in Colombia. Let me see what else is going on. I know I don't want to give away too much news, but the cultural ambassador of one of the West African nations has invited our organization to come to their capital for an event this summer. We recently, last night, premiered in New York City at the New York Film Academy, a movie that we helped to executive produce, and with the director David Kirkman, who I first met when we helped him go to Berlin for one of our symposiums in Berlin 4 or 5 years ago. And he's propelled that now. And we first started as an Afrofuturist study group in St. Louis, and just seeing some of the concepts showing up in his film. And I remember when I introduced him to Tim's book, Infinitum, and I know that had a lot of influence on how he put his movie together. And I would say 4 years ago, at least in the North American context, anybody who was doing Afrofuturism, and we all knew each other. Now, 4 or 5 years later, we don't. Now, there was like only 2 degrees of separation. If I didn't know you, I knew somebody who knew you 4 years ago. But since that kind of big bang moment of the first Black Panther movie, and I talked to Cherie Renee Thomas at a convention, that you're going to see I told her in 2018 that spring, you're going to see a whole bunch of people rebranding themselves as Afrofuturists. And so now I just read a piece now where this major advertising agency in Los Angeles posted a banner posted up now saying where advertising collides with Afrofuturism. So this is going to probably be the year where really went mainstream or kind of accelerated from what we did at Carnegie Hall last year. Now the Smithsonian is doing it. By this time next year, if you don't know what Afrofuturism in North America, you just kind of, I don't know where you're
living on a rock.
Yeah, I was going to be trying to be nicer, but but I mean, the way it's just moving so swiftly now, and I'm just so glad we put in a lot of work to establish our presence in it, both scholarly and artistically, to where it's as some people say, we're in the history books now.
Oh, absolutely, and deservedly so. And then we'll definitely continue on that conversation. So with from not only BSAM but also Diesel Funk Studios, Tim Fielder, I would love to have a moment, just to say Tony K, the Challenge Games comments chopped in with a hi. But would love to learn more about yourself, and then likewise, the works that we would, I'm surely know that impact our space.
Yeah, it's an interesting time we're in because now that we're in this system now where Afrofuturism is now being actively mainstreamed by all of the, major cultural institutions. But of course, as Ronaldo was pointing out with the Smithsonian, it's now like a governmental agency is now making it mainstream. And, I'm frankly relieved to be a part of it. I'm not gonna sit here and try to, oh well, yeah, sure. Like, nope, I'm glad to be here, baby. I'm glad to be here. Things are really heating up for me. Lots of behind the scenes work. I've not been as active in social media because there comes a point where the work has to be done. So, but right now I'm announcing with collaboration with Dr. Anderson, a book called Quantum, which we will have out in the next few months, which will be a presentation of all of the projections, futures projections work we have done in the training over the last few years. It's a collaboration between N-Square, which is a projections agency, UNESCO, and of course, Black Speculative Arts Movement, where it took about 40 of these really prime Afrofuturists, and we basically, worked in the futures projection system. The thing that makes that situation unique for me is I'm a visual artist. So myself, I think it was Stacy Robinson and one other brother. Apologies for forgetting his name. Ronaldo might know who he is, but yeah, we were the visual artists who were, generally when you look at projections training, it's all words, it's written essays and pie charts. But in this particular case, I had to do a lot of concept design, visual concept design. So you can, I don't know if you can see the image there. That's my Sid Mead Sentinel copy of my hardback copy. Is very rare. And Sid Mead and Ron Cobb and Ralph McQuarrie had such a tremendous effect on me that the thing that was very important about that training was that it allowed me to take my concept design, which I generally applied to entertainment design, video games, film, things like that, and my graphic novel work. But here it was where I was doing visual design that was directly applicable to governmental and societal policy. That's a totally different experience for me. So, but that work hasn't been seen. So that's what we're doing. I'm putting together something that I feel will fit somewhat comfortably within the vein of a lot of art books out there, but it's based on work that was actually as part of an official training session. So I'm looking forward to that. And we'll have that done in the coming weeks and months. Also, with the Swiss government, I will be presenting next month the work that I'm doing because I use AI. Unlike I'm not one of the no AI guys. No, I don't believe in that. It's because I made the transition to digital decades ago. So I don't draw on paper anymore. I use the light coming off here is from a huge 32-inch Cintiq. And so I've used 3D modeling, 3ds Max. I use Unreal Engine. I use every tool that I've been trained when I started with that stuff in the late 90s, moved into the video game design field. I long ago integrated that into my workflow, and now I'm integrating AI into my workflow. So I'll be presenting that to the agencies in Switzerland on a virtual stage, similar to what we're doing here. So I'm looking forward to that. Also, my books. Well, now I'm trying to push that aggressively into the more international space. Maddie's Rocket, for most people don't know, has actually been on Webtoons now for about 8 months. It's been updating every week. I don't promote it much because I wanted to get a little bit of story behind me. So we've done that, and working actively on Maddie's Rocket 2 and 3. Brother Robo is my middle grade graphic novel that I'm working on that will hopefully be being sent out to the publishers. So I'm actively now working to deal not only with different age groups and categories of readers, but I'm also trying to begin to make the push towards being more active in Africa, more active in Europe, because I think my work will probably be even better received there.
No, that's fantastic. I'm excited for the idea that SUBSUME gets to drop exclusives like this. This is heavy stuff.
That's why I'm wearing my SUBSUME gear, man.
Well, appreciate that. Thank you so very much. So
yeah, man, when I'm gonna get my SUBSUME?
Yeah, you know, hey, yo, man.
oh, absolutely. So no, we got some custom orders coming up soon. I gotta type myself up so I can make sure that's a gift for sure. But with that, no, absolutely. But let's take one step back, because again, we're in a fantastic future in space, and likewise, as you said, you know, the diligence and hard work that you both and the Black Speculative Art movement and a lot of adjacent spaces has put that groundwork in for decades. And to your point, it becomes much of a flash kind of burning, I guess to say, really at its boiling point right now, that we've seen again since the advent of Black Panther and a lot more contemporary spaces that speculative fiction seems to be fitting into. So let's kind of take a step back and define the Black Speculative Arts movement and its founding and some of the core membership.
Oh, wow.
So we'd love to kind of talk on that.
I'm gonna let you handle that one, brother.
And the Black Speculative Arts movement, I would say its origin story lies in a trip that John Jennings and I made over to Paris, France, about 10 years ago at a UNESCO conference. There at UNESCO in Paris, John presented his work on, dang it, I can't remember, man. There's a lot happening last year. He presented his work, and I presented a piece that was later published called Critical Afrofuturism, Post-Colonial Identity Sequential Art Piece. And one of the things I told John, because I understood from between American history and then watching Ken Burns jazz and having been to Europe before, I told John at the time, man, let's go over to Europe, because usually the Europeans tell the white Americans what's dope. You know, in terms of a lot of times European Americans are like culturally insecure because most of them are conscious that Black Americans have given them their popular culture. So a lot of times when they're thinking of terms of high culture or whatever, they refer to the Europeans. And it was European immigrants that had to tell white Americans that jazz was a high art form. And so when we were over in Paris, and based upon the reception, how we received over there, I said, man, this is going to go. This is going to work in terms of what we're doing. And John, and with his connections, he had a couple of meetings, which were called Astro Blackness, and was held at Loyola Marymount University in LA, hosted by Adila Funama. Now imagine just a small room that holds maybe 50 to 75 people. But in that 50 to 75 people, you have Tananarive Due, Nedia Okorafor, Stephen Barnes. Half the room was people that now, I don't know, it would take a gang of money to get everybody together. Yatasha Womack was there. We were all there for these panels there at Astro Blackness for the first and second one. And the two other major ones happened at that time. One was in Atlanta, hosted at Emory University. And it was at that meeting roughly around 2012, 2013. Londra Nelson was there, where I publicly made the statement as an audience member with Londra Nelson, that this was the era of Afrofuturism 2.0. And I explained why this was the 2.0 and how it was different from everything that happened before social media. And at this meeting in the audience, you had Natrice Gaskins, John was there, a lot of other people had gathered there. And then probably you could say a transition from the symposium concept. The last major symposium was probably the one at Princeton, where Ferguson is the future, where a lot of us that have been gathering at these symposia for a couple of years, Ruha Benjamin convenes Ferguson is the future at Princeton, where you had the activists that had been involved with Ferguson, plus the other Afrofuturists. And that was the fall of 2015. And that was the same fall that John and I launched, to me, the first really important Afrofuturist curated exhibition in America at that time. It involved 70 to 80 artists, and it was at the Schomburg Library in Harlem. Tim's work was a part of that, and no one had ever pulled together that many creative people in an exhibition before, with all those different artists.
Unveiling Visions.
Yeah, before Unveiling Vision.
Yeah.
Of Afrofuturists, with people's works and ideas and essays that were later published in a book we call Cosmic Underground. Following that exhibition, or at the same time we were planning the exhibition, I had attended a conference in the symposium in Afrofutures UK in England, several weeks before Unveiling Visions and Ferguson in the Future. And while I was there in England with Rashida Phillips, Moore Mother, Eric Steinskog, and others. And I was invited by a young Nigerian British woman. And I wrote the first iteration of the manifesto of the movement at that time, in terms of Afrofuturism 2.0 and the Black Speculative Arts movement. And that became a fully fleshed out document that was published later in Obsidian, edited by Cherie Renee Thomas and others. And the full document can be found published in other spaces or up online. I think it's still up on the website, as kind of like the impetus, the impulse behind bringing the movement together. John coined the term Black Speculative Arts Movement during a Facebook exchange on his Facebook page. And then it was like, bam, that just came to symbolize what we were talking about. And then I wrote the manifesto. And after the Unveiling Visions exhibition was over, we had such a great time, because it was held at the same time during the Black Comic Festival that they have up there in Harlem at the Schomburg. We're like, man, we don't want it to end. And so that's when, we had the first official Black Speculative Arts Movement Symposia at Harris Stowe State University at HBCU in St. Louis. And that was just the beginning of, hey, where we are now, 6 years later. We've had events in Johannesburg, Berlin, England, Spain, several West African countries, now Brazil, Canada. And it's just been amazing watching it grow. And at that first event, Tim was there.
Well, let me interject. Because Ronaldo's skipping over a lot of stuff. That first event, there were barely any people there.
Yeah, that man. And
let me speak to this.
Yeah,
this guy is to be commended, because his profit margins was not his driving point. His driving point was the assembly of like-minded people, and that built over time. Like, so for example, I remember, was it Moore Mother was at the first event. I remember that. And we're talking about, I think this was one at Harris Stowe, if I'm not mistaken. And so what was happening is that this thing built slowly over time. Now, within the perspective of culture, it's a blip. but built it slowly by having one event after the other, gradually building, gradually assembling people from different forces, different environments, different perspectives. I mean, hey, I was not part of the origin of the Black speculative arts movement. I operated in my own space over decades to, frankly, quite a bit of obscurity, because I never really fit in with, you know, even though I have great respect for all of it, never really fit in with the Milestone group. I was never in that. I was never really in the Black age environment either. But the thing that was so important about BSAM, it got people who traditionally had never been able to present their work in forums in music, fine art, comics, to actually feel comfortable with not only showcasing their work, but workshopping their work. So, for example, Infinitum, as you know, as Ronaldo will have to acknowledge, and I acknowledge, Infinitum was workshopped at the BSAM events. This is from Philadelphia to San Antonio, all over. It was workshop. They would allow me to show frames from it. So what is it? John calls me the Captain America of Afrofuturism. They pulled me out of the ice. BSAM, that's what they did. It's very, very important that it allowed people. It's like what Yatasha did with her book Afrofuturism. BSAM gave people permission.
Yeah, and I got that concept, Deidre, as a youngster. I remember watching when I was younger in college. I used to do some work in hip hop. I was mentored by a guy that worked with the Hammer Tour named Butch Harfield, who is a music executive. He still works in the music industry now. And so this is like pre-1995, when people used to still pass flyers and stuff out. You're learning how to organize shows. You're learning. And basically one of the things that from that experience from organizing hip hop events, and I remember we had a little TV show that we used to use Domino's Pizza hanging flyers to pay for, a little half-hour hip hop show in Jackson, Mississippi. It was doing all that work and going to HBCU that I knew what Black people liked in terms of how to put together an event. I know what they like. I don't. So my thing was, the other thing I think that was important for me is, for over a decade, I was on the Missouri Arts Council in Missouri, and I saw how Black artists struggled to get funds. And so I pulled all these experiences together, because the other thing I knew is that most Black artists, when they go to college, they are not presented at least one theory on how Black art moves as a movement, as a theoretical construct. They have great technique, but they don't look at, how do I combine theory with my art and then deal with my people at the same time, all simultaneously. And so, and then the third part that came in, my early scholarly work, people that have known for a while know my early scholarship was on the Black Panther Party.
That's right. That's exactly right.
How the art from the Black Panther Party, through their newspapers, taught the local Black communities, through little simple sequential art, how to depict, you know, corruption and injustice in their newspapers. And so that was why BSAM, in a way, is influenced by the local grassroots stuff of, you could say, the Black Panther Party survival programs. So you could kind of say BSAM is like it's like an imagination survival program, where we allow people to workshop their ideas, flesh them out, meet people who are actually doing the work already, and get some exposure. And out of the movement, we've had people like Jesse U, Jazzy, Tim, and others now who are getting, you know, who I remember Stacey Robinson. Stacey Robinson was a student when he started working with us. Now he's a widely recognized. Natrice Gaskins was ABD when she contributed to the book Afrofuturism 2.0, and a host of others at the time. And so we have we built theory. We built a model for a Black art movement, you know, and of course we give a tip of the hat to previous movements like Harlem Renaissance and the Black arts movement, Baraka and them, but we basically structured the movement to fit, you know, the sensibilities of the 21st century in terms of what it would look like and how it would work. And we're very democratic everybody's welcome. We have a big tent approach. I always ask people, the people whose work art makes it, we vote based upon dopeness, not based upon who your friends are and this, that, and the other. And then
and I found that very liberating, by the way. That was very liberating.
Yeah, and people who are leaders in it, like a Daisha Polk or other people, it's not based on where you got an MFA or a degree from. It's based upon your work ethic and how well you work with people in the community. Hey, if you don't like working with our people in the community, you need to find somewhere else to go and do your thing. And that was one of the things I learned from Sharita Renee Thomas. We did an event in Memphis, and Stacey Robinson was there too. Our events are for the everyday average Black person. One of the things Stacey said, the brother that's getting off work, driving a bus or whatever, likes some art up on his wall too, but he doesn't have $1,000, but he'll give you $40, you know? And so if I sell 50 pieces at $40, I'm getting money. It gets out to the community. So, you know, knowing our audience, that's why I say, once you know your people, I mean, I'm from that generation who used to cut those pictures out of Jet magazine and put them up on the wall, or arrange my comic books in a certain way. So, I mean, we as kids, a lot of us understand, we curated our bedrooms was the first place we curated stuff in terms of how we liked our comics and our magazine articles, Source magazine, you know, like I said, you know, I used to follow that all the time to see who get 3, 4, 5 mics in terms of who had the dope music coming out. And so, yeah, we're very much influenced by, in a way, like by hip hop, and you could say Motown. Motown was great because it used to train all of its artists in what they called a Chitlin circuit before they made it to the big time. So you can come through BZAM, workshop your thing 3, 4 times, then you're ready for like a university presentation. And then after that, maybe you're ready for the national stage because you've done it enough times in front of us. You're not going to go up there and make a fool of yourself and be embarrassed. You know, in terms of what's happening. I'm just saying, because I've just seen it, you know, you know, where artists can have great skill and technique, but not know how to explain his ideas in front of an audience. But after he explains it in front of small groups, like another brother who I think is going to be the next, another star Black futuristic scholar, the work of Paul Butler at Iliff University in Denver. Cat's in his 30s, man. I mean, and we talked, I told him, man, you're the part of the next generation in their 30s that's scholars that's really gonna, you know, take it to another level. Because I remember when he was just a young cat, and I met him at a BSAM event that we had in LA in Lamert Park. And he came talking about this post-humanist stuff with artificial intelligence. I didn't know what the hell he was talking about. And he made me have to go, because as scholars, we got to revisit our epistemology and knowledge base every 5 years to make sure we're still up on it. And last year, I was telling John, as of last year now, I think a lot of the world is caught up with what we put out there 5 years ago. And so right now, I think where we're getting ready to put out this year, we're getting ready to point out the next 5 years, 3 to 5 years of what this is going to look like. What, like Tim mentioned with the quantum project.
Well, I have to say though.
Yeah.
I have to say.
Yeah.
I'm sorry to interject. David Kirkman.
Yeah.
I got to spend a minute talking about this guy.
Yeah.
So, you know, underneath, a lot of people have been very excited about it. Of course, David has had, you know, some success with his short films, Static Shock, Hardware. But I finally saw it for the first time on Friday. Like some people, like, you know, I actually talked with him last night, and people were asking, well, what do you think of the film? And, you know, I didn't know what to think. You know, in the first 20 minutes, I was still trying to decipher what he was doing. By the end, I was very clear. If you take, there's a film called Yellen. I don't know if anybody's familiar. Yellen, it's called, that's Y-E-L-E-N. It's by Sissay, I think it's the filmmaker. The English translation is called Brightness. And it's about the son of a sorcerer, and it was made in Africa. And this film came out in 1987. Now, I've been in New York City since 1987. So I saw it when I first got here. And it blew my mind because the themes were so big. So what David finished his film, what he did was a crazy psychotic combination of Yellen, the original Solaris by Andrei Tarkovsky, who also did Stalker,
Yeah.
Star Wars, and it's obviously Black Panther there, and of course he even cited Infinitum as an influence, which kind of shocked me. I was like, oh my God, well, thank you. But what I guess what I'm trying to express is that this cat swung for the fences. He really did. Now it'll be up to others, audiences to judge whether or not they go for it or not. But I can just tell you, I have not been thinking about, I haven't stopped thinking about this film since I saw it on Friday, because many of the themes he had in this film have never been seen before, certainly not on an indie level. And I come from a family, I come from a community that's based in the Black film community. And a lot of people said they wanted to do stuff. I was, I know a bunch of illustrators who wanted to do work like that. Hey, I was one of them. But to actually have the idea, struggle, fight, claw your way, one scene, one event to the next, to where you have a finished product, that man will go down in history.
Oh, yeah, I think David
Kirkman is his place. I mean, he's young. He's only 27, right? But I just had to take a moment. I know I went over the 1 minute, but I'm saying I have to say that. But B-Sam kind of allowed this guy to find his stride. Yeah. You know what I mean? That's why you guys they're one of the producers. B-Sam's one of the producers.
Yeah, David and I, we talked about how some of these ideas that show up in the film. I had a weekly Afrofuturist study group at my previous institution, where me and several young creators in the community, and I think over a 2-month period, we just had 2-hour sessions on what Afrofuturism is, thematically, concepts, and I just walk them through it, give them some readings to read, and hey there. And then within a year after that, he started his work on Underneath. And the thing is, I came from a space when we were in the Afrofuturist space of being a heretic, because in terms of trying to take out how do Black people see themselves in time and space with agency, rejecting some of the PC-isms that I hear people with Afrofuturism. I hear some people in a way almost trying to make Afrofuturism a diversity and inclusion project these days, which is some bullshit, and the thing is, and you hear people that are not well read on none of it. So what you see with Kirkman's work, and I might have had a chance to talk to the audience. If we'd had more time Friday when Tim was there, I would have told people in the audience that why theory is still important, and also looking at what some of the previous masters have done. And then when you engage that theory with the previous masters, then coming up with your own thing. That's what he did. And that's what he did. And that's why I said within a year or two, whether this shows up on Netflix or theaters or whatever, people that are going to teach Afrofuturism, they're not going to use the old spaces, the face fig. They're going to probably use David's work.
There's no question. There's no question of that.
Yeah.
There's no question of that. In fact, I would say, I won't reveal what he has planned for the future. I just know my jaw hit the floor just in terms of what he has coming up next. I think that guy, it makes me feel very hopeful for the future, because it means that group. And the irony is, he's the same age as my oldest kid. They're both 28 years old, which is like, whoa, right? So that lets you know that the generation coming up behind us are literally taking the work that we did, and building on top of it. And I think that's what B-Sam represents. I love the idea that B-Sam has different, for lack of a better term, but I'll use it. We'll see if Ronaldo likes it. Different cells all over the globe. Yeah. And there's no centralized leadership. Each one follows a through line, and it all kind of follow a similar theme, but that theme can be influenced by their geography as well as their modalities and how they operate. But it's all moving towards allowing ourselves as a diasporic community, not a home, a continental or outside, but the entire diaspora.
What Tim is trying to say, like for example, in my Francophonie network over there, what they're doing, how they use Afrofuturism, they're combining reggae with African and traditional culture,
right,
and Afrofuturism as an oppositional thing to religious extremism and French colonial imperialistic kind of tendencies. And it's amazing how those things all come together, what that looks like. And then, of course, in South America, when Zeca dos Santos, the leader from BSAN Brazil, came up and I was there when she made the presentation at Harvard. And this is what one of the scholars at Harvard said. If Afrofuturism becomes the main cultural framework for the Afro-Indigenous of South America, there will be a cultural revolution. Because basically, everyone pretty much knows, and that's kind of brought out with some of the Namor stuff that came out in Wakanda Forever.
Excuse me, Namor.
The upper leadership of South America is basically white folks, okay? And all of their intellectual influences come from Europe. But so if you got your Black and brown indigenous masses starting to get more towards Black futuristic kind of tendencies, that's when you're going to see some stuff popping off, and that's what's happening now. And so what I think the challenge for Afrofuturism now, I'm going to use this scholar out of DC. How do we avoid elite capture? And what I mean is, how do we keep building theory and art, and then having up people, frankly, whack people like a Don Lemon up there trying to tell people what this is, because the thing is, I think now over the next year, what you're going to see is a bunch of people who've never been around any of us at all going to try to race to get out in front of this so they can be the person to like tell white folks what it is. And they've never been to any of our events at all, other than maybe seeing some kind of YouTube presentation. And because that's where the gatekeeping thing comes in. Because a lot of times the way bureaucracies work, hey, if you don't come up with any new ideas, I'm going to go with this guy, Mr. Sneed, the younger, newer, whatever, rather than going with this 20th century bullshit you've been trying to sell us that ain't working. And so that's just the nature of systems. And because of our unique history in this country, in my opinion, a lot of old Black folks don't know when it's time to go home. In terms of they rather stay and whine and be upset when their moment has passed, because in our own culture, we don't have a tradition of how to hand batons off to people and be like, hey, I can't do anything more with it. You run with it. And that's why a lot of times I openly say at events, what I have to say is mostly for people that are under the age of 40, because most 40-something year olds and 50-something year olds, they're not going to do anything new. Okay. Most of them. I mean, me, Tim, and others, man, we're the people who were like, outcast a decade ago. I was at a small school struggling. I'm just saying,
20 and 30 years, man.
That's what I'm saying. We were working, a lot of us were doing this stuff in obscurity a decade ago, but social media allowed us to find each other and put these things together. And so the people who used to say we were crazy a decade ago now like, man, wow, this, that, and the other, our peers, from our peer group. And I don't even talk to them that much. Or whatever. Most people I talk to are millennials and Zoomers. And even though they got two different sensibilities, I like the Zoomers because they're a little more aggressive. The millennials still, they almost try to act like boomers to a certain extent, try to love on everybody. Zoomers are more like Gen Xers. They don't give a damn about certain kind of, they're not going to let tradition stop them from doing what they got to do to get their work done, And so, yeah.
No worries. No, thank you. I want to make sure we get a moment to close in and close shop in the right way. But to that, first, a couple of things. One, I want to give a shout out to Dalen Golf at Jet. That was a keynote yesterday. Again, just really a reaffirming much of what he said in regards to the way that, we've been able to curate our culture internally, historically for some time, and that we can use these spaces to do so. Likewise for Latrice Gaskins and Cherie Renee Thomas, as well as John Jennings, has also had a chance to show up and show out here at Black Futures. But with that, I want to kind of ask, kind of as a closing question for us, the idea of Afrofuturism being in all these unique spaces and places. Kind of with our last minute, I'd love to ask, where do you see the youth movement really taking these next 5 years?
I guess, Ronaldo, you go for it, man.
All right. Well, I think it's going to probably struggle a little bit because what's getting ready to happen is we have a demographic situation. All of us in here grew up under what was called globalization. Now we're getting ready to go through deglobalization. Okay. One, as you see interest rates going up, a lot of that's because older people are retiring and they're taking their money with them. So that's less investment money around to go around for innovation. So money is going to become a little bit harder or tighter for people to be experimental on ambitious projects. The other thing is the Gen Xers now that have been doing this work are moving into senior kind of leadership positions now that the boomers are finally exiting the stage. And so they're going to have to make a decision about, do I want to, what kind of form they want to take on in their 50s in these positions of leadership, theory, and art, or how do we institutionalize our ideas? And I think the other thing, the technology is going to continue to kind of roll out, but I think it may, now some people argue it may slow down a little bit simply because there's not as much investment money out there to drive the technology over the next decade. And so we're going to be dealing with these are the material factors that's going to impact what we're doing. So right. I would say what probably needs to happen, organizations like SUBSUME, BSAM, Diesel Funk Studios, now that we have kind of planted seeds, I would say is how we need to maintain our structures so we can still get our work out there. Like whether it's Milton Davis and MV Media, which I was so happy to see so many of his books getting sold. Because now I think I'm just saying from my experience being on an arts council for over a decade, the Black creative community doing this type of work doesn't realize now they are in a stronger position now than they were several years ago. And so I think right now we've established the foundation. The foundation is set.
Right. Let me say this. I'm trying to resolve it in 1 minute. I agree with what Ronaldo says. However, this technology that is out there now, just in the stuff that I've seen over the last year, but specifically as it's matured over the last 3 months, working with Stable Diffusion. I myself am using Diffusion B because I'm trying to get my work done on a Mac. It is already revolutionizing the way people create images, create words, create concepts. And I believe the thing that it does is that for the younger people out there, they're not going to have any apprehension about attacking this material.
Yeah.
There will be pushback because, let's be frank, this is like the horse. This is like the horseless carriage. This is going to change everyone that has lived up to now and earlier. This is going to change the way they not only manufacture content, it's going to change the way they consume that content. What that means is that for people like me, I'm 56, my career would have been over 5 years ago. It is now giving anyone the power to be able to create content. You have the Afrofuturism 2.0 Facebook group. That's growing, right? But you have the Afrofuturism Central group, which is 100,000 people. There's people piling in on this stuff all over with different groups because the gates have been broken open. They've been open so that people can bring visuals to the things that were in the recesses of their minds, and that's open to any age group. And that's what we're going to see. That's something that we have not seen before, because, you know, I hate to bring up Gary Vaynerchuk in a talk on Afrofuturism. Technology doesn't care what you think.
Yeah.
But with that, I mean, I think that gives us still the optimism and hope that there is a space and place between technology, creativity, and community, that we can see the foundation of Afrofuturism now with its strong foundation, thanks to folks like yourself. And again, I think in our shared communities, that now we get a chance to build these structures that'll last throughout the ages. So with that, we want to be thankful and appreciative also of y'all giving us a lot of the backdrop of how these things go, because that is also very important. We got to know what happened, how these things started, so we can
I
be
want my
appreciative.
hoodie.
Okay, hoodies inbound. Yeah, we got you.
Man.
Yeah,
So yeah.
I'm gonna stalk you on Facebook, man.
So I'll be up for travel to the next BSAM opportunity abroad, and then, you know, I'll come with hoodie in hand. I appreciate that. So with that, lastly, how can we follow and keep up with y'all in the Black Speculative Art movement and your individual works as well?
All right.
I for myself, everything Diesel Funk. Dieselfunk.com, Twitter Dieselfunk, Instagram Dieselfunk. So if you type in Dieselfunk, I'll come up. So that's how you find me.
We're on Facebook. We have the private group of Afrofuturism 2.0, and we have the public page that has, you know, several thousand people that kind of see the information we post on there on Afrofuturism 2.0, the Black Speculative Arts movement. And the big academic project that you can kind of say that I'm pushing out now is the Black Scholar is putting out its first ever special issue on Afrofuturism, and that's where we're bringing together African American studies and Afrofuturism, and it's called The Shape of Things to Come, where you're going to see I'm excited about the essay in there dealing with Black Muslims and Black angels, and also an Egyptologist has a piece in there dealing with Kemet and philosophy and Afrofuturism. There's a Lovecraft Country piece in there. And so I'm very excited. That should be out in the next several weeks. So between movies, we got a bunch of stuff coming out this year. It's like trying to drink from one of them, a fire, the water's rushing in from a fire hose almost, in terms of so much stuff that we have coming out this year.
No, absolutely. And again, also to give a shout out to David Kirkman and Underneath, which we're actively trying to figure out how we can support that with SUBSUME and have a dope showing in that space. I'm sure that is to be soon. Congratulations to him and the New York premiere. And again, just thanks for you all making the space and place for all of us to stay included. So we salute you and appreciate you. And we'll talk to you again soon.
All right.
All right. Thanks, y'all. So with that, we have Dr. Reynaldo Anderson and Tim Fielder representing the Black Speculative Arts movement as we look at Afrofutures Abroad and the spaces and places of tomorrow. So we want to thank them both as we get ready for the final presentation and part of Black Futures 2023 here with SUBSUME Studios. Again, my name is Dejan Sneed. We thank you for being involved. So please stay tuned and stay included as we conclude with the state of SUBSUME. Be right back. Thank you all so very much. I appreciate each and every one of you for being a part of Year 4 SUBSUME Summit Black Futures 2023. Again, my name is Dejan Sneed. I'm the founder and CEO of SUBSUME Media here in Atlanta, Georgia, proudly housed at the Russell Innovation Center for Entrepreneurs at 504 Fair Street in Atlanta, Georgia. So representing Castleberry Hill with the space in place that we are looking to build Black Pixar in West Atlanta. We want to be the intersection of creativity, technology, and community that builds a bridge of shared futures where everyone can stay included in their dreams. And so we've had a fantastic, one of my favorite words, fantastic run of 3 days of amazing talks, panels, workshops, media, virtual interactions, and the space and place that we all are honestly just trying to fill the space in between now and the forevers that we can all be a part of. So with that, this is the state of SUBSUME. And I try to not stand on ceremony a lot during these things. So even though I love the idea of the big Apple talks or Marvel unveils, and to be honest, that's what I had planned for this point as well. So as a fellow creative, I work in the creative space, but also in the technology space that looks at how we can try and build that bridge between each other so that again everyone can find a way to be a part and interact in this space. So with that, let's first, before we kind of talk about the state of SUBSUME, I felt it would be pretty appropriate to really talk about what SUBSUME does, but even more so, some of the people that helped us even get to this point. So there's four particular people that I'd love to try to make a bit of a conversation around. So I appreciate your patience as we try to build and develop this. So we always speak to the idea, and I wanted to make a bit of a recall back to the placard that shows right before the SUBSUME state of SUBSUME here, and it reads, "Making our ancestors proud." Right, and so there's something that we use in context a lot, that those before us look upon us and see our works and see our acts, and we also think and thank those that really had to struggle, and exponentially so in many cases, that give us the space and privilege to be their wildest dreams. And so we think of that either from the context of of the diaspora of the African slave trade, civil rights, women's rights, gay rights, the idea of there's so many people that we have to look at in the African and Afro futures and just strictly Black community that in every day, either in our books or those that go unsung, that really give us the chance and opportunity to build. And so the space of SUBSUME is, of course, to include something into something else. So I really want to just thank four people that included themselves in what I was doing and allowed me to connect with them, and really just gave a opportunity for us to work in from there. So the very first of the space, and I think we're going to just call this an ancestral call. I think that's kind of a note to our book with sorghum and spirit that we'll talk about here in just a little bit. But what I like to do is really call your attention to a snippet of a video that I had with the late but great Valjean Jeffers. Valjean was a contributor to our sorghum and spear anthology, The Way of Silk and Stone, and the book Pray for Peace and Prepare for War. Just really is an amazing component of the story. To that, I just want to take a moment as we'll listen to a conversation between her and the renowned Cherie Renee Thomas, and this amalgam of talent that I'm blessed with to be on the book that we'll talk about here shortly. So with that, let's just take a listen to this point.
And have her audio and have her repeat some of that. Was really wonderful part of her comments about he must test. Thank you. Thank you. Right? Anyone else want to add to that? How did you come to your story? How did you approach writing your original story for the anthology?
When I approached it and I began to create, I saw it as kind of a community of women, strong, powerful, magical, but at the same time besieged from the outside by these evil forces. And to me, it's analogous to what the Black community is dealing with. The Black community is very I might get emotional talking about this. If I do, forgive me. There is a lot of love, a lot of closeness in the Black community, in some I mean, like the love and the closeness I feel for my family. Yet we are often besieged by outside forces that try to tear us apart. So when I began to write, that's what I tapped into that. And then there was the imagery to me of the sorghum as being something magical that would give you strength. You anoint yourself with it. And also the symbolism of the forever war, because where we are now in this country, and I hate to bring in politics, but I will. You know, you reach what you think is a plateau, and then you're like, oh shit, here we go again. We got to fight this. We got to fight. You know what I'm saying? So I think in a lot of times when we're writing, well, who you are is going to find its way onto the page. Whatever you're dealing with is going to find its way into the page. So that's just my take on what I when I tapped into when I was writing my story. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
No, and thank you so very much. I really just wanted to share that as a first of many components, and just to that the privilege of being able to work with someone like that, not only in particular to work with Sorghum and Spear, but within the state of Black science fiction, who I first met Valjean, but also in many of the spaces that we would share together, not only here in the greater Atlanta space, but within the space of speculative fiction and fantasy, and being appreciative not only of her work, but some conversations right up to the end, as far as some opportunities to really continue and understand that there's a larger story to be told, not only with Sorghum and Spear, but with the fantastic works of her as well. So I really want to share that appreciation and thank you as an ancestor of SUBSUME, and continue that work, and the promise is kept. Thank you so very much. And so with that, we'll continue on. There's another name to call, which is LaShawn Colvin. And so I want to share a component. LaShawn was a editor, store owner of a black owned comic book shop, which is a rarity here, not only in the States, but in the world. Her seminal work, Beautiful Soldiers, was right at the cusp of some amazing next steps when we unfortunately lost her. And then from there, I just want to share a bit of a conversation that we were privileged to share during one of these SUBSUME summits. So with that, I'll call upon that video here now. Absolutely, no, and a great story. So to that, looking and talking about the times that we actually have a brand new to still yet to be opened store here with LaShawn. LaShawn, can you tell us about yourself and your store and your story?
Yeah. So basically, my name is LaShawn Colvin. I'm an artist. I draw. I'm a comic book artist and writer. I started in the comic book industry in 2013 as a artist. I have a book that's coming out. I've been working on for 8 years, called Beautiful Soldiers, and it drops around my birthday in January. I lost my mom this year in April in a house fire. And after she passed, I always wanted to do a store, especially when I saw Ariel's store and I saw her come up in 2015 and what she was doing. It was very inspirational from a woman's point of view. A lot of people that know me know I'm a feminist. I'm true girl power. And when my mom passed, you know how we get into that mode of saying, I'll take that trip next year, or I'll go on that vacation or that cruise next month, or some shit like that. And it got to, I'm sorry, excuse me. And it got to the point where I said, I might not be here tomorrow. So, because my aunt and my family were like, oh, the corona, oh, you gotta, this and that, but I'm gonna live my life. And I'm not gonna let this stop me from doing my dreams. So that's where the store came up. And the name of my store is Comics and Geeks, a beverage lounge. And basically it's the heart of the store is community, like what Ariel was saying. Because if you have your community behind you, and a true community that loves to come into an environment that is them, comics and games and all of that, then you don't have to worry about anything really. Because I know I'm a hardcore comic book lover, and I go to the shops faithfully before I have my own shop. And my store really deals a lot with everything, comics, gaming, beverages, all of that. Eventually, I want to get to the point where I build a smoothie area in the back of the store. I have a beverage area now, but you know, I'm sure some of you guys know the health department will give you hell. And originally, when I was doing the store, the smoothie counter, everything was going to be set up when I got ready to open. Child, they gave me a whole story, a whole book. And I said, I got to come up with something else. So I kind of got my beverage area set up to where, you know, I can kind of open now and build the smoothie area over time so it don't hold me from opening. You know, I'm also a gamer. I'm a hardcore gamer. So that was very important to have a gaming area in the back of the store. When I open, we're going to have registrations for our gaming tournaments. The first game we're going to do is Mortal Kombat because that's one of my favorite games. And so, yeah, my store is just, I'm the newbie, you know, so seeing you guys and hearing you talk about your stores and what you guys are going through, this is it's very emotional for me, you know, because I am new. And when I was in the beginning stages of getting the store done and getting it ready, I was trying so hard to find another Black woman that has a store and that could give me some type of advice, some type of tips, some type of, you know, like a mentorship to kind of just, you know, which I got that from the guys too. Don't get me wrong. A lot of men were very supportive, but it just the same. It was just having that camaraderie, that female camaraderie, and there was not none. You know, there was here in the South, around the area for me to reach out to. And when I did, and I know Area had her store. You know, I did a lot of research on what she did. I watched a lot of videos and read a lot of articles on that, and that helped me. But, you know, I think having more women as comic book shop owners, Black women, is so important to show that we are here and we are just into it, if not more than the men.
Thank you so very much. And with that second component, of course, LaShawn would go on to open that store, and I had the privilege to be there as a day one customer. And again, just appreciative of her example, right? So the idea of her speaking to the example of being able to see and have that camaraderie, I feel like is an integral component of what we are working to build on with SUBSUME. So I do want to thank her and the space and place of being able to be a fellow collaborator and connector in this in our Black indie comics, as well as in our Black speculative fiction future space. So a third name that I will call upon would be that of Maya Crown Williams, who in so many ways and spaces really was a day one person here with SUBSUME. And so the idea of creating a SUBSUME space just for Atlanta, just us starting the very first SUBSUME ATL. You know, she flew in, gave us a full-on, tour of how she had built her legacy with MechaCon, the MechaCon, International Film Festival, and brought in a litany of talent and her own self and all of herself to give us that very first impact. You know, she was our big get when we first started here with SUBSUME, and you becoming, not only a client of hers, but a friend. And with that, I want to share a moment of that very first SUBSUME ATL here with you. I think we may have the wrong one for that. So bear with me one moment as I try to bring that up and see if we can get that. But again, the main thing about it for Maya was that her as a legacy space absolutely was a just a force. And the idea of anyone that knew her knew that you had all of her or none of her, and there was no in between. And so with that, again, we kind of speak into the space and see if we can find that here for Maya. Bear with me just one moment. And I do appreciate your time and consideration as we again kind of to look to bring those things forward. Bear with me 1 second. And again, I want to appreciate you all for being a part of Black Future 2023. Again, I think the idea is a space for us to look at how we can honor people. I think that's obviously a space here. Give me one moment. And again, I guess this is the idea of being an entrepreneur and building it live, but we got it. So we got it from here. And that's really the space that we want to be able to act and interact in. And so again, it's important that I get this here for y'all. So thank you all so very much as I try to get this next one up and set. Thank you. And again, I want to make it clear that I do want to take some conversations as well. So the idea of us being able to have this as a conversation, not as just simply a stand up, is where we want to try to go in from there. So I think I have that one here now. Bear with me one moment and we'll get that in. Perfect. Here we go. You here with SUBSUME, and I'm here with
Maya Crown Williams of MechaCon.
Maya. Can you please tell us about MechaCon and some of your creative work?
MechaCon is Midwest Ethnic Convention for Comics and Arts. It's not only a Black Comic Con, it's also an International Black Film Festival. The film festival is registered through Ava DuVernay, and I'm also her first film festival that she had. The film festival started in 2014, and the convention started in 2013.
Now, we actually have MechaCon's International Film Festival as part of SUBSUME, and where you were gracious enough to bring a lot of talented film writers and filmmakers here to that. Can you talk about the importance of MechaCon having that type of presence and being able to have that type of platform for creators?
As far as creators as a whole, I'm all about the African diaspora, so I'm all about the preservation of my people and my culture. So whatever I can do when I do have a platform, I do it to expose not only the youth, but also the elders who were skipped out on it.
Right. And so the idea of SUBSUME and the SUBSUME Summit is to stay included. So looking at your work and the legacy that you're building with MechaCon, how do you feel like your work will stay included in the creatives and the cultures that you want to see represented?
I feel like my work will stay included because I'm always for the underdog. I love the glitz and glamorous people, the famous people, the award-winning people, but I also like the people who have been skipped on, and I treat them with even higher priority than I do the people who have already gotten exposure and different type of experiences. So I'm all about creating experiences for my people.
Perfect. And where can we find you and your work?
Everywhere free with a login, MechaCon, MECCACON.
Perfect. And that's how you SUBSUME. Thank you. And as a promise kept, as she absolutely continues and continues still to build that space for so many of us to be a part of her legacy. So very appreciative there. And then the last call of the ancestors that we'll do will be for Nichelle Nichols. And so, of course, just a timeless treasure that simply cannot be replaced. And just the idea is, of course, as a young kid, me being able to imbibe and be a part of a space began with seeing this Black woman in outer space on Nickelodeon. And so the opportunity to all these years later to come and know her as an icon that we all do, but then in the space of a business partner and just an amazing just mentor as we were building our world with Sorghum and Spear, and just the graciousness by which she gave all of herself. I really can't speak to it any more than to say an impossible debt that I'll spend the rest of my days trying to repay. But with that, I do want to share an opportunity that I had a chance to interview her at her home, and this is a chance for me to ask her a question. Thank you.
For young people trying to find their voice, let me first say they usually find it. And pretty soon is to listen to yourself. Come back and examine what you think, because what you think is just as good as what anybody else thinks. When you put it together, you kind of go like, wow, I didn't really realize I knew that. And you know it all the time. And it's coming out, and you now are letting it out freely.
In the good old fashioned Greene County Creative Days, we had the privilege of working with the timeless Nichelle Nichols as the goddess of our world, Eshe, the All Mother. And so, in some simple way, I wanted to pay that homage to her, and again, all of the world that she simply impacted and influenced, and will continue to do so. And so, that's a good, fair part of the state of Subsume. I think the state of Subsume really, versus showing you a bunch of pictures and images of the things that I've done, I really wanted to make sure that I really took a moment here to appreciate what it took to get here, right? And so, like so many times, so many things, and in a great way, particularly we speak about the blackness and black culture, Afrofuturisms in the future. But again, the space for us to honor what it took to get here and the path, and want to be very intentional to say it was and is and probably will, and I feel confident that it will continue to be Black women. And so, with that, I just want to thank these four in particular, but at the same time, knowing that as a culture, as a business, as a brand, and as a space that we do have to do our due part, and in some spaces overcompensate to make sure that we are and as altruistic as we possibly can, making sure that our communities keep them safe. And so, with that, this is just what makes Subsume a thing, is our ability to keep people included and know that we come from an amazing story, and the narrators of a brilliant future together. So again, I want to thank y'all for allowing me a little bit of that time, really a majority of that time, because I'm not going to keep y'all much longer in regards to what the state of Subsume is. So with that, who am I and why am I here? I think the idea is that Subsume's had an amazing run in the past 8 to 10 weeks, but I think in the majority of last year really was a lot of opportunity to learn some lessons, to absolutely be in a space and place now that we can say that these things were worth it. So I'm really want to just show two projects, particularly out of an amazing platform and portfolio that we're building, and we'll make the time to do that in its shared time. That I just want to be respectful and intentional with the opportunity here before us. There's two projects in particular that'll be new to the conversations here now. One of them is a project here with MV Media and Milton J. Davis, who we've had a chance to hear his name called upon on a couple of times. Of course, he was with us on the State of Afrofuturism panel on noon. Of course, we know him as a multimedia mogul, the idea of working in film and animation, litany of books and prose that is called upon time and time again. Particularly myself as a fan, having a chance to work with him intentionally on a project gives me a lot of appreciation. So there's a particular book that really struck my fancy, particularly for my background and some of the passions that I have in the space of anime, Asian culture, but also the idea of the intersection of Africa and Blackness in that space. And so I want to just take a quick snippet to just show a few points of a project called Black Rose. So we'll just bring that in. The idea is that the story of Black Rose is one of, actually going to work on a manga. Let's see if if I can get it played. I think it should play in here. Yep. So the idea is to work on a similar project showcasing a young woman who goes by the moniker of Black Rose as she goes to feudal Edo, Japan, to save a young daughter of the daimyo to on a fantastic journey to China. But along the way, of course, beset on all sides by many things, and so just the briefest of snippets in regards to that. So we'll be giving a lot more points and presentations about that But I just want to kind of give one snapshot of that because I think there's a space for us to look at the intersection of Afrofuturism in other cultures. And I thought that this was a great representation of such. And so much more to come on that. I want to just take a look at a, kind of a second opportunity here as I try to bring up one more video. And then I just want to open it up to see if there's any questions or components that we want to say, and then we'll kind of close things out. So again, I really appreciate you all being here as a component of this and our work here with Black Futures. And so I want to see if I can bring up one other thing. And I don't think that YouTube is going to let me be great today, and that's its loss. But let us see if I can find one more video. I don't think that it is going to allow me to, but I want to try one more thing. Thank y'all. And so with that, I think there's really just been a real calling for SUBSUME to be more than the sum of its parts. And of course, right now for myself as founder and CEO, I think there's a space for me to try to understand, that I think I've done all I can do alone. And so in a good way, I think I've been able to now call upon some great friends, great points and collaborators that will give us the opportunity to really reach our dreams and really be intentional in some specific spaces. And so the idea of SUBSUME really gives us a opportunity to involve and invest with a lot of folks. Simply put, that's how I get a chance to connect with so many of the people that we have here as guests, as speakers, and the point of the workshop. So I want to talk about my residency at Georgia State University in Creative Media Industries Institute, which I've been privileged to be a part of, where I get a chance to impact some amazing students and work with some world-renowned creators in digital spaces, from technology, also in game design particularly. And so with that, I want to show a quick snapshot of a project that we get a chance to work on as a part of our residency. So one moment, we'll bring that up now. And so what you'll be able to see is a first glimpse at a very not rudimentary, but I guess an initial component of students building some assets, components around our fantasy world of Sorghum and Spear. And so the space of some snapshots from our book, called Harvest of the All Mother, as I think of the last book that I'm about to show y'all. I've had an amazing group of students that are in their third semester of working on some projects in all facets of game design and game development. And so we've been working on a way to build an Afrofutures role-playing game. The idea of Sorghum and Spear in our African fantasy series, based on a generation of young girls that are looking to save and fight for the freedoms of their people, is our seminal work here at SUBSUME, and giving us a chance to now take that into a partnership with a to-be-named development company. And so then from there, we'll be working on Sorghum and Spear, the video game, simply put. And so the idea is to go ahead and build that infrastructure and space in place, well, we can do it ourselves. And so with that, we've got so much more of that to show and share in a little bit. And then I think one more thing we'll talk about as we kind of get to this 6:30 or to the end of the evening component is that we do have our finished book. I'll try to give it a little bit less. I think the glossiness speaks well to the quality of the book here. See if I can try to share it a little bit more in that light. So yes, just a proof of life that our anthology book, The Way of Silk and Stone, that was edited by Sri Renee Thomas, and we got lent the talents of Nissy Shaw, Linda D. Addison, just too many fantastic writers and creators to name. And so from here, this book will be available starting tomorrow on our website, sorghumandspear.com. And so as we want to be thankful of the love, patience, and support of our Kickstarter backers, we just want to say we're thankful to have a new book in the Afrofuture space, and hope that in all sincerity that it is something that we're able to honor and appreciate. Two of the members in particular, with Nichelle Nichols and Valjean Jeffers, that gave their time and talents to be a part of this book, but unfortunately not here with us to see it to fruition. So for them and with them, we're able to continue stronger than ever. Thank you so very much. And so really, I'm gonna kind of close it in the next couple of minutes from here. Now, of course, there's some amazing projects that I've been working on with the likes of, say, Robert Jeffrey, Matteo Illuminati, Loris Ravina, also with, uh, let's see. I'm just trying to think because I could really ramble off a whole bunch, and I'm trying to make sure I'm not overstating on a couple. Quentin McGowan, and also Greg Burnham on a project we've already announced, the Villains and Vinyl. Also the space of Soul Nebula that we already have completed books upon, and there's many more. Of course, calling out to a lot of our fellow creators that we get a chance to work on and work with. I think we just have so many more things that we can really be honest about, that we've got the talent, right? So the idea, of course, of Subsume and wanting to show and kind of showcase the fact that we have a lot of these programs and projects in place, but what we need to do is better galvanize our resources in our communities so that we can be in our best position to show our appreciation through action. And of course, that's the premise of Afrofuturism in action. So I want to kind of give a note here. Um, in regards to, what we can show and share on what the state of Subsume is. I think the state of Subsume is growth, right? I think we're in a space now that we've matured, we've maturated, and we've been able to kind of build the next step of really where we want to be, not only as an imprint, as a brand, but also as a builder of communities. And so when we have brilliant work such as Soul Nebula, such as the space of um, Sorghum and Spear, being able to work with like an Alison Whitmore and Cheney Whitmore and be able to hold and trust in a fantastic book, The Raven Code, and know that we can take our time because we want to do it the right way. Those are the type of things that we say the state of Subsume is growth, because we've learned some lessons along the way, and in a great way. I think we're now in that position to really take those next steps forward. And so I just really want to be intentional. Um, there's a couple of comments. I want to make sure if I've got things from there. Thank you, Tony. It was a nice art call out. Ananda Nahu, um, a global muralist, lent her art from my Africa in regards to that. And so, again, we stand on the amazing uh, platform right now. And so to be able to have things like that, again, be able to do it the right way, is really the sincerity by which I want to try to take these things forward. And so, the state of Subsume 2022 is growth. And so we're excited for being able to pull positions, and really I think the idea of that growth is knowing when it's our time. And it's our time. I mean, I think for the past 3 days, I'm so proud of all the people that came and were a part of this program, those that wanted to be, but maybe weren't able to fully commit to the timeliness or the opportunities in front. But I've definitely cited that is something to come forward. We'll definitely appreciate them. The folks behind the scenes who get a chance to make this a program. So let me be intentional to thank Kimberly Ware as Kimiko. Also Sarah as Waffles Kitty, and Tanya Woods, by which y'all will see none of this. So we want to thank them, as well as our group of supporters, with Subsume, who come through the Xbox Game Camp, our students at Georgia State University, the CMII team, who give me such grace and opportunity to grow and build. There's just an amazing amount of folks that we could talk to. We'll give a shout out to Tony Cade at Challenges Games and Comments. He came on as a sponsor on a segment. Thank T-Mobile. Do you all know that T-Mobile sponsored this thing too? I don't know. I'm too shiny here, but T-Mobile came in as a sponsor of our Speculative Black Book Fair. So I also want to shout out all of our vendors that came out. We had people come from out of town for our Speculative Black Book Fair this past Saturday, saying like this is the thing that they wanted to see. I'm happy to see Black business being occurring right there in our space, where we have artists can come in and be able to find their customers and be able to find their community in the space. Also, a shout out to Harlem Film House, CR Capers, Artsy, and the crew who came through and gave us a brilliant XR space and a new partnership and collaboration space with Spatial.io, where last night we had a few hundred people come through and vibe and DJ with us all night long. So now, I had to put on my how do you say, like, I had to retire early, but at the same time, I know you young kids have fun. But I think these are some of the components that we want to say, we do have what it takes. And I really appreciate everyone being so patient with me. It's been a high and lows all throughout. And I think that is the creative journey, right? But I think the idea of relentless optimism is the way I try to continue to operate. And if I believe in anything, I believe in y'all. And so with that, I'm just so thankful to be in a space that SUBSUME hopefully can help you stay included in your dreams. And so we're going to do everything we can, not only to give you some fantastic books. Y'all minds are going to be blown with these new Mind to Avenge pages that we're going to be dropping on y'all. So shout out to Robert Jeffrey II yet again. I heard his mixtape CD just dropped today. So go pick that up. But at the same time, it's our time. So together we can do it. And so I just really appreciate each and every one of you for came in, bought a ticket, liked and shared and supported what we've done. And I'll be honest, I didn't put this on Instagram on purpose. I haven't used my Instagram this year on purpose, because the idea is when the things that happen for us and happen the right way, I want the people who were here and the people that made it intentional to be here be the folks that we build with. And that's not out of hubris. That's out of heart, because it takes a lot to walk away from the things that you want, the things that are the easy path, to really make the lasting space. We want something everlasting with SUBSUME. And again, with you, we'll do it. So again, I'm going to go ahead and close this on out. Get ready for some World War Z and then to pass out. But again, the really component of this is that with you, all things are possible. So with that, I want to thank each and every one of you as we already close this thing out. So thanks again for allowing us the privilege to be here and to have a year 4 of Black Futures 2023. So onward into the Black Fantastic will we go, and hopefully we'll go along together. Thank you so very much. Y'all have a good evening now.